Chapter 1251. Why aren't you talking? Did you not tell Lin Shui about being wronged at school? Gu Junqing could not help asking when he saw Lin Bei keeping silent. No. Lin Bei snapped out of it and said in a low voice. Even if you didn't, Lin Shui is way too irresponsible. What kind of elder is she? Don't worry, I'll talk to your mom about this later. Compared to the female lead Lin Shui, he actually valued Lin Bei a bit more. There were plenty of female leads, but true talents like Lin Bei were rare. Lin Bei had always thought Gu Junqing was only nice to her because of Lin Shui. It was just like all those men who used to pursue Lin Shui. Those people acted nice to her in front of Lin Shui, but in private, they often ignored or even threatened her. Therefore, she had always felt justified in enjoying Gu Junqing's preferential treatment. That was because she assumed Gu Junqing wanted something from her. But now, it seemed like Gu Junqing was actually standing up for her. This left Lin Bei quite puzzled. Was she really more important to him than Lin Shui? Or was Gu Junqing still just putting on an act? Although Lin Bei was young, her intellect was far beyond ordinary, yet she still could not comprehend Gu Junqing's behavior. Don't blame mom, she's really busy and has to go on business trips out of town almost every month. I can't cause her any more trouble, so please don't blame her. Lin Bei explained on behalf of Lin Shui. She had known since she was a child that she wasn't a biological member of the Lin family, but rather someone taking refuge under their protection. She was already a burden, so being able to survive and go to school was something she was deeply grateful for. All right. Gu Junqing nodded and didn't say anything more. A child who knew how to be grateful made him like her even more. After Gu Junqing and Lin Bei chatted for a while, Teacher Wang composed herself, walked inside, and officially started the parent-teacher conference. Teacher Wang walked into the classroom holding her lesson plans and greeted, "Hello, students. Stand up," shouted the little class monitor. "Hello, teacher." Everyone stood up in unison. Teacher Wang smiled and told everyone to sit down before starting with some polite pleasantries welcoming the parents. Then came the session for handing out the exam papers. Actually, second graders weren't supposed to take exams on paper to comply with educational regulations. In reality, the school secretly conducted a traditional paper-based exam internally. After all, next year would be the third grade, which required formal study planning. This segment was also the most anticipated one, at least for many parents who felt confident about their children's grades and wore expectant expressions. Next, I will read out the scores for this exam. Teacher Wang's voice broke the silence in the classroom. Yuan Huaqi, 70 in math, 85 in Chinese. Nini, 15 in math, 35 in Chinese. As the names were called out one by one, some parents showed satisfied smiles while others began to frown. For instance, Lin Bei's good friend Nini scored so poorly that her parents couldn't even raise their heads. Her mother kept her head down while picking up the test paper and started scolding Nini the moment she returned to her seat. Because Lin Bei and Nini sat together as desk mates, Gu Junqing specially spoke up to offer a few words of comfort. He felt that given Lin Bei's intelligence, second-grade exams should be a breeze for her. Therefore, he sat in his seat without any psychological burden, waiting for Lin Bei's name to be called. Lin Bei. Teacher Wang paused deliberately when she saw the next name on the list. Gu Junqing's eyes naturally revealed a look of anticipation. He was wondering if Lin Bei scored a perfect score, whether he would have to give an acceptance speech or talk about how to educate children. Math, 0 points. Chinese, 0 points. Chapter 1252. Hearing the score announced by the teacher, Gu Junqing could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Surrounding classmates acted as if they had discovered a new continent, swarming over while their laughter rolled in like wave after wave. Someone deliberately read out that shocking score in a loud voice, triggering burst after burst of uproarious laughter. "Oh my, isn't this our class's top student? How did you end up getting a 0 this time?" A petite and cute-looking girl deliberately teased with an exaggerated tone, filled with mockery. She had always been pursued by boys among the children, but ever since Lin Bei appeared, all those boys ran after Lin Bei instead. She had been annoyed with Lin Bei for a long time. "Haha, did you fall asleep during the exam and forget to write your name too?" Another girl covered her mouth with a light chuckle, her voice full of contempt. "Tell me, did you just set a historical record for a class? A 0 is certainly not common." A girl sitting behind Lin Bei patted her shoulder, but the force felt more like mockery and provocation. "Seeing how hard you usually work, it turns out it was all fake. This 0 really makes one look at you in a new light." A girl tossed out those words lightly, as if announcing a shocking fact. Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows slightly, glancing at the expressionless Lin Bei beside him while finding it somewhat amusing. Her popularity in class was truly something else, so many people came over to show their care just because she scored a 0. However, the surrounding noises grew louder, and the mocking tones grew sharper, yet Lin Bei's expression did not change at all. She maintained her blank look, as if these mocking words had 0 impact on her. "Parent of Lin Bei, don't worry too much. Learning is a long process, and sometimes we encounter setbacks and difficulties." Nini's parent began to comfort Gu Junqing at this moment, parroting his exact words back to him. If there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude in that, he wouldn't believe it. "Didn't you say your grades were very good? Is this what you call very good?" Gu Junqing lowered his voice to ask the seemingly unconcerned Lin Bei, feeling somewhat speechless. He finally understood why some parents felt deeply inferior when seeing the parents of other children due to their own child's poor grades, feeling as though they stood 3 feet shorter. If Lin Bei were truly a child from an ordinary family, her parents would probably have broken a leather belt across her back. Was she learning this act of playing the pig to eat the tiger from her destiny-favored older brother? This little clever streak did not look like someone who would actually score a 0 on purpose. Gu Junqing touched his chin and pondered for a moment. Just as Lin Bei was about to explain to Gu Junqing, the teacher on stage spoke up. Ahem, everyone quiet down. Several of our teachers have reviewed Lin Bei's test paper and found that she simply shifted all her answers by one grid, which is why it was treated as a 0 for fairness' sake. Teacher Wang seemed to notice that the air pressure around Gu Junqing was a bit low, so she hurried out to explain clearly. If Gu Junqing hadn't come to attend the parent-teacher conference, she wouldn't even have bothered explaining Lin Bei's situation to the rest of the class. A 0 was a 0, even if answers were misaligned. Children were still young, and the authority of the teacher still held a lot of weight. Because of this, the mockery directed at Lin Bei's 0 score finally came to a halt. Chapter 1253. Lin Bei was somewhat puzzled as to why the teacher had actually spoken up to explain things for her, but after glancing at Gu Junqing stepping up to collect her exam paper, she seemed to understand a little. Originally, she did not care about such matters. She had already grown accustomed to the strange glances of those around her, gradually ignoring other people's opinions. Yet if someone stood in front to protect her, it seemed not bad. Lin Bei blinked, realizing this was the first time she did not resent someone interfering in the lives of herself and Lin Shui. Tell me, why did you write all the answers wrong? I took a look and saw you put the answers under the wrong questions, even though the answers themselves were correct. Besides, I heard from your teacher that you usually rank first. After returning, Gu Junqing casually flipped through Lin Bei's exam paper, then placed a large hand on her head and said with a warm smile. In short, despite being fully capable of a perfect score, she had deliberately scored a 0. If he had not met her only after the exam, he would have thought she was trying to make a fool of him on purpose. Feeling the strange gazes from everyone in the classroom just now, even his thick skin had felt a wave of heat. Do you see that kid over there? Lin Bei pointed at a little girl sitting near the front and said calmly. What about her? Hearing this, Gu Junqing followed the direction of Lin Bei's finger, only to find a little girl wearing a Lolita princess dress as he asked with puzzlement. That very same girl was the one teacher Wang had just announced as the top student in the class. Could Lin Bei be suffering from bullying that forbade her from taking first place? Following common sense, Gu Junqing could not help but wonder in his heart. My mom said she'd give me 1,000 yuan if I got first place, but her mom said she'd give her 50,000 yuan for first place, and she promised me 25,000 once it's done. Lin Bei whispered. Right as her voice trailed off, the little girl in the princess dress seemed to notice something, and turned around, flashing Lin Bei a sneaky okay sign once she saw her. Seeing this, Gu Junqing was left speechless. Yet he could not think of any words of advice to offer. Back when he did well on his exams, his mother Xia Ying had directly bought him a sports car. What do you need so much money for at such a young age? Is it wrong to save it up? Acting like a little adult, Lin Bei rolled her eyes at Gu Junqing. This amused Gu Junqing once more, and he heavily ruffled her hair. Then you could have taken second place. Now that you scored a 0, let's see how you explain it to Miss Linear. Controlling my score is too tiring and unnecessary, plus nobody cares about my grades anyway, Lin Bei said indifferently. Hearing Lin Bei say this, Gu Junqing did not know what else to say either. Both of them were talking amongst themselves, and failed to hear the instructions given by the teacher up on the podium. Only after snapping back to reality did they realize the parent-teacher meeting was drawing to a close. Thank you all parents for taking the precious time out of your day to attend this meeting. We deeply understand that every parent holds high hopes for their children, and we hope that through today's exchange, we can jointly assist in their growth. Teacher Wang's words were somewhat passionate, moving both the students and parents present. Then, changing the topic, she made a proposal. Therefore, in these final moments, I hope our children can give their parents a kiss to thank them for everything they've given. Hearing this, Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly, his lack of interest instantly replaced by sudden amusement. He began to shift his gaze toward Lin Bei with a rather mischievous look in his eyes. Chapter 1254. What do you want to do? Lin Bei looked at Gu Junqing with vigilance. Won't you listen to your teacher? I am your guardian for the time being, after all. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow with a hint of playful mischief. Lin Bei glanced at the surrounding classmates, who were affectionately kissing their family members on the cheek as instructed by the teacher. Her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, and her expression turned somewhat awkward. Even though she was somewhat satisfied with Gu Junqing, and decided not to interfere with his pursuit of Lin Shui, she still couldn't bring herself to treat him like family. All right, I won't tease you anymore. We can take it a step at a time. Just know that I mean you no harm. Seeing Lin Bei's conflicted expression, Gu Junqing decided to stop teasing her, patted her small head, and prepared to move along. Hearing this, Lin Bei froze for a brief moment. Having grown up in such an environment, she was extremely sensitive to the psychology of the people around her. She could quickly tell whether someone harbored goodwill or malice toward her. Naturally, she could also see through Gu Junqing's attitude toward her. For a man like him to lower himself and spend time attending a parent-teacher conference for a child said a lot. At the very least, he certainly harbored no ill intentions toward her. Gu Junqing really just wanted to tease the little girl a bit. Watching her put on a mature facade only to break character always gave him a rare sense of relaxation. Whether living life with outward roundness and inward squareness or scraping by in a petty manner, people inevitably conform more and more to worldly ways under the guise of growth. Finding true ease and happiness was becoming harder and harder by the day. Smack. Suddenly, Gu Junqing felt a light peck on his cheek, bringing a warm sensation, like a spring breeze sweeping across a lake. It was an innocent child's kiss, carrying an unpolished purity and joy. Gu Junqing's expression slightly dazed, his gaze shifting to find that Lin Bei had already lowered her head, though a faint blush remained visible on her small face. She is just a kid after all. Gu Junqing felt a wave of emotion in his heart. By the time Gu Junqing brought Lin Bei home, whether it was due to lingering shyness or not, the little girl kept a straight face the entire way, and didn't dare look at him once. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, the afternoon sunlight filtered through exquisite curtains, casting mottled patterns across the spacious living room. Several middle-aged wealthy matrons sat around a retro-styled round table, enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea time. Sisterly, how have things been at home lately? Mother Lin asked with a chuckle. The woman surnamed Li wore a custom-made kipao embroidered with delicate peonies, exuding an air of elegance and luxury. She gently picked up a cup of black tea, took a small sip, and revealed a satisfied smile. A bright green jade bracelet on her wrist swayed gently with her movements, emitting a pleasant sound. Same as usual. The family business has been handed over to others, so I just spend my days drinking tea and teasing cats, almost running out of pursuits in life. Mrs. Li sighed, then turned to question another woman. What about you, Xia Wang? I heard your child is in the 3rd grade, and doing quite well in their studies. Mrs. Wang wore a minimalist outfit, yet every detail revealed extraordinary taste. She held a fashion magazine, occasionally looking up to exchange a few words with the group as wisdom flickered in her eyes. Her earrings were a pair of delicate diamond studs that trembled slightly with the rhythm of her speech, exuding understated luxury. Oh, that child of mine is just too naughty and hates studying, only knowing how to play all day long. But somehow, they still managed to take first place in the final exams this time. Although Mrs. Wang's words sounded like criticism of her child's playfulness, everyone present was sophisticated enough to hear the pride hidden within her tone. At their age and net worth, money was no longer of primary concern. They cared far more about saving face and the growth of their family members. Sister Lin, what about your Lin Bei? Mrs. Wang looked toward Mother Lin with a faint smile on her lips. The moment this question was asked, it immediately drew the attention of all the socialites. They were all aware of Lin Bei's existence. However, none of them knew whose child Lin Bei actually was. Although Mother Lin thoroughly disliked Lin Bei, she could never actively expose the girl as a remnant of the old Yang family. Doing so would not only harm Lin Bei, but would also bring ruin upon the Lin family itself. The Xia family was an absolute behemoth in the capital, a legitimate aristocratic household that even controlled half of the northern military region. Their power was something a multi-billion-dollar company like theirs could never hope to compare to. Therefore, Mother Lin didn't dare reveal even a hint of Lin Bei's true background. She only claimed that the girl was a distant relative of the Lin clan placed in their care. Yet how could such an excuse fool these middle-aged socialites whose lives consisted solely of luxury and gossip? They had already concocted various private theories about Lin Bei's identity. Most people believed that Lin Bei was actually Mother Lin's own daughter, meaning she was Lin Shue's illegitimate child. Furthermore, she might not even be the child of the husband who disappeared after marrying Lin Shue. The more the Lin family tried to conceal it, the wilder their imaginations ran. Some rumors even claimed that Lin Bei was born from Lin Shue studying abroad with a foreigner, or that Lin Bei was actually given birth to by Mother Lin herself at the advanced age of 50. Others whispered that Lin Bei might simply be Lin Shue's biological younger sister. There were simply far too many sordid affairs within wealthy households, and they had seen every bizarre story imaginable. Of course, they had all met Lin Bei in person, and to be honest, seeing such an exquisitely carved doll-like child filled them with intense jealousy. After all, their own children were nowhere near that cute. Combined with Mother Lin's rather cold attitude toward Lin Bei, they frequently used the girl to tease and provoke Mother Linear. Lin Bei, she's doing fine. Mother Lin knew about their gossip tendencies, so she just answered indifferently, her eyes darting away in an obvious attempt to change the subject. Let's leave Lin Bei aside for now. Sister Lin, when are you going to let Lin Shue remarry? Your daughter is so gorgeous and capable. What's the point of staying a widow for a dead man? Exactly. With Lin Shue's looks and figure, picking an outstanding man should be effortless. Even if she's been married before, plenty of men would want her. All you'd have to do is drop a hint, and the threshold would be flattened by suitors. Mentioning Lin Shue sent the socialites chattering excitedly once again. I'd love to, but that stubborn girl Lin Shue is too headstrong with high standards, and she doesn't fancy a single one of them. Mother Lin offered a bitter smile for a long moment. You should have said so earlier, Sister Lin. If you lack good bachelor resources, you can turn to us to play matchmaker. For instance, my father-in-law's youngest son is a few years older than your Lin Shue, but older men know how to cherish people, right? Oh, my younger brother isn't bad either. He's young, promising, and already worth several billion at just 25. You ladies don't need to worry about that anymore. Recently, an even more outstanding young man has developed a rather extraordinary relationship with my Lin Shui. Suddenly thinking of someone, Mother Lin beamed with smug pride as she spoke to her sisters. Chapter 1255. More talented? How is that possible? Mrs. Li scoffed in disbelief. The young man I mentioned is only 25, already on the Forbes list, and comes from an extremely influential family. Can your daughter really hook up with someone even better than that? Hey, what do you mean by hook up? Mother Lin sneered. Sisterly, let me tell you, that man is head over heels for my daughter, and he is far better than the one you described. Lin Shui had already told her about Gu Junqing taking Lin Bei to the parent-teacher conference today. Naturally, she was completely on board with it. She refused to believe he would treat Lin Bei so well unless he had romantic intentions toward her daughter. Furthermore, she could already tell that Lin Shui harbored feelings for him as well. Although Lin Shui had never shared an intimate relationship with Yang Chen, she still felt deeply insecure about her past marriage. Setting that aside, Lin Shui undoubtedly had a crush on young Master Gu. With both of them sharing mutual affection and her own meddling, their relationship was a guaranteed success. If he's that great, why would he ever look at a divorcee like your daughter? Is he just trying to sleep with her and run, head over heels? Have you lost your mind, Sister Lin? You really need to watch out for your health. Exactly, I heard that even if mental illnesses like that get cured, people still drool uncontrollably. Mother Lin's words instantly provoked shock and discontent among the surrounding socialites. As women of high society, they honestly couldn't believe a young, successful man would ever sincerely treat a divorced woman with a child like that. Unless he was after her money, that was a different story. Even if he fancied the Lin family's assets or Lin Shui's looks, it would only be for temporary amusement. With all that wealth, talent, and background, what kind of beauty couldn't he find? He would have long since grown tired of gorgeous female celebrities. Why would I lie to you? Right now, he is taking Lin Bei to her parent-teacher conference. If he can treat Lin Bei that well, imagine how he treats my Lin Shui. Seeing their dissatisfaction, Mother Lin couldn't help feeling annoyed. She had exhausted herself worrying over Lin Shui's marriage prospects. Finding a stellar man like Gu Junqing made her ecstatic, but seeing everyone doubt her made her anxious. Fine, we'll believe he's good to your daughter, but what about his achievements? Could he possibly be more accomplished than the Forbes list guy I mentioned? Mrs. Li stared at Mother Lin skeptically, gesturing wildly and tapping her fingers rhythmically against the table, clearly growing impatient. I'll tell you the truth. Setting his achievements aside, even if he didn't have a single penny, and was just a street beggar, I'd still drag him home as my son-in-law. Mother Lin laughed heartily. She's losing her mind. She's completely insane. The other socialites exchanged glances in astonishment. The most materialistic and realistic woman among them was actually claiming she didn't care about her son-in-law's background. If that wasn't madness, what was? Sister, I know I shouldn't have bragged about my family, but I never expected it to hit you this hard. Let's drop the son-in-law talk for now, and I'll personally pay for you to see the best doctor at the hospital. Miss Wang, the youngest of the group, looked at Mother Lin with genuine concern. That's right, let us know if you need anything. I talk too much anyway, so I'm truly sorry, Sister Linear. The rest of them chimed in with similar apologies. What on earth are you all talking about? Mother Lin shook her head, feeling both amused and exasperated. I'm talking about my prospective son-in-law's looks. Do you people even know what a real handsome man looks like? What's not to understand? I just kept a college boy myself, and his figure and stamina are simply Miss Wang suddenly chuckled excitedly, but clapped her hand over her mouth the moment she mentioned his physique. Did you tell your husband about this? Go on, tell us more about his figure and stamina. If you don't pay us a 2 million hush money fee, your little secret will be front page news tomorrow. With that juicy tidbit out, everyone lost interest in Mother Lin's future son-in-law, and turned mischievous, suggestive gazes toward Miss Wang. The socialites present were all prominent figures, whose relatives frequently appeared on television. If a scandal like this leaked, it would undoubtedly make major headlines. I'm just kidding, I'm treating you all to dinner tomorrow. Anyway, let's get back to Sister Lin's son-in-law. Just how handsome is he to make her compromise her standards? Miss Wang blinked and clumsily yet rapidly changed the subject. The women knew they shouldn't press too hard since everyone had their own dark secrets, so they temporarily suppressed their curiosity. It's a kind of handsomeness that makes people throw away all morals and thoughts. I can't quite describe it, but you know the sun, right? He shines with that blinding, glorious radiance that leaves you feeling utterly ashamed of yourself just by looking at him. Once the room quieted down, Mother Lin relived the impressions she felt the very first time she laid eyes on Gu Junqing. If she weren't already old, and if she could turn back time by 20 years, she might have abandoned her entire family and husband just for him. Listening to her description, the socialites exchanged glances again, unanimously concluding that Mother Lin had indeed lost her mind. There was simply no way a man could look that handsome in this world. Even those top-tier male celebrities praised as national treasures or heartthrobs were nothing special in their eyes. None of them could ever evoke the kind of paralyzing inferiority Mother Lin claimed to feel. Sister Lin, my previous offer still stands since my family owns a hospital. Feel free to contact me whenever you need. Having just escaped her own embarrassing moment, Miss Wang spoke up once more after hearing Mother Lin's words. Clearly, she genuinely believed Mother Lin's mind was failing her. You'll understand once you see him in person. Too lazy to argue with such uncultured women, Mother Lin waved a hand and swept the topic aside. In her heart, she sighed that anyone who hadn't laid eyes on Gu Junqing in person would never comprehend how truthful her words were. Afterwards, the socialites resumed sipping tea and chatting casually, idling away the tedious hours. Well, except for women like Miss Wang, who chased thrills despite having a husband and family at home. Madam, Lin Bei is back. Suddenly, a servant walked in to report. She's back? Mother Lin's eyes lit up before she turned to the other socialites. Didn't you want to see my prospective son-in-law? Look, here he comes now. The socialites exchanged glances in mild surprise. Could such a son-in-law actually exist? Quickly, bring Lin Bei over here. In her sudden excitement, Mother Lin completely forgot to ask if Lin Bei had returned alone. Yes, madam. Without asking questions, the servant immediately stepped out and intercepted Lin Bei just as she was about to head to her room. Lin Bei was puzzled as to why Mother Lin wanted to see her, but she still followed the servant over. Seeing so many wealthy socialites gathered together only deepened her confusion. Upon seeing that Lin Bei had returned all by herself, Mother Lin's face darkened instantly, turning into a terrifying shade of ugly. Lin Bei, do you remember us? Seeing the exquisitely carved and unusually adorable Lin Bei, Mrs. Li's eyes lit up as a sudden idea popped into her head, and she spoke with a sweet smile. I remember. Your last name is Li. Lin Bei glanced at Mrs. Li's wrinkled face and nodded expressionlessly. How smart of you to remember my name. Mrs. Li smiled even more harmoniously. Because the wrinkles on your face sound like your surname, and the ones on your forehead look exactly like the Chinese character for wood. They seem to have gotten deeper since the last time I saw you. Lin Bei continued with a completely deadpan expression. She was well aware of how these socialites constantly gossiped, spread rumors, and talked trash about her behind her back. Therefore, speaking these harsh truths brought her zero psychological burden. As soon as those words dropped, the smile froze straight across Mrs. Li's face. The rest of the socialites immediately shifted their gaze to Mrs. Li's forehead, where the wrinkles indeed resembled the character for wood. Piffed. Suppressed sounds of laughter rippled through the room. Mrs. Li's complexion turned blacker than coal at the bottom of a wok. Even if it were true, aging was a woman's ultimate taboo. Even though the youngest among them was already 40, and she herself was already of grandmother age, she still stubbornly believed she was young. Otherwise, she wouldn't be spending thousands at beauty salons to maintain her youth. But now that someone had bluntly pointed out her deep and multiplying wrinkles, her resentment was about to overflow. Ahem, Lin Bei, show some manners and apologize to Mrs. Li. Though Mother Lin was struggling to hold back her laughter, Lin Bei was still tied to the Lin family externally, so she had to intervene. Sorry. Lin Bei didn't care, but she couldn't understand why she had to apologize for telling the absolute truth. Only then did Mrs. Li's expression improve slightly. Sister Lin, let's put other matters aside for a moment. I have a wonderful proposition to discuss with you. Recalling her primary objective, Mrs. Li forced a smile and addressed Mother Linier. A good proposition? What kind of good news could you possibly have? Mother Lin, already feeling melancholic because she couldn't flex about Gu Junqing in his absence, looked surprised. The remaining socialites also turned their gazes toward Mrs. Li. Look at how adorable and bright Lin Bei is. So, I was thinking, could we arrange a childhood betrothal between our families? Mrs. Li said with a radiant smile. An arranged marriage? Mother Lin's heart skipped a beat at the suggestion. If that Ying Chen really died out there, Lin Bei would definitely have to be married off or sent away. She couldn't let the girl ruin Lin Shue's marital prospects under any circumstances. Therefore, agreeing to a childhood betrothal didn't seem entirely out of the question, did it? Chapter 1256. Mother Lin thought that marrying Lin Bei off right now seemed to have quite a few benefits. At the least, she would no longer be a burden to Lin Shue. In that case, Lin Shue's marriage might also become somewhat possible. As for Gu Junqing's claim that he liked Lin Shue, she viewed it merely as a trick to put Lin Shue at ease. After all, who would like a woman who still dragged a burden around with her? Furthermore, Mrs. Li's family owned a massive corporation with a market value exceeding 100 billion, even surpassing the Lin family slightly. Although they were not locals of the capital, they were outsiders who settled down here simply because they liked the city. Overall, however, the two families could be considered well-matched in social standing, forming a strong alliance. Well, it is not entirely out of the question. Since you brought it up, do you already have someone specific in mind? Mother Lin grew somewhat interested and asked Mrs. Li with a hint of temptation. When asking this question, she completely disregarded Lin Bei, who was standing right beside her. What about my youngest son? Mrs. Li said with a trace of excitement. Your youngest son? That mentally disabled child. Mother Lin, who had been quite receptive, instantly went cold. Not only Mother Lin, but the other wealthy matrons also cast looks of disdain toward Mrs. Li upon hearing this. Calling him a mentally disabled child was already putting it mildly out of respect for Mrs. Li. The fact that Mrs. Li's youngest son was intellectually disabled was practically public knowledge. At 10 years old, he couldn't even dress himself, and doctors said he might not even be able to care for himself in the future. Was she worried her son wouldn't find a wife and wanted Lin Bei to take care of him as a child bride? Moreover, several of the children Mrs. Li had given birth to suffered from either mental or physical and facial abnormalities. Several of them had even died prematurely. In the end, only the single youngest son remained. According to gossip, Mrs. Li and her husband seemed to be biological siblings. Fearing excessive attention and gossip back in their hometown, they had moved to the capital to live. Although they all knew some of these rumors, everyone kept silent about it. Such sordid affairs probably existed in almost everyone's background to some extent. However, a family with such a deformed relationship combined with a mentally disabled child who couldn't even care for himself was another story entirely. Although she didn't particularly like Lin Bei, the girl had been raised by her side for quite some time. How could she possibly push her into such a fiery pit? What mentally disabled child? The doctor said there is a possibility of recovery. Mrs. Li muttered with some dissatisfaction, though she lacked confidence deep down. Knowing her own family's situation, she could only hope for a recovery in the future. However, she genuinely felt that Lin Bei was an exceptionally rare choice. The girl was both adorable and clever. If she could truly become her younger son's child bride, perhaps 10 years down the line she could neutralize the genes in her son and give birth to a healthy, smart baby. That way, it would also help continue a healthy bloodline for the Li family. There is no need to bring up such matters again, Mother Lin said indifferently. Fearing that Mrs. Li might shift the topic onto them, the other socialites did not dare say much, instantly turning into mutes. Mrs. Li suddenly hardened her expression and said decisively, "How about this? There is a piece of land in the western suburbs. If you agree to this matter, I will let the Lin family take a stake in it." The western suburbs? Not only Mother Lin, but even the other socialites gasped in shock upon hearing this. The plot of land in the western suburbs possessed a uniquely advantageous geographical location. It was situated at the core of the transportation hub, connecting every corner of the city. Whether for commercial development, cultural exchange, or population concentration, this place was an indispensable node. In the past, because the capital had not expanded out that way, no one valued that area. That was why the Li family, who had only been in the capital for a few years, managed to contract it. However, recent official documents had explicitly mentioned developing toward the western suburbs, instantly multiplying the value of that land by hundreds of times. Even with just a minor stake, the returns would be enough to make a massive fortune. If the share were even slightly larger, the Lin family's overall scale could easily double or more. They might even stand a chance to graze the bottom tier of top-tier aristocratic families. Are you telling the truth? Mother Lin gazed intently at Mrs. Li with burning eyes. She seemed to have completely forgotten her previous attitude. The remaining socialites curled their lips, secretly muttering that their read of people was dead on. Mother Lin was by far the most mercenary and profit-driven among them. Just a moment ago she was flatly refusing, yet she became tempted the moment she saw such massive profits. Of course it is true, my husband and I do not plan on having any more children, and this youngest son is now our precious treasure. Do you think we would mistreat her if she became our daughter-in-law? Mrs. Li said meaningfully. It is not entirely impossible. Mother Lin's eyes suddenly flickered. Lin Bei was still young, and marrying would take at least 10 years. Mrs. Li's son might not even live until then, so she could completely agree first and make the money. Matters 10 years later could be dealt with 10 years later. If you agree, then I will have to take Lin Bei away first to foster some attachment. Seeming to see through Mother Lin's intentions, Mrs. Li said indifferently. She had already received confirmation from the doctor that although her son indeed had intellectual deficiencies, his body was completely fine, and he could easily live to a normal lifespan. Otherwise, she would never invest such a heavy price to gamble on an unknown answer. Hearing this, Mother Lin hesitated slightly. This meant selling Lin Bei directly to the Li family. In the end, she still felt a shred of softness toward Lin Bei, coupled with Lin Xue's attitude toward the girl. If Lin Xue found out that she had sold Lin Bei off like this, as a mother she had no idea how Lin Xue would react. Listening to the conversation from the side, Lin Bei maintained a completely expressionless face like a porcelain doll without emotion, but the chill and sorrow radiating from her eyes were unmistakably clear. She never expected that Mother Lin, whom she lived with day and night, could treat such a matter as a matter of course. Were there truly no genuine relationships left in this world? Or was everything in this world measurable by value? Sister Lin, you must prepare early. The shares for that piece of land have almost been fully divided, and even though the Li family is the major shareholder, carving out a portion for you is not easy. If you are too late, there will be no chance left. Seeing Mother Lin's attitude waver, Mrs. Li knew this deal was definitely promising. Therefore, her tone became unhurried as she began laying out the pros and cons for Mother Linear. I agree. Just as Mother Lin was swayed by the profits and about to say yes, another voice came from the doorway. I do not agree. Chapter 1257. I do not agree. Lin Xue's face was as cold as frost. Her soft features now looked sharp and ruthless. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gently as she moved. Yet, that flowing posture carried a trace of pent-up fury. Her eyes, once bright as stars, burned with a deep, blazing rage. Her lips were pressed tightly together, corners dipping into a displeased curve. Her rosy lips had turned slightly pale, adding a touch of cold elegance and determination. Her breathing came with a slight tremor, showing the upheaval within. Mom, are you trying to sell Lin Bei? Lin Xue stared straight at Mother Lin, her voice trembling with anger. Oh, my dear niece, what do you mean by sell? Such an ugly word. This is clearly a wonderful thing, Mrs. Li said, looking displeased. Although it was essentially the same as selling Lin Bei to her, she viewed trading the profits of that piece of land for the child as an act of absolute grace. Could a mere child compare to profits in the tens or hundreds of billions? Ridiculous. Isn't your intention to sell Lin Bei to your family? Look at your son. Which of the ladies present would be willing to sell their daughter to your household? Lin Shui pulled Lin Bei behind her, pointed at the other socialites, and spoke coldly. Protected behind Lin Shui, the daze in Lin Bei's eyes dissipated. Looking at Lin Shui, who was not tall, yet shielded her completely from all malice outside, Lin Bei felt only warmth. Lin Shui's words further infuriated Mrs. Li. Glancing at Miss Wang and the others, she noticed they all avoided her gaze, which only stoked her anger. Was Lin Shui trying to humiliate her in front of everyone? Daughter, I think this matter is open to discussion. Can you improve your tone? We are only negotiating right now, nothing is finalized, so we can still talk, Mother Lin urged, seeing Lin Shui's hostile attitude and the imminent collapse of the atmosphere. She still wanted to close this deal. Trading Lin Bei for the equity of that plot of land felt a bit heavy on her conscience, but economically, it was an incredible bargain. How many people were fighting over that land right now? An ordinary person couldn't even touch it. Besides, they could still visit Lin Bei. If Mother Lin had a scale dividing Lin Bei and profit into two sides, Lin Bei's weight in her heart probably wouldn't even equal half of those land shares. Even if I took that land and bought children outside, I could buy countless numbers of them. I only brought this up because Lin Bei is cute, knows her background, and out of respect for Sister Linear. Do you think I'd actually want to trade that land for her otherwise? Mrs. Li sneered, dropping all pretense. It had only been a tentative idea to begin with. If Mother Lin refused, she might have given up. But Mother Lin's attitude clearly showed temptation, making Mrs. Li even more eager. As for Lin Shui, just a rebellious young girl. What was her opinion worth? A female CEO of the Lin family was nothing more than a figurehead. There were countless ways to replace her, and the Lin family didn't only have one daughter. Everyone, let me have a word with my daughter first. Please enjoy some tea. Fearing things would escalate further, Mother Lin quickly instructed the servant to refill the tea, pulling Lin Bei and Lin Shui into a side alcove. Lin Bei, go back to your room. Do not concern yourself with adult matters, Mother Lin commanded coldly. Her heart had hardened completely. She had raised Lin Bei for so long. What was wrong with asking the girl to repay this favor? Besides, sending her to the Li family meant a life of luxury as a young mistress. She wasn't harming her. Ignoring the order, Lin Bei looked straight at Lin Shui. It's fine, go upstairs first. I won't let anyone take you away. Don't worry, Lin Shui crouched down, patted Lin Bei's little head and coaxed her. Okay. Lin Bei nodded without another word, placing all her trust and reliance on the mother figure before her. Deep down, even though she knew Lin Shui wasn't her biological mother, she had always viewed her as one. Once Lin Bei left, Lin Shui's expression shifted from tenderness to pure fury. Mom, what on earth are you doing? How could you send Lin Bei to that Li family? Do you not know their situation? Lin Shui interrogated. Do not lecture me, Mother Lin frowned, dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes. She dodged the question and fell back on maternal authority. Such matters were not meant to be discussed openly. People are trying to snatch our child away, and you expect me to use a polite tone? Lin Shui's voice grew sharp, laden with palpable anger. What do you mean by snatch? Lin Bei is not even your biological daughter. She is the remnant seed left behind by the Yang family. That brother of hers, Ying Chen, is gone. If you don't seize this chance to send her away, what happens if her presence ruins our family later? Mother Lin whispered. So that was your real reason all along. Pain flashed in Lin Shui's eyes, her voice filled with disbelief. She finally understood why Mother Lin agreed to give Lin Bei to the Li family as a child bride for their 10-year-old disabled son who still soiled his pants. For a second, she even considered revealing Gu Junqing's identity to her mother. She wanted to tell her that keeping Gu Junqing happy would instantly dissolve this hidden danger. Instead, Mother Lin's next words froze Lin Shui's heart completely. And what other reason could there be? I value that land, but the survival of the Lin family matters most. That is the Xia family. Back then, the Yang family was 10 times larger than ours, and look what happened. With just a single word, the entire Yang family collapsed overnight. We kept Lin Bei in this house for 5 years. Every single day I walked on thin ice, too afraid to even close my eyes at night, terrified the whole family would be implicated the next morning. This debt of gratitude is more than repaid. What is wrong with asking her to return the favor now? Mother Lin reasoned with her daughter. To her, this was by no means a losing proposition. Not only could she get rid of a ticking time bomb like Lin Bei, but she would also acquire the land plot in the West District. It was 100 times beneficial with zero drawbacks. I do not agree. Mom, we raised Lin Bei for 5 years. Do you not have a shred of affection for her? Are you really willing to push her into that fire pit? Lin Shui still refused to accept this absurd demand. I am. As for you, Lin Shui, you had better marry yourself off soon, or I will chase you out of the Lin family as well. Don't forget who runs things here. Mother Lin dropped all pretense. Pressured and flustered by her daughter's interrogation, she issued an ultimatum. Although Lin Shui was the company's CEO, she did not hold shares in the enterprise. Removing her from her position was a matter of a single word. Mom, you. Lin Shui stared at her mother in sheer disbelief. Me what? Do you doubt my words? Gloomy shadows flashed in Mother Lin's small eyes. Having endured 5 sleepless years, she could harden her heart against anyone, even her own daughter. I am taking Lin Bei right now. Refusing to endure any longer, Lin Shui resolved to leave. You dare. I am warning you, if you dare take Lin Bei out of this house behind my back, you won't take a single thing with you, and I will freeze every single card you own. Mother Lin's voice sharpened into a piercing pitch. Infuriated, that the normally obedient Lin Shui would defy her over Lin Bei. I don't want your things either. Stubborn to the core, Lin Shui ignored everything else. She went upstairs, grabbed Lin Bei's little hand, and walked right out of the Lin residence, slamming the front door behind her. Mother Lin's complexion turned even uglier, left with no choice but to watch her daughter walk away. Until I give the word, that girl is forbidden from stepping foot back in here. Also, freeze all of her cards and replace her position at the company. Completely losing her temper, Mother Lin issued her final instructions to the housekeeper before returning to the group of socialites. She refused to believe that without her cards, Lin Shui could survive well out there with Lin Bei. How did it go? The commotion over there was quite loud. Did Lin Shui refuse? Seeing Mother Lin return in a huff, Mrs. Li and the other socialites asked knowingly, playing dumb for amusement. They had all watched Lin Shui and Lin Bei leave through the window. She refused, Mother Lin said, quite depressed. Oh, that eldest niece of yours has always been stubborn. If not for that, her husband has been missing for 5 years, and she would have found another man by now. Indeed, if she won't share the burden, the whole Lin family rests entirely on your shoulders. Don't let yourself get sick over this. Being cunning socialites who knew how to twist their words to suit the audience, they purposely sided with Mother Lin and criticized Lin Shui. Their flattery made Mother Lin feel somewhat validated, amplifying her sense of how heavy her daily burdens truly were. Sigh, my daughter is simply too unreasonable. Whatever, once she runs out of money and has nowhere to go in a few days, she will crawl right back. Mother Lin waved a hand dismissively. Come, open another bottle of fine wine. Mrs. Li, is what we discussed earlier still valid? If Lin Bei really becomes a child bride for your family, are you truly willing to? Mother Lin steered the conversation back to Mrs. Li's proposal. Of course. Furthermore, our families can cooperate sincerely and form a strategic alliance. Mrs. Li smiled demurely, acting as if she hadn't just been furious with Lin Shui moments ago. Then we must discuss the details properly. Lin Shui will definitely bring Lin Bei back in a few days. Mother Lin beamed with joy. Being able to eliminate a hidden threat while securing a massive profit all at once felt utterly perfect. Chapter 1258. Lin Shui angrily led Lin Bei out of the Lin family estate. Initially, she was fueled by anger, but after walking a long distance, a hint of confusion began to show. She realized that apart from bringing Lin Bei along, she had brought absolutely nothing else with her. Her phone, bank cards, and jewelry. She had not brought a single item. Realizing her predicament, Lin Shui could not help but fall into deep thought. Should she sneak back and grab a few things? However, her mother would definitely have the butler, and the others stop her. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shui felt a wave of helplessness in her heart. Actually, taking the bank cards would be useless anyway since she knew her mother well. When her mother said she would freeze her cards, she meant it. Noticing that Lin Shui had suddenly stopped walking with a bewildered and helpless expression, Lin Bei asked softly, "What is wrong?" Lin Shui turned her head and looked at Lin Bei's tender face, a warm surge welling up in her heart. She tried to make her expression look a bit more relaxed, smiling as she told Lin Bei, "It is nothing, just that we did not bring anything out with us, so things might be a bit difficult from now on." Although Lin Bei was young, she could still feel Lin Shui's current helplessness and worry. She thought for a moment, then earnestly said to Lin Shui, "Mom, it does not matter. As long as the two of us are together, I am not afraid of anything, and I will be obedient, so I will not cause you trouble. Besides, I also have money, enough for us to live on for a long time." There were quite a few wealthy children at school, and their money was easier to make than anyone else's. For instance, this time when she failed to take first place, she still earned over 20,000 yuan. Normally, she would help others with their homework, or let them copy her test papers. While she wouldn't call it striking it rich, it was more than enough to support herself and Lin Shui. She had always been preparing herself for the possibility of being driven out of the Lin family. Therefore, her heart harbored no worries or melancholy. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Lin Shui felt a warmth fill her heart. She squatted down, gently stroked Lin Bei's head, and said softly, "Thank you, Bai Bei. With you by my side, I really am not afraid of anything. Let us go find a place to settle down first, and then we will figure something out. As for the money, I will figure something out." How could Lin Shui possibly believe that a 7 or 8-year-old child could have that much money? Even if she saved up all the pocket money given to her since childhood, how much could it possibly be? Furthermore, she hadn't given Lin Bei all that much money in the first place. There were only small rewards whenever her exam results were good. Besides, relying on a child for support would be far too embarrassing. "Miss Lin, why are you and Xiaobei here?" Just as Lin Shui resolved to create a living environment for Lin Bei on her own, a man's voice rang out in surprise. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Shui could not help but raise her head, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. A tall and straight figure appeared within the shadows at the street corner. He wore a well-tailored black trench coat with the collar slightly open to reveal a white shirt inside, maintaining a simple yet elegant look. His steady and powerful strides felt like a knight descending from the heavens, each step seemingly falling to the rhythm of a heartbeat and causing people to unconsciously hold their breath. As he gradually drew closer, a face as handsome as a deity slowly came into view before Lin Shui and Lin Bei. "Mr. Gu, why are you here?" Lin Shui asked with some confusion. Gu Junqing stepped forward, sweeping his gaze between Lin Shui and Lin Bei before saying gently, "I just happened to pass by here, and did not expect to run into you." "Miss Lin, where are you headed?" You both seem rather in a hurry. At the same time, his eyes flickered slightly since he had already instructed his men to keep a close eye on the Lin family's movements. After all, this was part of the plot. Upon learning that Lin Shui had been driven out of her home, he had rushed out to intercept her. He wanted to avoid a scenario where the two of them genuinely ended up staying in a doghouse or somewhere similar. Lin Shui sighed and briefly recounted what had just happened to Gu Junqing. Hearing this, Gu Junqing furrowed his brows and fell silent for a moment before saying, "Miss Lin, if you do not mind, I can help you find a place to settle down first. You can stay at my place for the time being, and as for other matters, we can figure them out slowly." Hearing this, Lin Shui felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she looked into Gu Junqing's sincere eyes, a warm surge welling up in her heart. She knew Gu Junqing had always been very good to her and Lin Bei, but she never expected him to extend a helping hand at a time like this. "Junqing, how could I impose like this? You have already helped me a great deal," Lin Shui said with some hesitation. For a woman with a child to move into a man's home, if outsiders were to find out, goodness knows what kind of things they would say. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed rather inappropriate. Gu Junqing interrupted her and smiled as he said, "Miss Lin, our paths crossing means we share some fate. There is no need to talk about favors and helping out. But wouldn't it be somewhat inconvenient between the two of us as a man and a woman?" Lin Shui tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible. She was not worried that Gu Junqing might try to do anything to her, but rather that she and Lin Bei moving in might bring about some negative impact for him. Take those two women on the cruise ship, for instance, Ji Hanyan and Lu Qingyi. If they found out that Gu Junqing had taken in a mother-daughter pair, heaven knows what they would think. If an unmarried male college student like me is not worried, what are you worrying about? Gu Junqing deliberately spoke in a joking tone. Hearing this, Lin Shui could not help but crack a smile. Filled with gratitude, Lin Shui nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then thank you very much. I cannot afford rent right now, but I can work for you." "Work? Is it the kind of work I am thinking of?" Gu Junqing muttered inwardly to himself. However, since he was here to play the role of a savior providing timely assistance, he naturally wouldn't say anything so tasteless. Gu Junqing smiled, waved his hand, glanced at Lin Bei, and said with a smile, "Think nothing of it. Let us get Xiao Bei settled down first." Lin Bei silently stared at Gu Junqing for a long while. She finally squeezed out a single phrase, "Thank you." Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, then stepped forward to pinch her smooth, tender cheek, and said with amusement, "You did not say thank you when I went to your parent-teacher conference today." "Junqing, you seem to like Xiao Bei a lot?" Lin Shui had finally figured it out. Between her and Lin Bei, Gu Junqing seemed to favor Lin Bei even more. A stunning beauty with a tall, graceful figure actually lost out in appeal to a mere child. This realization left Lin Shui somewhat confused and surprised. She had once thought that with her own beauty and elegance, she could become the focal point of attention wherever she went. She never expected that in the eyes of a man like Gu Junqing, she was less important than Lin Bei. This realization made Lin Shui want to laugh a little, feeling a mixture of relief and a faint sense of loss. Chapter 1259. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Junqing brought Lin Shui and Lin Bei back to his newly purchased villa. Once the servants had prepared 2 rooms for Lin Shui to settle in, the three of them sat down together to eat and discuss the future. "What are your plans next, Lin Shui? Do you still intend to return to the Lin family?" Gu Junqing's question left Lin Shui feeling somewhat lost. In truth, she had no idea what to do next. Mother Lin's intentions had been made abundantly clear, and bringing Lin Bei back to the family would only mean the child was used as a bargaining chip for profit. Until Mother Lin abandoned that notion, she would never take Lin Bei back there. Deep down, resentment still lingered in her heart. She had worked so hard purely to keep Mother Lin satisfied with her and Lin Bei. Yet what had she received in return? Her position as CEO was stripped away with a single word from her mother, and Lin Bei was almost sold off to that simpleton. Sensing Lin Shui's hesitation, Gu Junqing offered some comfort. "It is fine even if you don't go back. I probably won't live here permanently anyway, and having you stay here saves me from hiring someone to clean regularly. Is young Master Gu treating me like a servant then?" Lin Shui chuckled softly upon hearing that. Hearing her remark, Gu Junqing could not help but laugh out loud. "How could that be? I am merely praising your diligence, and with you looking after the house, I feel completely at ease." Ever since arriving at the house, seemingly unwilling to be a freeloader, Lin Shui had constantly vied to do chores, even preparing this very meal herself. That was why he praised her work ethic. "With you looking after the house." A faint blush crept across Lin Shui's face at those words. Looking at the standard configuration of one man, one woman, and a child, it truly bore a striking resemblance to family life. Furthermore, she could genuinely feel that warm, familial atmosphere. This was the exact kind of life she yearned for. Sitting quietly to the side, Lin Bei watched the two of them chat and laugh without interrupting or causing trouble, simply shoveling rice into her mouth without even touching the side dishes. "Eat more vegetables." Seeing this, Gu Junqing and Lin Shui subconsciously picked up food for Lin Bei at the exact same time. Their chopsticks even collided midair. Lin Shui stared blankly at Gu Junqing for a moment, only to find that he was looking back at her without avoiding her gaze, causing a blush to instantly crawl up her cheeks as she quickly lowered her head to suppress her wildly beating heart. Ding. The host has made female lead Lin Shui's heart flutter, granting a reward of 5,000 villain points. Ding. The host has made female lead Lin Shui's heart flutter, granting a reward of 5,000 villain points. It seems a warm family environment is precisely what Lin Shui desires. Seeing Lin Shui's reaction, Gu Junqing thought to himself. However, since this was still their very first meal together, he knew better than to push his advance too aggressively. After all, Lin Shui clearly possessed a certain moral baseline. Otherwise, she would never have continued raising Lin Bei, Yang Chen's biological sister, all this time. Seducing a married woman required patience and a measured pace. Noticing the situation, Gu Junqing spoke up. Tell me, Lin Shui, since you mentioned that your mother is stripping you of your position at the Lin Group, have you thought about what you want to do next? Lin Shui was slightly stunned, realizing she had not yet considered that question. Ever since her mother mentioned removing her, she had been trapped in a fog of confusion and loss without much planning for the future. Seeing her reaction, Gu Junqing continued, if you are willing, I can help arrange a new job for you. Of course, if you have your own ideas, you can tell me, and I will do my best to support you since you still have a child to raise. He knew very well that Lin Shui was an immensely proud and headstrong person. Otherwise, according to the plot, she would not have refused to apologize to her mother even when driven to a dead end. After all, she was Mother Lin's biological daughter, and no matter how much she defied her wishes, blood ties still mattered. If she simply lowered her head and apologized, she would never have been reduced to living in destitution. Lin Shui looked at Gu Junqing with gratitude, knowing he was helping her with absolute sincerity. After pondering for a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke up. Actually, I have always dreamed of starting my own company. Hearing this, a flash of admiration crossed Gu Junqing's eyes as he nodded in approval. Very well, I can help you register the company and provide financial and resource support, though the actual operation and management will still depend on you. Hearing Gu Junqing's proposal, the excitement in Lin Shui's heart was indescribable. She had never liked the family-style corporate structure and management of the Lin Group. Whatever she tried to do was bound by countless constraints and interference. Even an assistant beside her might turn out to be an uncle or elder, making it impossible to even raise her voice when scolding someone for fear of accidentally disrespecting a family member. Corruption and bribery were everyday occurrences there. If not for those hurdles, she truly believed her capability could have pushed the Lin Group to even greater heights. Founding her own company was a dream she had harbored for a long time, but due to various reasons, she had never been able to realize it. Now, with Gu Junqing's support, she felt as though she finally saw the dawn of her dream becoming reality. Junqing, are you truly willing to help me? Lin Shui asked, barely daring to believe it. Gu Junqing smiled and nodded. Of course, I said I would support you, and I believe you will definitely succeed. Lin Shui cast a grateful glance at Gu Junqing, her heart filled with confidence and determination. She knew this opportunity did not come easily, and she had to seize it firmly to at least avoid disappointing his expectations. I am finished eating. Lin Bei put down her bowl and chopsticks, her childish voice breaking the quietness at the dining table. She looked up, her clear, big eyes gazing at Gu Junqing and Lin Shui. Then go play. I have placed many dolls in your room for you to enjoy, Gu Junqing told her. There is also a swimming pool on the third floor if you wish to swim. Gu Junqing's words caused Lin Bei to curl her lip in childish disdain. How childish, I stopped playing with those when I was 3. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly, and shifted his gaze to Lin Shui, only to find a helpless expression on her face as well. You don't need to worry about her, young Master Gu, she really doesn't play with dolls anymore. Whenever I bought them for her in the past, this little one would call me childish too. Lin Shui gave a light chuckle. By now, Lin Shui was no longer afraid that Lin Bei might offend Gu Junqing. She felt that even if she accidentally offended Gu Junqing herself, Lin Bei certainly wouldn't. Yet she had never figured out what exactly Gu Junqing liked about Lin Bei. Any notion of anything inappropriate was something she had dismissed out of hand long ago. Because there was entirely zero trace of vulgar desire within Gu Junqing's eyes, only the deep affection one would reserve for a younger family member. Could it be? Thinking back on all her encounters with Gu Junqing since they met, a bold hypothesis suddenly formed in her mind. However, she still dared not confirm it, and decided she needed to observe a bit longer. The sunlight beat down relentlessly on every corner outside Gu Junqing's villa, yet shadowed corners and thick bushes inevitably remained untouched by its rays. At this very moment, 2 men were stationed within the shrubbery and a lush tree outside the estate. They wore dark camouflage uniforms and wide-brimmed hats, their faces covered by specialized masks that revealed only a pair of vigilant and sharp eyes. Positioned in hidden spots around the villa like agile cheetahs, the 2 of them quietly observed every single movement inside. Their figures flickered in and out of view amidst the foliage and bushes, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. One of the watchers held a compact communication device and wore a tiny earpiece, maintaining constant contact with his companion. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, constantly sweeping across the villa's doors, windows, and balconies in search of any potential clues or anomalies. The other observer used a pair of binoculars to meticulously examine the interior situation of the villa. His breathing was steady and deep, as though he had melted into the surrounding air. Through the lenses of his binoculars, his vision seemed to pierce straight through the walls to inspect everything within. Working in seamless coordination to back each other up, they formed a flawless surveillance network. Their nerves remained tightly wound, ready at a moment's notice to handle any unexpected developments. Sister-in-law and the young miss are eating with that man, and though his back is to the light so I can't read his lips, judging by their lip movements, everything appears normal. The man holding the binoculars whispered softly, "Could sister-in-law really be staying at another man's house? Surely she isn't cheating on the boss, but that guy looks so ridiculously handsome that even I wouldn't be able to resist if I were a woman." The other man muttered with a troubled expression, "Even as a man, I am struggling to hold my ground." The man with the binoculars muttered under his breath, "Hey, if sister-in-law really does stray, I won't even blame her, though I seriously want to punch that annoying mother-in-law of hers." The other man continued, "Indeed, who would have thought sister-in-law could get chased out by that annoying old hag? And the boss is something else. If I were him, I would have rushed back ages ago to put that woman firmly in her place." Then again, it is also because sister-in-law is simply too good of a person. She refused to remarry after the boss went missing for 5 years, waiting for him all this time, while raising his younger sister. Women as devoted as her are truly rare nowadays. Then why did you just say she might be cuckolding the boss? His companion retorted, "All right, stop messing around. Even though their relationship looks normal on the surface, something still feels off about it, so should we report this to the boss? How are we even supposed to phrase that? Are we supposed to tell him that sister-in-law moved into another man's house along with his own little sister?" Hearing this, both men grew rather distressed. In truth, not only they, but even Yang Chen away in the war zone had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of Lin Shui falling for someone else. However, since Yang Chen still had a biological sister to consider, they had been dispatched specifically to protect Lin Bei. Yet upon learning later that Lin Shui had never broken off her engagement with Yang Chen, and had single-handedly raised Lin Bei for 5 years, Yang Chen had been deeply moved. He directly ordered personnel to secretly monitor and ensure their safety. Still, to avoid alerting the Xia family, Yang Chen had instructed them not to step in unless absolutely necessary. Yet now that sister-in-law had moved into another man's house with no telling what might happen tonight, what else could they possibly do? "We should probably mention this to the boss anyway. If he really gets cuckolded behind his back, he will skin us alive." The man standing on the treetop peering through binoculars muttered in a low voice. Chapter 1260. What are we supposed to do now? Are we really going to tell the god of war that his wife and his younger sister have moved into another man's house together? If we do that, we will probably both get skinned alive. The two men conversed while keeping a close eye on Lin Shui's movements. Given the current situation, they lacked any good options. They had no choice but to keep watch over Lin Shui and ensure she was at least not bullied by that man. The moment that man dared to make any improper moves or sneak into Lin Shui's room at night, they would have no choice but to report it or intervene by force. In the past, they had more or less thwarted all the men who tried to go on blind dates with the sister-in-law. Yet these circumstances had somehow led to the eldest brother's sister being misunderstood by the sister-in-law's mother. This made him feel somewhat guilty as well. "Huzi, you know, big brother Yang is something else. How could he comfortably walk away for 5 years, leaving behind such a gorgeous wife without sending back a single piece of news? He really is not afraid of his wife remarrying. On top of that, he had to conceal his life, death, and identity. If he had just revealed a tiny bit, or sent some money back, that annoying hag of a mother-in-law would not be forcing his wife to remarry every single day." The man holding the binoculars sighed with emotion. After being dispatched to secretly protect Lin Shui and Lin Bei, he had specifically investigated some matters concerning the Lin family. Therefore, he understood Mother Lin's despicable nature all too well. In his view, Yang Chen's act of playing the pig to eat the tiger served no real purpose. To deal with someone like Mother Lin, one should simply use money and power to dazzle her so she would no longer dare meddle in the affairs between Lin Shui and Yang Chen. Huzi, why are not you saying anything? I told you to keep an eye on the surrounding security and you just fell asleep on me?" The camo-clad man lying in the treetop and monitoring Junqing's movements shouted repeatedly. Growing impatient when his companion failed to respond, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Even if he went to the restroom, his partner would never stay silent for this long. A knot tightened in his chest as he immediately pulled the binoculars away from his eyes and looked down toward the bushes beneath the tree. Huzi, who should have been lurking down there, was completely gone. Huzi. He dared not shout out loud, calling out in a low voice laden with panic. He hurriedly leaped down from the tree and rushed to the edge of the brush. However, apart from flattened footprints, the bushes were entirely empty. An ominous premonition welled up inside him, and he knew Huzi must have run into trouble. He swept his gaze around in an attempt to find any possible clues. Yet the surroundings remained dead silent, with only the merciless sunlight spilling across the land. Despite the blistering heat and bright daylight, a chill crept over his entire body. A grown man had simply vanished without a trace. "Is this the kind of equipment you use for communication?" Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from right behind the camo-clad man. Whipping around in shock, the man saw an elderly stranger in a black suit standing nearby, holding their communication device and seemingly inspecting it. Alarmed, the camo-clad man instantly tensed up. He clenched his fists, preparing to react to any sudden development. "Who are you? Where is Huzi?" he demanded in a deep voice, locking his gaze onto the other person. "Humph, do you think your companion is anywhere to be found now that I have dismantled this gadget? Speak up, who sent you, and who are you monitoring?" The old man sneered, casually tossing the communication device aside, while a hint of playful mockery flickered in his eyes. "Huzi was dead. And he died without making a sound. How could that be possible? A jolt of shock pierced through the camo-clad man. Both he and Hyuzu were battle-hardened veterans who had clawed their way through the military zones. Even mid-grade martial artists weren't necessarily their match, yet Hyuzu had perished just like that. Forget it. I can just capture you and get the answers anyway. Hearing this, the camo-clad man grew even more vigilant, focusing entirely on the old man's figure. However, the old man made no move to strike immediately, instead beginning to pace slowly toward him as if relishing a cat-and-mouse game. Anxiety flared within the man as he realized Hyuzu's fate was unknown, while he now faced a formidable enemy. He knew he could afford no further hesitation or lapses in judgment. Drawing a deep breath, he tried his best to calm himself down. Seeing that this seemingly elegant old man showed zero alertness toward him, he decided to strike first. If he could capture this old man, he might be able to interrogate him about Hyuzu or use him as leverage. Old man, do not blame me. Muscles bulging across his entire frame, the camo-clad man charged furiously toward the old man and threw a punch straight at his face. Did I hit him? A surge of joy flashed through the man's mind. Yet in the very next instant, he discovered that the old man, who should have taken the punch, had vanished completely out of thin air. Such speed! He is a grandmaster. The man's pupils constricted sharply, but the moment that realization formed in his mind, his consciousness already faded away. As it turned out, the elder had effortlessly sidestepped the attack, his figure flickering as he appeared directly behind the camo-clad man. With a gentle sweep of his hand, a surge of kinetic force slammed into the back of the man's neck. Without even sparing a glance at the collapsed brute, the elder elegantly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away any trace from his hand. At that moment, several figures abruptly materialized around the elder. Drag him away for a thorough interrogation. Find out which household is spying on the young master. And since you allowed someone to sneak this close to this location, all of you go take your punishment. The elder spoke coldly to the group. Understood. Not daring to offer a single word of debate, the men dragged away the unconscious man along with the other operative the elder had previously knocked out in the shrubbery. Once everything was handled, the elder walked into the villa with a warm smile on his face. The servants inside the villa respectfully bowed and addressed him as the butler upon seeing him. The elder nodded to each of them in turn before walking to Junqing's room to respectfully report the incident. Young Master Gu, those two people have been captured. We haven't managed to extract their origins yet, but they move with professional training and are clearly no ordinary people. Understood. You may leave. Junqing gave a slight nod. He had noticed someone keeping watch for a while now, but he simply hadn't cared. They were most likely sent by that god of war, Yang Chen, to protect Lin Shui and Lin Bei. At best, they were just a couple of small-time pawns. However, this could potentially alert the enemy and disrupt the timeline of Yang Chen's return to the city. That meant he would have to carefully recalibrate his approach. Take his relationship with Lin Shui and Lin Bei. For instance, he had originally planned to let the god of war witness how eagerly his own wife threw herself into another man's arms once the plot commenced. Judging by the current pace, maintaining the previous schedule might prove somewhat difficult. However, given Lin Shui's current level of affection toward him, it would only take pouring a little more fuel on the fire. Chapter 1261. Yang Chen, far away in the combat zone, quickly received the news. You are telling me that the men I sent to protect Shuer and Beer have mysteriously vanished? Yang Chen stared at the informant before him, burning with fury. Yes, the informant stammered in fear. The combat zone experienced battles and deaths almost every single day, and Yang Chen had already captured the majority of its territory. This was especially true after he ordered an all-out push into enemy lands regardless of the cost. Although his subordinates suffered heavy casualties, his influence grew increasingly vast, bringing him to the brink of complete unification. In this environment, Yang Chen's personal demeanor and presence grew progressively fierce and cold. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through every lie and hypocrisy. This was a stark contrast to the weak and incompetent Yang Chen who had first entered the combat zone. Investigate this thoroughly and find out what happened. Yang Chen's voice was as cold as frost, sending an involuntary shiver through the informant. The informant hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement, knowing Yang Chen's temper too well to slack off in the slightest. Yang Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Lin Shui and Lin Bei had become the most important people in his life, and he could not tolerate them suffering even the slightest harm. Yet now, the men he dispatched to protect them had inexplicably vanished, fueling his intense rage. He secretly vowed that whoever was pulling the strings behind this incident would pay a heavy price. Could those factions in the combat zone still be restless? Yang Chen's eyes were as deep as an abyss as he coldly pondered this thought. Were God, there is a female were God selling nuclear bombs outside, who wants to challenge you. Should we intercept her? At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report. The combat zone teemed with prisoners, fugitives, soldiers, and mercenaries, a chaotic mix of every kind of person and profession. Furthermore, with the entire region in absolute turmoil, someone seen yesterday might easily be beaten to death by someone else today. The combat zone was practically a synonym for chaos and disorder. Consequently, most individuals adopted striking code names to either intimidate enemies or commemorate something. Names like Cobra, Tequila, or Jin were common. Otherwise, people might forget them by the very next day. However, Yang Chen's title of war god was forged through his own bare hands, and the name Kirin war god struck terror across the entire combat zone. A female war god selling nuclear bombs? What kind of strange name is that? Yang Chen was left somewhat speechless. Although the code names people chose in the combat zone were bizarre, this was the first time he had heard one so eccentric. Yet, this was not the first time he had heard rumors of this person. This female war god possessed immense strength, was rumored to be exceptionally beautiful, with a stunning figure, and loved challenging powerhouses everywhere. She was undeniably a formidable expert of considerable might. Still, in a chaotic and challenging place like the combat zone, every day brimmed with unknowns and variables, Yang Chen believed that as long as he maintained vigilance and composure, nothing could block his path forward. I can. Yang Chen started to stand up to meet this female war god, who sold nuclear bombs. Before he could move, several more subordinates rushed in frantically. War god, Zero territory is in critical danger. War god, Kun territory is under critical threat. Hearing reports of emergencies across various regions, Yang Chen sighed inwardly. Their recent attacks had been too frequent, sparking a backlash from nearly every faction across the combat zone. Even territories previously conquered faced constant harassment. Behind those individuals stood the support of various nations, making complete subjugation an arduous task. Nobody wanted a unified combat zone. Yet with Lin Shui and Lin Bei's situation unclear at the moment, his heart remained restless if he failed to return quickly. Therefore, unifying the combat zone at all costs took absolute priority. I will personally visit Zero territory. Tell that female war god selling nuclear bombs to come back next time. Yang Chen strode out of the command tent without looking back. Yes. The subordinates acknowledged the order and withdrew. Meanwhile, outside Yang Chen's territory beneath a tall perimeter wall, stood a woman with an upright posture and smooth lines that clearly hinted at a wonderful figure. Her face was concealed by a mask shaped to perfectly fit her facial contours. Extending from her forehead all the way down to her jaw, the mask left exposed only a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Among the many powerhouses of the combat zone, her mask had become her most unique hallmark. This mask was not mere decoration, but a symbol of her identity. Even though she appeared to be a seemingly delicate woman, Yang Chen's guards standing atop the wall watched her with strict vigilance, keeping their firearms aimed directly at her head. Though they knew firearms held little utility against this woman, the weapons provided the only scraps of psychological comfort they had left. Every single guard raised their alertness to the maximum, because this woman had already established a fearsome reputation. Once, a man who admired her physique dared to make a few flirtatious remarks, only to have his neck snapped on the spot. Rumors claimed his death was extremely miserable, and after numerous such incidents, almost no one dared to provoke her verbally again. That alone might have been manageable, but this woman was also a certified battle maniac, who frequently challenged others. Furthermore, she never showed mercy even after winning, completely lacking restraint in her attacks. Anyone she challenged ended up either crippled or beaten straight to death. At first, nobody believed a woman could kill so many people, but after several renowned masters were slain on the spot, people throughout the combat zone avoided her area entirely upon spotting her tracks. Since individual combat failed, it was not as if people had never chosen to swarm her in groups. A certain gathering leader once refused her challenge out of wounded pride and ordered dozens of subordinates to surround and attack her, yet she still managed to break through and escape. Later on, the entire gathering was wiped out within a single day. Subsequent inspections revealed that every single person had succumbed to potent poison. From that day forward, no one dared underestimate her because she was unquestionably a Grandmaster tier expert, as well as a ruthless poison master. Consequently, even Yang Chen's subordinates preferred not to cross this woman. No one survived alone in the combat zone without possessing genuine strength. Female war god who sells nuclear bombs, our boss is not here. You should come back next time. One of Yang Chen's subordinates shouted down from a distance to the woman with the bizarre moniker. Not here? Could it be that he is scared? Standing quietly beneath the wall, she peered through the slits of her mask to lock eyes directly with the guards above. Her gaze was deep and icy, and though her exterior appeared calm, the surrounding atmosphere grew intensely heavy. The guards exchanged nervous glances, reading terror and unease in each other's eyes. They knew the woman standing before them was not someone they could afford to provoke lightly. A clear note of skepticism laced the female war god's voice. My boss is not afraid of anyone. A stronghold is facing an emergency right now, so he went there personally. Come back another day. Even though their boss was being questioned, the subordinates recruited by Yang Chen dared not show disrespect, speaking in a hurried rush. Sensing that these guards were not lying, the female war god let out a slight sigh. She had originally planned to fight the legendary strongest fighter here before leaving the combat zone. To her disappointment, the opponent was occupied. She could only chalk it up to a missed opportunity and harbor a lingering regret. Without further hesitation, the female war god turned and walked away. Seeing her depart, Yang Chen's guards collectively exhaled in relief. With Yang Chen absent, none of them possessed the confidence to defeat this woman. The combat zone was a world steeped in gunpowder smoke and blood. Thick smog choked the sky, blocking sunlight from piercing the dense black clouds, casting the entire region into gloom and oppression. The ground was pockmarked and fractured from artillery bombardments. Striding southward for roughly dozens of kilometers across the combat zone, the female war god finally halted upon spotting a helicopter. She stood beside the chopper in silence, a trace of faint melancholy lingering in her heart. Her sorrow stemmed not merely from knowing she was about to leave this chaotic and challenging world for a brand new place. The primary reason was, why on earth could I not find a single husband material who can actually fight here? The female war god looked at the helicopter with a depressed expression. The combat zone was hyped up as legendary, with every single person rumored to be exceptionally savage. Yet judging by reality, they were just a bunch of cowards. Did they really panic just because she punched someone's head around 180 degrees? Were they really scared by corpses poisoned in various ways? Were they even real men when she, a mere woman, felt no fear at all? Furthermore, why couldn't a single person defeat her and conquer her heart? Fourth sister, if you ever dare run off to such a dangerous place again, I swear I will break your legs. At that moment, the helicopter door flew open, and before anyone stepped out, a deep, powerful, and furious female voice rang out. Hee hee, second sister, don't scare me. You can't even beat me. The female war god chuckled playfully. Then I'll get eldest sister to beat you instead. Emerging from the aircraft was none other than second sister Ji Hanyan, the very person who had told Gu Junqing she was leaving due to urgent matters. Who knows where eldest sister ran off to? That untrustworthy person probably sneaked off to some mountain corner and went off the grid again. The female war god curled her lips in a fearless display of defiance. If eldest sister hears you talking like that, she will string you up and beat you. Also, Ji-won, take off that mask. Do you have any idea how worried your sisters were when you ran off to a place like this? Ji Hanyan glared at her troublesome younger sister. Among her 5 younger sisters, this one had been the most reckless since childhood. She caused trouble everywhere she went without a moment's rest. Oh, scolded by Ji Hanyan, Ji-won pouted slightly, but obediently removed her mask. An exquisite little face instantly revealed itself. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, and her clear eyes resembled deep, icy winter lakes. A heroic aura radiated between her brows, preventing anyone from taking her lightly. She had cropped her hair short, yet as it fluttered in the wind, it added an extra layer of elegance and agility. Her posture was straight with fluid lines, every inch of her radiating strength and aesthetic beauty. Chapter 1262. Ji Hanyan remained furious that her 4th younger sister, Ji-won, had gone to the battle zone without permission. On the flight back to the capital, Ji-won kept trying to start conversations, but Ji Hanyan clearly had no desire to entertain her. Second sister, say something. Don't ignore me. Ji-won tugged on Ji Hanyan's arm and acted coquettishly. Is a place like that somewhere a young woman should go? Unable to stand the noise any longer, Ji Hanyan shot her an angry glare. Second sister, you're the best. Those weaklings in the battle zone don't treat me like a woman. It's a miracle they don't treat me like a ghost. Now you're the only one who still treats me like a lady. Hearing this, Ji-won's eyes lit up as she immediately threw herself onto Ji Hanyan and whined playfully. She even mumbled, second sister, you smell so good. Among the 7 sisters, the eldest never interfered with anything. Everyone respected and admired her far more than feeling a sense of attached affection, and whenever danger arose, she always stood guard in front of her sisters. On the other hand, the second sister played more of a maternal role, managing not only their daily necessities and housing, but also their food, clothing, and entertainment. When it came to acting spoiled, they only ever dared to do it with Ji Hanyan. Ha! Ji Hanyan let out a cold laugh. Do you have any idea what the battle zone is? It is a gathering place for the strongest experts from all nations. If anything had happened to you as a young woman, how would I explain it to the eldest sister and the others? A hint of reproach laced Ji Hanyan's tone, though worry outweighed everything else. Upon learning the news, she had nearly wanted to force her way into the battle zone to drag her back. However, communication signals simply did not exist in the battle zone. Unless Ji-won actively sent someone to contact her, reaching out was impossible. She could only keep worrying about Ji-won's safety in her heart. Hearing this, the smile on Ji-won's face gradually faded. She lowered her head and whispered, second sister, I know you worry about me, but I also have my own dreams and pursuits. I don't want to spend my life living in the city, because that kind of life is too boring, and I also want to find a man who can beat me in a fight. I don't know if that old fogey of a master calculated things too accurately, but after all these years, none of us 7 sisters can find a single satisfactory man. I'm almost 30 years old, and if I don't find someone soon, I'll practically be going through menopause. Ji-won sighed, a somewhat melancholic look in her eyes. Heaven knows how badly she wanted to find a man who could satisfy her, but unfortunately, even in the battle zone, hardly anyone could defeat her. The ones who could beat her were either 70 or 80 years old, or looked way too ugly. Even if she were willing, she could guarantee that her stunning younger sisters certainly wouldn't be satisfied. It was only because that so-called Kylan god of war had recently usurped her title that she wanted to go and test his level. To her surprise, the opponent never even showed his face. In that case, there was no need for her to stay there any longer. Forget it, forget it. As long as you came back safely, it's fine. It's been a long time since you saw your younger sisters, and they all miss you very much. Ji Hanyan rubbed her temples with a slight headache and spoke slowly. She genuinely felt somewhat mentally exhausted. Not a single one of these younger sisters ever gave her peace of mind. Well, that's great. Delighted, Ji-won pulled out her phone. Discovering that signal had returned, she immediately found the Seven Sisters group chat to send a message. In the battle zone, her phone could only serve as a compass. Now that she had finally emerged, she could finally reach out to them. Pulling out her phone, Ji-won first leaned close to Ji Hanyan, and the two women snapped a selfie together, which she promptly posted in the Seven Fairies chat group. Female god of war who sells nukes, photo.jpg. I really am not a superstar, oh? So someone who went missing for ages finally decides to show up? Technology is the primary productive force. The last time I saw fourth sister speak was the time before last. Young and beautiful little girl, wah wah wah. Fourth sister, you're finally back. I've missed you so much, and I haven't seen you in forever. Female god of war who sells nukes. Hee hee, seventh sister, I've missed you too. But the title you picked is really useful. Whenever I drop fourth sister's moniker, nobody dares not to be afraid. Single-minded about money, zero interest in romance. Is that because the name is good? Isn't it because of your formidable strength, fourth sister? Female god of war who sells nukes. Fifth sister makes a fair point. Female god of war who sells nukes. By the way, has everyone found boyfriends yet? Fourth sister is asking for recommendations. I really am not a superstar. Nope. Technology is the primary productive force. Nope. Young and beautiful little girl. Nope. Single-minded about money. Zero interest in romance. Nope. Seeing the identical responses flood the chat, the four of them fell collectively silent for a moment before frantically recalling their messages. Yet upon suddenly realizing that all four of them had recalled their messages at the same time, an awkward silence fell once again. Regarding the concealment of Junqing's existence, they shared an uncanny telepathic synchronicity. A moment later, Ji-won noticed that all her younger sisters had retracted their messages, prompting a hint of suspicion. Female god of war who sells nukes, did you all plan this out in advance? Are you trying to trick me? Did you guys find? I really am not a superstar. How could we ever trick you, fourth sister? You're overthinking it. Young and beautiful little girl. Exactly. Who among us would dare try to trick fourth sister? We wouldn't want to live anymore. Single-minded about money. Zero interest in romance. Don't overthink it, fourth sister. Fifth sister guarantees we aren't lying to you. Sitting nearby and watching the chat unfold on her own phone, Ji Hanyan couldn't help casting a sidelong glance at Ji-won. Among all the sisters, Ji-won wielded even more authority than her second eldest self. Everyone knew that even if Ji Hanyan punished them, she wouldn't go overboard, at most resorting to spanking or similar light measures, with the torment being mostly psychological. But with Ji-won, actual violence was guaranteed. She consistently adhered to the maxim that beating is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. The rest of these younger sisters had frequently been beaten half to death by her. Female god of war who sells nukes, as long as you aren't lying to me. If I find out otherwise, you all know the consequences. Smug emoticon. Single-minded about money. Zero interest in romance. Silence. Young and beautiful little girl. Silence. I really am not a superstar. Silence. Technology is the primary productive force. Silence. Haha, these younger sisters of mine are way too funny. Ji-won let out a hearty laugh. Alright, stop teasing those silly sisters of yours. They're foolish enough as it is. Keep teasing them and they'll get even dumber. Ji Hanyan shook her head helplessly. The corners of Ji-won's lips curled upward into a smug smile. She knew her younger sisters feared her, but precisely because of that fear, their bonds grew all the tighter. Watching from the side, Ji Hanyan couldn't help smiling as well. She knew Ji-won's personality all too well, and understood this dynamic of mutual teasing and bantering. Although the seven sisters possessed vastly different personalities, the affection binding them together was utterly profound. Alright, that's enough messing around. Ji Hanyan broke the silence in the group chat. We are almost home. Make sure to get some good rest once we return. Second sister is right. I'm practically dead tired. Nodding, Ji-won tucked away her phone, leaned against Ji Hanyan's shoulder, and closed her eyes. Throughout the journey, the two exchanged no further words, yet their mutual tacit understanding and warmth only deepened. They knew that no matter what difficulties or challenges awaited them in the future, as long as the seven sisters stood together, nothing could block their path forward. Chapter 1263. Junqing was obviously unaware of the fourth sister's impending return. However, he was currently living an exceptionally comfortable life. He would occasionally return to school to attend classes, tease Shi Yushin who was still studying hard at Junqing, and then go back to the new villa to play with the child, Lin Bei. Moreover, Lin Shui would clean his rooms and cook for him. Right now, the three of them living together truly felt a bit like a newlywed couple raising a child. Especially for Lin Shui, who naturally yearned for this kind of lifestyle. She went to work, came home, and cooked meals for her family every day. Such days were the absolute perfection for Lin Shui. Furthermore, Junqing gave her immense support, backing her startup with both his connections and finances so that her company could operate normally within just a few days. However, Lin Shui did not know how to repay Junqing. He was simply too good to her, and the same applied to Lin Bei. Therefore, she remained constantly conflicted. She felt that if this continued, she would inevitably make a mistake. Regardless of the reality, she was still nominally a married woman. As long as she was not divorced, she remained legally bound to another man. Yet now, she was living together with a different man. Even though she and Yang Chen had never shared any physical intimacy, or even close contact, the moral implications weighed heavily on her. She still felt a sense of moral condemnation within her heart. It was directed not only at Yang Chen, but also at Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing was so wonderful that she did not want his reputation to be affected because of her. If he was truly interested in her, she would willingly dissolve her marriage immediately. Lin Shue's heart constantly simmered in agony, yet no one could give her an answer. Over the weekend, Lin Shue finally had a break from work, and Lin Bei had no school. Thus, Lin Shue and Lin Bei enjoyed sleeping in together. "Beer, do you think life is better here, or back at the Lin family?" Lin Shue asked softly, holding Lin Bei's small body in her arms. "Here is better," Lin Bei answered decisively without the slightest hesitation. Back at the Lin family, she was treated like an invisible person. Unless Lin Shue was around, even the servants paid little attention to her. Here, whenever Gu Junqing was home, she could feel a genuine family-like warmth. Even though Lin Shue still needed to work, she was no longer as busy as before, and had time to accompany her every day. In the past, going 10 days or half a month without returning home was completely normal. Lin Shue blinked her eyes and asked tentatively, "Then what do you think of Brother Gu?" Asking this question made Lin Shue unusually nervous. She knew about the grievances between Lin Bei and Gu Junqing. Although it was a matter from the older generation, Gu Junqing's maternal family, the Xia family, was ultimately responsible for destroying Lin Bei's family. Lin Bei's biological parents had both perished in that catastrophe. If she truly developed a relationship with Gu Junqing, Lin Bei's situation would become rather awkward. It would be no different from acknowledging her enemy as a father. What if Lin Shue discovered the truth? Wait, what if Lin Bei discovered the truth? Lin Shue startled herself with that thought, and quickly forced her imagination to stop. No matter what, for the sake of their current peaceful life, she had to keep the older generation's affairs hidden from Lin Bei as a strictly confidential secret. Does mommy like him so much that you won't want Lin Bei anymore? Though young, Lin Bei possessed an extremely sensitive personality, and easily detected the emotional shift in Lin Shue. She lowered her gaze slightly, feeling a bitter ache in her heart. She had simply worried that once Lin Shue found someone she liked, she would abandon her. That was why she used to sabotage Lin Shue's blind dates. Gu Junqing is better than those men from before, and if mommy doesn't want me, I believe he can take care of you too, Lin Bei whispered. Silly child. Lin Shue felt both amused and exasperated. She had only intended to keep the past generation's secrets from Lin Bei forever, never expecting to be misunderstood as wanting to abandon her. "Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. Didn't you say you would stay with me forever?" Lin Shue affectionately stroked Lin Bei's little head. Lin Bei nodded sensibly. If only Yang Chen were truly still alive. Looking at Lin Bei's sensible demeanor, Lin Shue sighed inwardly. That way, she could completely negotiate a divorce agreement with him. Even if she proactively pursued Gu Junqing, her conscience would be entirely clear. Even if she could not compare to Ji Hanyan and Lu Qingyi, she would not have to constantly feel insecure about her identity like she did now. "You two can get up now. Didn't we agree on going to the amusement park? After the amusement park, we still have a concert to attend." At that moment, Gu Junqing's voice sounded from outside the door, and hearing him brought a simultaneous wave of warmth to both Lin Shue and Lin Bei. Lin Shue quickly composed her emotions, unwilling to let Gu Junqing see her inner conflict and anxiety. She gently patted Lin Bei's head and smiled, saying, "All right, let's get up." Lin Bei slowly crawled out of bed, a thoughtful gleam flashing in her eyes. Since Lin Shue would not abandon her, and Gu Junqing was indeed the most satisfactory candidate so far, shouldn't she actively help matchmake the two of them? Amidst her musings, she quickly put on her clothes and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Lin Shue began preparing breakfast while quietly pondering how to balance her emotions and responsibilities. Gu Junqing had heard every single word of their conversation from outside the door. He naturally understood the emotional journey Lin Shue had been going through. However, given her current level of affection for him, it was clearly not yet enough to make her break through all moral shackles. Therefore, he needed to add a little more fuel to the fire so she could settle her heart sooner. As for the title of Yang Chen's wife, he did not want her to shed it just yet. At least, not right now. This were God managed to carve out such a massive sphere of influence under such harsh conditions, proving he was clearly no ordinary character. Whether it was intelligence, strength, or mental fortitude, he was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. He could not be equated with protagonists from Transmigrator or Tycoon genres. Those protagonists were merely losers who suddenly obtained a system, whom Gu Junqing could toy with effortlessly in the palm of his hand. For protagonists like Dao Shenyan and Yang Chen, he had to exercise much greater caution. After pondering for a moment, Gu Junqing sat at the dining table with a smile and began savoring the breakfast Lin Shue made. He would occasionally praise her cooking, making Lin Shue's face flush slightly red. She looked just like a young wife being complimented by her husband. Gu Junqing couldn't help marveling inwardly that after taking a refresher course from Mother Lin recently, his tongue felt much sharper at coaxing and flattering people effortlessly. As the saying goes, among any three people walking together, there must be one who can be my teacher. The ancients truly never deceive us, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Even Mother Lin, whom others found utterly detestable and peak superficial, still had aspects worth learning from in his view. Meanwhile, Mother Lin suddenly let out a yawn, secretly wondering if her daughter was missing her. Gu Junqing drove the two of them to the amusement park. Contrary to what he expected, Lin Shue was quite enthusiastic about visiting the amusement park, whereas Lin Bei, despite being a child, showed little interest. She kept telling Gu Junqing he was childish with a completely deadpan expression. Hearing that made Gu Junqing want to spank the little girl. Remembering that Lin Bei was still just a child, he could only smile helplessly and let it go. Since she didn't even understand his technique for wooing her mother, he would forgive the little girl this once. Lin Shui smiled and mediated the atmosphere between them. She took Lin Bei's hand and said gently, "Dear, although you have grown up a lot, there are still many fun things to play with here. Besides, mommy wants to experience this fun together with you, okay?" In front of Lin Shui, Lin Bei always responded obediently. After arriving at the amusement park and seeing the radiant smile blooming on Lin Shui's face, Lin Bei belatedly realized that Gu Junqing had not come here for her sake, but likely for Lin Shui. Did you see that? Lin Shui usually carries far too much pressure, and you know what Mother Lin is like. If she is forced to return to that household in the future, why not let Lin Shui be happier right now? Gu Junqing picked up Lin Bei and spoke softly into the ear of the exquisitely carved, doll-like little girl. Incomprehensibly, he did not treat Lin Bei like a 7 or 8-year-old child, but communicated and reasoned with her as if she were an equal. I know. Lin Bei suddenly recalled her decision from that morning about whether to matchmake the two of them, and made up her mind. Keeping Lin Shui away from that family was the right thing to do. Therefore, letting Lin Shui be together with Gu Junqing might perhaps be the only solution right now. As long as you know. Now your task is to make Lin Shui as happy as possible. Gu Junqing rubbed Lin Bei's hair and said indifferently, "Humph, you make it sound like you're so noble. No matter how well you hide it, I know you definitely have designs on mommy." Lin Bei curled her lips with a look of disdain. How on earth can you say such icy words in such a milky little voice? Even though Gu Junqing was very tolerant toward Lin Bei, hearing those words made him pinch her cheeks in annoyance, shaping her mouth into an O shape. You're just bullying a kid." Lin Bei was pinched so hard she couldn't resist, mumbling incoherently about bullying children. It wasn't until Lin Shui saw this with a smile, and rescued Lin Bei, that this game of bullying a child finally came to an end. Lin Shui took Lin Bei by the hand and stepped into the amusement park gates together with Gu Junqing. As they ventured deeper into the park, the colorful amusement facilities and cheerful music gradually lightened Lin Bei's mood. Even though Lin Bei's mental maturity far surpassed her peers, she was still a child at heart, and couldn't help being infected by the joy around her. Chapter 1264. Sunlight cascaded down like golden silk, rendering the amusement park into a vivid painting. Amidst this brilliant play of light and shadow, Lin Shui and Lin Bei shuttled back and forth joyfully, like two elves wandering freely through a fairy tale world. Lin Shui was like a blooming white lotus, fresh and refined. Her skin was as white and flawless as jade, as if cleansed by morning dew and radiating a faint luster. Her delicate facial features looked like a meticulously sculpted work of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were like deep lakes, clear, bright, and sparkling with gentleness. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly like a butterfly's wings, adding a touch of liveliness to her beauty. Her high bridge of the nose endowed her with an elegant temperament, while her cherry lips added a hint of alluring charm. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly to reveal a row of white teeth, refreshing and soothing like a summer breeze. Within the bustling crowds of the amusement park, Lin Shui seemed like a dazzling pearl that intensely drew the eyes of everyone around her. Many men let their gazes wander around her, becoming utterly dazed as they watched, only for their female companions to abruptly and harshly interrupt them. Lin Bei glanced over the surrounding crowd with a completely expressionless face. Yet when she caught sight of a few men wearing extremely lewd expressions, her face began to twitch slightly. Gu Junqing could clearly perceive the disgust hidden within her expression. Clearly just a child, she seemed capable of seeing right through human hearts. However, Gu Junqing felt no confusion. He had long since understood Lin Bei's anomalies. Despite being a young child, her mindset differed drastically from her peers. Even growing up in an environment like the Lin families should not have produced such a situation. Mind reading actually existed, after all. Gu Junqing looked toward Lin Bei with a sense of lingering emotion. Yet it seemed she still could not control this ability well. The more crowded the environment, the more uncomfortable she felt. Once he knew about this ability, he also understood why Lin Bei had become so pessimistic. If someone excessively relied on mind reading to judge others, overinterpreted people's thoughts and emotions, and held an overly pessimistic attitude toward human nature, they would inevitably feel negative toward the world. Lin Bei had witnessed too many dark sides and flaws in human nature, plunging her into a state of pessimism and despair. For instance, imagine seeing someone greet you with a smiling face, while frantically cursing and damning you in their heart. An adult might accept this, or even grow accustomed to it. But for a child like Lin Bei whose worldview had yet to form, possessing an ability like mind reading was undoubtedly a heavy burden. She could perceive the true inner thoughts of others, including those dark, unfriendly, and even malicious intentions. This ability made it difficult for her to maintain an innocent heart when interacting with people, or to believe in the good side of human nature. Upon discovering Lin Bei's ability, Gu Junqing had promptly hidden the thoughts within his own mind. It was as if a person's mind had a large door. Since others could not close theirs, Lin Bei could easily perceive what they thought, whereas Gu Junqing had already achieved foundation establishment, and his body was no longer in a mortal state, naturally allowing him to close that door. To offer a more scientific explanation, human thoughts and consciousness were generated by neuronal activity in the brain, and these neuronal activities could be measured as brainwave signals. Lin Bei possessed the ability to read other people's brainwaves through resonance transmission. Gu Junqing, however, was capable of restricting his own brainwaves entirely within his body. Nevertheless, Gu Junqing had no current desire to show his hand to Lin Bei. For an ordinary child, an ability like this naturally brought immense fear and unease. To avoid giving Lin Bei too much of a shock, he needed to wait until his relationship with her improved significantly before exploring the limits of this ability. In truth, if Lin Bei had grown up in a harmonious family since childhood, she might have had a wonderful childhood. At the very least, she would have possessed a strong heart to accept everything around her, calmly embracing both the beauty and the ugliness of human nature. Yet Lin Bei's experiences up until now were plain for all to see. It was no wonder she had already lost her smile at such a tender age. Lin Bei, shall we go play the escape room game? While Gu Junqing was deep in thought, Lin Shui enthusiastically called out to invite both him and Lin Bei. A haunted house. Lin Bei frowned slightly. What is the matter? Do you not like haunted houses? It is fine, if you get scared. You can just bury your face in my arms and close your eyes. Noting Lin Bei's expression, Lin Shui asked with concern. No. Lin Bei blinked, secretly glanced at the amused Gu Junqing beside her, and shook her head. Initially, she felt that things like haunted houses and escape rooms were far too childish. How could anyone be scared of things they knew were fake? But thinking that this kind of opportunity might create an opening for Gu Junqing and Lin Shui, she didn't mind going along with it. Last night, she had even deliberately crammed some television drama plots. She had even asked her good friend Nini for advice. Didn't TV dramas love this exact trope? When encountering a scary spot, the female lead would immediately throw herself into the male lead's arms in fright, and he would hug her and coax her gently, allowing their relationship to progress naturally. Accidental kisses, accidentally touching full, plump breasts, tropes like these were simply everywhere. As long as a man and woman kissed or touched those full, plump areas, the woman would demand that the man take responsibility. Could it be that doing so caused pregnancy? Regarding things she found hard to comprehend, Lin Bei remained somewhat naive and bewildered. But after casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shui's plump chest, she felt even more satisfied in her heart. With them being so full and round, Gu Junqing would definitely be able to touch them effortlessly, meaning the matter between the two of them would surely succeed. That haunted house script game shouldn't be too hard, so Bai Bei shouldn't be scared. But Junqing definitely doesn't know I've already played this, so I'll show off my intelligence to him then, maybe he'll fall for me too. At that moment, a ripple stirred within Lin Bei's heart as she sensed something from Lin Shui's mind. Lifting her head again to see Lin Shui smiling and inviting Gu Junqing with an utterly normal appearance, a complex look instantly flickered through her eyes. The adult's world is simply too hard to understand. Chapter 1265. Realizing Lin Shui's inner thoughts, Lin Bei wore a complex expression. She discovered that Lin Shui was even worse at pursuing men than she was. Was a haunted house really the place to showcase her intelligence and brilliance to the man she liked? Romance dramas were definitely much more accurate than this. Lin Bei shifted her gaze back to Gu Junqing. A moment later, however, her brows knitted together slightly. She still could not detect any psychological fluctuations from Gu Junqing, as if his mind were a total void. Ever since she awakened this telepathy-like ability, this was the first time something like this had happened. Even ordinary people with intellectual impairments still emitted some basic desires. Aside from occasionally catching a glimpse of his thoughts regarding Lin Shui, she felt absolutely nothing else. Lin Bei furrowed her brows tightly and tried once more to probe Gu Junqing's mind with her ability. Yet that feeling of emptiness remained, as though an invisible barrier blocked her exploration. She could not understand why her mind reading failed when it came to Gu Junqing. This inability to peer into someone else's inner world was a brand new experience for her, making her feel both frustrated and excited. Lin Bei is so ice cold and cute. If I really had a daughter like this, a sweet little helper to care for me, that kind of life would be wonderful. Will she rush into my arms if she gets scared in the haunted house later? Just then, Lin Bei suddenly heard Gu Junqing's inner voice. Upon hearing the content, Lin Bei widened her eyes and glared fiercely at Gu Junqing. Her face flushed a quiet red, though it was unclear whether she was feeling shy or angry. What is wrong? Gu Junqing looked back at her with an innocent expression. Lin Bei, what is the matter? If you are scared, we do not have to go in, Lin Shui said attentively as she led the two toward the haunted house, though she still noticed Lin Bei's unusual behavior. Hearing Lin Shui say that, Lin Bei listened to her inner thoughts, which painted a completely different picture. If we do not go in, what else can I play to showcase my charm? It is fine, I want to go. Lin Bei did not want to ruin Lin Shui's hopes, so she shook her head and shot another glare at Gu Junqing. This was the first time she had heard anyone praise her like that. He actually wanted her to be his daughter, and thought she would get scared and dive into his arms, in his dreams. Lin Bei had no idea why she could hear Gu Junqing's thoughts one second, and not the next. She simply assumed that some quirk in Gu Junqing's constitution must be interfering with the signal. That was why she could hear him sometimes, and not others. She had no clue that Gu Junqing was simply teasing her on purpose. The three of them walked together into the script-killing haunted house. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted enthusiastically by the staff. It was rare to see a family of three visiting a script-killing attraction here. This particular haunted house was massive, built inside an entire hospital-like building with many of its upper windows completely sealed shut. The haunted house was quite famous in the capital, with widespread rumors that ghosts might actually reside inside. The female staff member greeting guests at the entrance lit up slightly upon seeing the striking looks of Gu Junqing's group, and eagerly volunteered to introduce the scenario. Even though you all look young, I still need to remind you that visitors with cardiovascular diseases, irregular heartbeats, or similar conditions are forbidden to enter. Teenagers between 12 and 16 must be accompanied by a parent. How old is this child? She surely cannot be 12 yet. The staff member blinked as she looked at Lin Bei. Ah, what a pity, this man already has a child. Still, they look so handsome and gorgeous together, and this little girl is so adorable. Listening to the staff member's inner voice, Lin Bei rolled her eyes slightly. She was certainly not this guy's kid. Then, seeing the staff member try to bar Lin Bei from entering, Lin Shui hesitated and thought about turning back. It is fine, you two as a couple can go inside. If you are worried about the child's safety, we have a specialized childcare nursery set up here, so please rest assured, the staff member said enthusiastically, noting the hesitation on the young mother's face. A couple? Lin Shui felt a slight flutter in her heart. Instead of refuting the remark, she looked toward Gu Junqing with tacit approval, as if asking for his opinion. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained somewhat silent. She was already used to being cast aside, so it would not matter to her if she were left behind here while Lin Shui and Gu Junqing went to play. A moment later, she told Lin Shui, "It is fine, mommy, go ahead and play. I will wait for you at the nursery. This young lady is actually already 12 years old, she is just a bit malnourished. You can let her in, right?" Gu Junqing ignored the rest. Standing right before the female staff member, he cast a glance at her while his captivating thin lips curved into a slow smile. His tone was so gentle it felt as though it could drown a person. The staff member looked like her soul had been hooked by something, staring fixedly into Gu Junqing's eyes. Her pupils seemed to transform into red hearts as she murmured softly, I know. She really does look 12. Right this way, please." Lin Shui and Lin Bei exchanged astonished glances, momentarily too stunned to move. Just a single sentence like that, and she did not even need to verify the child's actual age. As for Lin Bei, she heard the staff member's inner voice screaming wildly, "So handsome, I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him." Lin Bei was practically turning to stone amidst the endless cascade of affection. "All right, let us go." Seeing the two of them standing there frozen in disbelief, Gu Junqing led Lin Shui and Lin Bei straight past the worker without another word. "Did you just use your looks to charm her?" Lin Shui leaned in close to Gu Junqing, teasing him in a low voice. The longer she knew Gu Junqing, the less intimidated she felt around him. Otherwise, she would not have felt her heart drifting so steadily toward him. If not for her current marital status, she might have even taken the initiative to chase after him. "What can I do? Sometimes life forces you to use alternative strategies," Gu Junqing replied with a helpless shrug. Naturally, he would not admit that alongside using his looks, he had also applied a touch of psychological illusion to partially hypnotize the person. Of course, relying purely on his charm probably would have achieved his goal of bringing Lin Bei inside anyway. It just would not have been quite this quick and clean. Wasting time here at the amusement park was not solely about boosting Lin Shui's affection. A major part of it was for Lin Bei's sake as well. Besides, Lin Bei's facial expression had shifted earlier, and he was not about to make the mistake of abandoning her to focus only on the mother. Following the staff member, the three of them walked through a dim corridor and entered the script-killing haunted house known as the Ghost Marriage. Inside, the lighting was low and eerie, accompanied by strange background music that made them feel as though they had stepped into a surreal and ghostly realm. Lin Bei followed closely behind Gu Junqing and Lin Shui, feeling completely unfazed and even finding it slightly amusing. Despite her young age, she knew ghosts did not exist in this world. After all, she had never encountered any psychological activity from non-human creatures or animals. Besides, were ghosts really scarier than humans? She cast a stealthy glance at Lin Shui and noticed her face brimming with excitement, looking thoroughly curious about everything around them. "Oh, the environment here is wonderful. I have played so many script-killing games with my employees out of town, but I never expected the ones in the capital to be the best made. This time I must show off my brilliance in front of Junqing and impress him." "Oh, mommy, you are a woman, you are supposed to act a little delicate." Listening to Lin Shui's inner monologue, Lin Bei sighed inwardly. She glanced back at Gu Junqing and saw that he still wore his deliberately profound smile, causing Lin Bei to curl her lips in disdain. The three continued forward until they reached an ornately decorated parlor. In the center of the room sat an ancient wedding bed, surrounded by red silk draperies and lanterns that cast a festive yet chilling atmosphere. At that moment, the accompanying female staff member began her briefing. "First, let me introduce this haunted house. A quick disclaimer, the land beneath our feet was the capital's largest mass grave several decades ago. 30 years ago, during the capital's major expansion, a hospital was built right here on this plot, the very building we are in now. Subsequent events can be searched online. Because of numerous unexplained scientific phenomena, the hospital was forced to relocate. This haunted house was remodeled directly from the old hospital site, so do not just treat this as a simple game," the staff member said slowly in a ghostly, chilling tone. This was the standard opening for almost every script-killing attraction, designed to ramp up the horror atmosphere to the maximum. With that spiel finished, she began observing the reactions of this supposed family of 3 according to procedure, her gaze glued firmly to Gu Junking's face. The handsome hunk is still wearing that gorgeous smile, so handsome, I feel like I am getting soaking wet. What does soaking wet mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Bei's mind. Still, she could clearly sense it was not a pleasant word, so she chose not to ask Lin Shui about it. Lin Shui's reaction, however, was somewhat different. Even though the area outside the haunted house was bustling with crowds visiting the nearby amusement park, she felt as though all outside noise had been completely cut off the moment she stepped inside. Furthermore, she noticed the temperature inside the building felt distinctly different from the outdoors. Upon entering the haunted house, she felt drafts of cold wind blowing past, even though it was high noon outside with temperatures reaching at least 30 degrees Celsius. Logically speaking, it should not be this chilly. Could this place really be haunted? No, the production crew must have turned the air conditioning up high. Still, this feels completely different from other script-killing games I have played. Oh no, I still have to act wise and composed. Lin Shui's forced facade of calm made Lin Bei sigh inwardly once more. She figured her mother must watch far fewer television dramas than her friend Nini did. Men were supposed to like delicate and fragile girls, right? Not husband and wife in life, buried in the same tomb in death. In ancient times, a wealthy landlord's family wanted to arrange a ghost marriage for their child who had died prematurely. They hired a fortune teller, who matched their birth dates and auspicious days, ultimately selecting a girl from a poor family. However, the girl was already deeply in love with another. To force her submission, the landlord's family threw her lover into the river and threatened her with the lives of her family members. In the end, to protect her parents, the girl agreed to marry a dead man. Blood-red candles, lacquered coffins, and both joyful and sorrowful rites performed under the same roof. After the girl was sealed inside the coffin for a live burial, bizarre phenomena began plaguing the landlord's household. In the darkness, cold winds howl as if countless spirits wander the surroundings, waiting for their next victim. You will play the role of guests attending a ghost marriage, immersed in this phantom-haunted manor. Are you ready to face the challenge and uncover the truth behind this terrifying wedding? Chapter 1266. Bang. Don't. After finishing their introduction, the female staff member walked toward the exit. As soon as she stepped through a doorway, she let out a timely, blood-curdling scream, adding an extra layer of terror to the atmosphere inside the room. Accompanied by the staff member's scream and the heavy thud of the closing door, the room suddenly plunged into dead silence. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, and even the lighting grew dim, leaving only a single gloomy beam shining from above to barely illuminate the space. Lin Shui involuntarily gripped Lin Bei's hand. Her palm was ice cold, even colder than the little girl's hand. Gu Junqing remained entirely calm as he scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for clues. To be honest, with the combination of a female lead and a villain, even he wasn't entirely certain if any unexpected incidents might occur. Given his current strength, however, let alone playing some escape room haunted house, if he truly encountered danger, he could simply punch his way straight through the place. Junqing, this ghost marriage story sounds quite tragic, doesn't it? Lin Shui tried to keep her voice steady, though it still trembled slightly. Well, compared to hatred, love is the most twisted curse. Although the dead woman hated this landlord's family, most of them are already dead, so this grievance is nearly settled. Perhaps finding her drowned lover is the key, Gu Junqing analyzed, recalling the staff's introduction, and instantly getting into character. Is that so? That does make some sense, Lin Shui echoed. A resentment-filled spirit in red holds unimaginably deep malice, and can never be reincarnated. The landlord's family actually dared to bury someone alive in a bridal gown, and directly drown her lover. With several layers of stacked buffs, it would defy reason if she didn't turn into a vengeful ghost, Gu Junqing sighed. As someone bearing a system, he naturally believed that negative energy entities, like ghosts, genuinely existed in this world. At that moment, a gust of eerie wind swept through, carrying a heavy stench of blood that made Lin Shui shiver. Did you guys smell that? What is this scent? Terror laced Lin Shui's voice. It is the smell of blood, Gu Junqing murmured, closing his eyes to take a deep breath, as if somewhat intoxicated. Why would there be the smell of blood inside a haunted house? Lin Shui's voice was now trembling. It is probably something the haunted house created themselves, though the scent still lacks a bit of realism. Gu Junqing chuckled, rubbing his chin. Of course, this might also be the clue we are looking for. Scent's paths branch out everywhere here. Let us follow the blood scent first, Gu Junqing said with a playful smile, as he began searching around with great interest. Lin Shui and Lin Bei were rendered speechless at the exact same time. They couldn't help wondering if Gu Junqing was a bit unreliable. Logically speaking, shouldn't they be walking away from the smell of blood? Any place with the scent of blood clearly spelled trouble. There is an arrow indicator right here. Shouldn't we be heading this way? Lin Bei suddenly spotted a marker resembling an indicator light in the corner of the wall. And that path completely contradicted the one Gu Junqing had chosen. This is definitely a decoy set up by the haunted house specifically to make you follow it, so they can scare you. We should do the exact opposite. Gu Junqing patted his chest with utter confidence. Trust me on this, we are heading this way. With no other choice, the adult and the child could only follow Gu Junqing deeper into an increasingly bizarre and gloomy corridor. Following the trail of the blood scent, the three of them arrived in front of a lavishly decorated room. A large sealed sign was pasted across the door, accompanied by a notice instructing tourists to turn back and use an alternate route. Right from the start, it was just a decoy. Ignoring the speechless gazes of Lin Shui and Lin Bei, Gu Junqing tore right through the paper seal, pushed open the door, and walked inside. He discovered that the room was decorated in an exceedingly festive manner. A large bed stood inside, draped in red sheets, with a massive crimson character for double happiness hanging above the headboard. This must be the bride's room. Looking at the scene before her, Lin Shui felt a chill rise within her heart. She had played quite a few haunted houses of this type in the past. After all, working hard on business trips occasionally called for a thrill. However, she always kept her dignity and disliked visiting bars, so whenever she traveled for work, she would group up with friends to visit local escape rooms and haunted houses. While the actions and behaviors of the staff members never surprised her, the eerie atmosphere of this particular place unnerved her. See, I told you following me was the right call. Gu Junqing felt he had fully immersed himself in the game. He was truly a 1 in a million gaming genius. How could an escape room like this not be cleared in a flash? This clearly meant they had found a crucial location. Since the bridal chamber had already been located, could finding the exit be far behind? Let us search around right now to see if there are any clues. With that, Gu Junqing began inspecting the surrounding environment from all angles. He searched every corner of the room meticulously while keeping an eye on the reactions of Lin Shui and Lin Bei. Although he treated the excursion like a game, he was well aware that maintaining calm and vigilance in such an environment was vital. At the very least, he needed to project a reliable image. While Lin Shui put on a brave front, her inner terror remained impossible to conceal. As for Lin Bei, her eyes darted around with lingering curiosity toward everything in her surroundings. Junqing, look at this. Could this be the female ghost from the ghost marriage theme? Lin Shui suddenly pointed at a photograph resting on the bedside table. The photo featured a woman in a red bridal dress with delicate facial features, though her eyes radiated a hint of melancholy. Lin Shui kept feeling as though the woman in the photograph was constantly staring straight at her, yet whenever she focused her gaze, the illusion vanished. A cold shiver crawled through her heart. Gu Junqing stepped forward and inspected the photograph closely. He noticed some writing scrawled on the back, but due to the dim lighting, he could only barely make out a few blurred characters. It looks like this photo is one of the key clues, Gu Junqing declared, carefully stowing the picture away. Just then, the door of the room slammed shut with a loud bang, immediately followed by a burst of eerie laughter. Both Lin Shui and Lin Bei shrieked in fright at the sudden turn of events. That is strange, why haven't those three shown up yet? Didn't we specifically set up indicator signs because we were worried people would get lost in this maze? Back at the dead end indicated by Lin Bei earlier, a staff member dressed as a ghost muttered in confusion. Hey, is this backstage? Did anyone see where they went on the monitors? Did they head toward my zone? Wait, did that family of three head toward the sealed room? What? Isn't that room actually haunted? Chapter 1267. The words of the staff member monitoring the haunted house visitors left several employees stationed along the main path dumbfounded. Wasn't that area sealed off? I remember we even put up warning seals, and specifically wrote visitors keep out just to prevent any troublemakers. Stop talking about all that. What we need to figure out now is what to do next. Should we send someone in to bring them out? The older employee hesitated and said, we have to figure something out. We can't let anything happen to them in there, or our haunted house's reputation will be completely ruined. Let's do this. I will contact an experienced colleague to go in and bring them out. And after we bring them out, how are we supposed to explain this to them? An employee asked worriedly over the walkie-talkie. Unless a visitor was genuinely terrified to the point of physical discomfort and explicitly told the monitors they wanted to leave, the staff would never proactively approach them to pull them out. I kept saying we should tear down this ghost marriage scenario and just focus on other parts of the haunted house. Ever since it was built, something felt off, and several employees claimed they encountered ghosts, but the boss simply wouldn't believe it. Another veteran employee complained bitterly. In reality, this ghost marriage setup was merely a single corner of the massive building. The entire structure functioned like an ultra-thrilling labyrinth, combining maze and haunted house designs with multiple scenarios beyond just the ghost marriage. These various scenarios were scattered across different locations within the building. Many of the script-killing scenarios were custom-written by screenwriters hired by the staff. However, this ghost marriage setup was different. The story was adapted directly from real-life events, and they even traveled to the actual location to gather material. Even the physical layout was copied directly from the landlord's original main residence. Because it turned out too realistic, people sensed something was wrong from the very day it was completed. It felt as though real ghosts had actually moved in. The environment grew increasingly bizarre. Forget about the visitors. Even the staff whose job was to scare people became too terrified by the strange occurrences to step inside. Consequently, they completely banned public access to the most heavily haunted areas. They even deliberately gave visitors obvious warnings and shortened several stages of the game. They had been content just scaring tourists enough to earn some money and harvest a few screams. They never expected today's family of three to be so recklessly curious that they tore off the warning seals and walked right into an area even the staff dared not enter. All right, stop complaining. As long as no one loses their life, it'll be fine. If those visitors actually encounter something strange, we'll just tell them it's a special feature. Let's get our stories straight, the older employee replied. We'll tell the visitors it's a specially designed hidden event meant to boost the thrills, and that only a lucky few get to experience it. Of course, we will offer them some compensation to ensure they don't feel dissatisfied. What about those paranormal anomalies? Another employee asked worriedly. We will investigate those anomalies as quickly as possible, the older employee said. But before that, we must ensure the safety of our visitors. After all, our business is built on safety and reputation. Over the walkie-talkies, the employees expressed agreement and began moving into action. They knew that if this incident wasn't handled properly, it would bring them trouble and potentially lead to the entire haunted house project being shut down for rectifications. Bang! Ah! Hearing the door slam shut abruptly, Lin Shui shrieked in fright and instinctively grabbed Gu Junqing's hand. Lin Bei was also startled, though her shock came from Lin Shui's sudden, piercing scream. Hee 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 hee. We've A series of eerie laughter and weeping suddenly echoed through the surroundings. Are the staff finally coming out? Or is this just an automated mechanism? Lin Shui's legs trembled slightly as she nervously scanned her surroundings, ready to flee at a moment's notice. But after waiting for quite a while, no haunted house employees appeared, and the weeping and laughing gradually faded away, allowing her heart to settle somewhat. The laughter must have simply come from some recording device. As long as no staff members dressed as ghosts came chasing them, she wouldn't be scared. Once she calmed down, she suddenly realized she was practically half tucked into Gu Junqing's arms. Her face flushed crimson as she hastily pulled away from his embrace. To cover up her shyness, she quickly squatted down to start comforting Lin Bei. Beer, don't be scared. If anyone comes chasing us later, they're just people in costumes. There are no ghosts in this world, understand? Just stay close to me or right by Brother Gu's side. By this point, Lin Shui was starting to regret bringing Lin Bei inside. Lin Bei was still young, after all. What would they do if she got traumatized? I know, Lin Bei nodded sensibly, her expression remaining entirely unchanged. Listening to Lin Shui's instructions to Lin Bei from the side, Gu Junqing found it somewhat amusing. Judging by the current situation, Lin Shui, an adult, was clearly far less composed than the elementary schooler Lin Bei. Still, Lin Shui had a pretty nice figure. Recalling the sensation of her soft, alluring body throwing itself into his embrace earlier, the intensely captivating touch was something Gu Junqing found rather unforgettable. You had to admit that in settings like this, people subconsciously leaned on each other for support. It was no wonder why so many veteran daters loved taking girls to places like haunted houses. If not for taking advantage of the situation, who would pay money to get scared in a haunted house? Gu Junqing let his gaze linger around Lin Shui for a moment. Then, he cast an amused look at the surrounding environment. The door slamming shut out of nowhere, and those eerie weeping sounds didn't feel like mere props at all. Don't worry, if any ghosts show up, I'll hold them off while you two run first, Gu Junqing reassured them. Lin Shui responded softly. Lin Shui forced a smile, a trace of reliance deepening in her eyes. She realized this haunted house was genuinely different from the ones she had played before, constantly giving her an ominous feeling. Right now, she had no choice but to lean on Gu Junqing. Chapter 1268. Hatred, 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 I hate this. A chorus of wails and roars practically exploded inside Lin Bei's mind. The overwhelming resentment washed over her, threatening to completely engulf her. Is this a ghost? Or what on earth is it? Lin Bei's face suddenly turned pale, as her mind-reading ability flared up completely out of nowhere. What she had just picked up was something that filled her with profound shock and terror. She shifted her gaze to the photograph in Gu Junqing's hand, specifically focusing on the woman in the red bridal gown printed on it. Her face instantly grew even paler. Although her ability to read minds had made her far more mature than her peers, suddenly encountering such a ghostly entity still filled her with deep-seated fear. People always feel fear toward the unknown. She desperately wanted to tell Gu Junqing and Lin Shui, but she had no way to explain how she knew about it. Fortunately, that ghost had only appeared for a brief moment before leaving. Otherwise, all three of them would have been in grave danger. I am sorry, sweetheart. Do not be afraid, come here. Seeing Lin Bei's pale complexion, Lin Shui immediately knew the child must have been terrified. After all, even she as an adult was thoroughly spooked. Thinking this, Lin Shui blushed slightly, her heart filled with guilt. She had just promised to protect Lin Bei, yet the moment danger struck, she was the one who had thrown herself into Gu Junqing's arms in fright, completely forgetting about Lin Bei standing right beside her. Gu Junqing understood Lin Bei well enough to know that ordinary mechanical switches or props could never scare her. Even a haunted house employee couldn't possibly frighten her. Had the little one also sensed that something was wrong? Could mind reading actually pick up the thoughts of a ghost? Gu Junqing's eyes flickered slightly as a wave of genuine interest washed over him. For someone who had mastered countless divine tier skills, this was still an entirely unfamiliar domain. It seemed there truly was something strange about this place. However, he felt no worry whatsoever. Entities that are purely yin without any yang are ghosts, while those mixed with yin and yang are yin spirits, and those purely yang without any yin are yang spirits. Having cultivated the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, this pure yang cultivation technique was absolute kryptonite to wrong souls and ghosts. Not to mention, he already possessed the cultivation base of the Foundation establishment stage. Judging by the ambient yin energy, this ghost's power clearly wasn't anything extraordinary. At most, it was on the level of Chu Renmei from the horror movie Bedeviled from his past life. Therefore, he naturally had every confidence in his ability to protect both of them. Blood candles, lacquered coffins, holding white and red events in the same room. Since we have arrived at this place of wedding candles, it stands to reason that the woman's live burial site must be right next door. The most dangerous place is the safest place, and perhaps that is where our chance to escape lies. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin and began to analyze the situation. Junqing, can we just head back the way we came? We have already been in here for several tens of minutes. Lin Xue's breathtakingly gorgeous face screwed up in distress. This was the first haunted house where she had started feeling scared even before meeting any of the employees. Merely the gloomy environment and the terrifying background music gave her severe physical discomfort. When the door suddenly slammed shut earlier, I heard a click, and I checked it out. The door appears to be deadbolted, so we probably cannot go back the way we came. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered slightly as he explained. In truth, he had simply used a tiny bit of force earlier to completely snap the door mechanism. With Lin Xue's strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to force that exit door open. Lin Xue went back to try it herself, and discovering that it was indeed locked, she immediately began cursing the designer of this haunted house in her heart. She wasn't even allowed to return the way she came? What kind of garbage haunted house design was this? If you do not know how to design one, stop doing it. They had walked this far without encountering many puzzle-solving areas, yet it knew how to terrify her. How was she supposed to showcase her intelligence? As Lin Xue thought about it, she started growing sullenly angry, feeling that she absolutely had to file a complaint against this shop once she got out. Rest assured, whatever happens, am I not here? Do you not know what I am capable of? Seeing Lin Xue looking somewhat depressed, Gu Junqing couldn't help chuckling as he offered comfort. Only then did Lin Xue recall Gu Junqing's terrifying, otherworldly strength. Even if something genuinely went wrong, his power would surely be enough to protect both her and Lin Bei. After all, he was a powerhouse capable of stirring up towering waves across the ocean. This simply exceeded her imagination. Thinking of this, although that sense of terror still lingered in her heart, she finally felt a great deal more settled. Following Lin Xue's heavy nod, Gu Junqing walked deeper into the inner chamber connected to the bridal suite. As they gradually drew closer, the chill and the aura of resentment grew increasingly intense, feeling as though an invisible hand was tugging at their nerves. Yet what Lin Bei experienced through her mind reading was entirely different. She could sense that the unknown entity seemed to deeply detest and resist their group, desperately trying to drive them away, yet unable to succeed no matter what. Moreover, as the three of them drew closer, that unknown entity seemed to grow even more violent and tormented. Lin Bei gripped Lin Xue's hand tightly. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, her fingers were icy cold and trembling slightly. Sensing Lin Bei's tension, Lin Xue couldn't help feeling scared herself, yet she still squeezed Lin Bei's hand tightly back, trying to transmit her own courage and strength to the child. After perceiving the fluctuations of that unknown entity, the fear in Lin Bei's heart had actually faded quite a bit. At the very least, she knew that the counterpart was a thinking creature capable of thought. Chapter 1269. Just as Gu Junqing reached the doorway, Lin Bei suddenly spoke up to stop him. I can sense something bad is inside. Can we please not go in? She muttered. She truly had no idea how to explain what she knew to the stubborn Gu Junqing. Besides, she did not want to expose her mind-reading abilities. Hearing this, Lin Xue immediately wanted to agree with her. She felt like their group was currently acting just like the early victims in horror movies. They clearly knew something was wrong, yet instead of calling the police or running away, they kept rushing blindly toward danger, as if determined to court death. Moreover, the current situation was vastly different from any haunted house she had visited before. Neither the rooms nor the long, gloomy corridors they had just walked through seemed to have any security cameras installed. Weren't they afraid visitors might have accidents? Furthermore, it was abnormal that they hadn't seen a single haunted house employee for so long. Then I will go in and scout the path ahead. You two wait for me here, Gu Junqing said helplessly, seeing how terrified both of them were. He was no reckless, wealthy second-generation heir who only knew how to act tough to impress his goddess. If he genuinely wanted to leave, he could tear this haunted house apart in a few moves. His current might was far beyond ordinary comprehension. A mental exclamation mark flashed inside Lin Xue's heart. With a place this eerie, how could she possibly separate from Gu Junqing? Putting his formidable martial strength aside, she wouldn't leave him even if he had zero combat power. Separating was the ultimate taboo in horror films. Many scary movies featured groups that stubbornly split up only to be picked off one by ghosts. After comforting Lin Bei for a long while, Lin Xue finally calmed her down and decided to brave the adventure alongside Gu Junqing. When Gu Junqing opened the door leading to the other side, he found an even dimmer corridor beyond it, resembling a path toward an endless abyss. Gu Junqing walked in the very front, his smartphone serving as the sole light source illuminating their way forward. Lin Xue tightly grasped Lin Bei's hand while clutching the hem of Gu Junqing's shirt with the other out of sheer terror. Walking closely behind him with her heart hammering like a war drum, she could only feel a shred of security by his side. Along both sides of the corridor stood rows of dilapidated doors, looking like portals to the past, or prison cells sealing away terrifying memories. Occasionally, a gust of chilling wind swept past, causing the door panels to sway gently and emit eerie creaking sounds that heightened everyone's tension. Gu Junqing even pushed open a few doors along the sides with mild interest to inspect them, but after finding nothing abnormal or useful, he withdrew and began to lose interest. Lin Shui increasingly sensed something was wrong, still feeling an inexplicable oppressive weight, as though something was watching them from the shadows. At first, she assumed there were surveillance cameras and shouted several times that they wanted to leave, but received zero response. Moreover, they had been inside for at least half an hour now. Logically speaking, they should have finished touring this entire sector by now, yet in reality, the scale of this place far exceeded her imagination. According to the staff's initial scenario introduction, this script-killing attraction shouldn't have occupied such a massive territory. Lin Shui's heart sank to rock bottom, as a strong wave of unease and terror spread through her mind. She couldn't help casting her gaze toward Gu Junqing, hoping he might notice something, but he only furrowed his brows deeply, as if also struggling to find clues. Along this entire journey, Lin Bei played an exceptionally vital role. Operating almost as if she had X-ray vision, she guided Gu Junqing and Lin Shui through the twisting, winding labyrinth. At first, Lin Shui thought Lin Bei was leading them blindly, but Gu Junqing could sense that the areas she steered them around actually contained massive amounts of traps and lingering resentment. Gu Junqing guessed that those resentful energies likely belonged to the landlord's family murdered by the female ghost. Still, wandering back and forth eventually started to feel a bit tedious to Gu Junqing. If they didn't head deeper inside soon, the haunted house staff might actually risk coming in after them. Thus, from Lin Shui and Lin Bei's perspective, Gu Junqing seemed to have grown tired of playing around, skipping room inspections, and heading straight toward the deepest recesses of the corridor. Pressing forward along this route, the three of them quickly reached the end of the corridor maze. A dilapidated wooden door was faintly visible at the dead end. Its paint had flaked off in patches, bearing the erosive marks of countless years. Gu Junqing pushed the door open to reveal an old, dilapidated room filled with a decaying odor. "You cannot go inside. If you go in, you will die." A young girl's inner voice suddenly echoed within Lin Bei's mind. That little girl seemed to have noticed Lin Bei's ability to hear her thoughts, which was why she kept giving her warnings along the way. Lin Bei's heart tightened upon hearing this, though she could vaguely sense that the girl meant them no harm. Instead, she had continuously helped them dodge various traps. Consequently, Lin Bei immediately grew intensely vigilant toward this warning. "We cannot go in, there might be danger inside." Lin Bei quickly called out to warn Gu Junqing, rushing forward to grab tightly onto him to keep him from moving any further. She had probably spoken more words during this haunted house visit than in her entire life up until entering. No matter how aloof and calm Lin Bei usually was, she would still become lively when faced with situations like this. Gu Junqing felt a sense of fulfillment and accomplished satisfaction. "Very well then." Rubbing his chin and seeing how desperately Lin Bei was pulling on him, Gu Junqing agreed aloud. His original goal had only been to slightly alter Lin Bei's stagnant, pull-like depression anyway. Now that she had become a bit more lively, he had essentially achieved his wish. As for the female ghost, although he was curious, after learning most of her story, he saw no need to disturb her lifestyle. After all, there had never been any reports of actual fatalities occurring in this haunted house. At the very least, this female ghost didn't seem like the type to harm ordinary people. Even if she were a vengeful spirit that killed everyone on sight, what did that have to do with him? Hearing Gu Junqing agree, both Lin Shui and Lin Bei felt a simultaneous surge of joy. They could finally leave. Lin Shui was practically moved to tears of joy. Lin Shui deeply believed in the fact that Gu Junqing could get them out. That kind of strength, fighting out on the ocean, and defying the grand powers of heaven and earth, was simply beyond her imagination. To be honest, this haunted house was just a building after all. Even if it was a bit bizarre and lacked an exit, Gu Junqing could probably just smash through a wall and walk right out. Chapter 1270. Click. Just as they were preparing to leave the room, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through. The surrounding temperature plunged abruptly, and the heavily sealed, rotting door slowly began to open on its own. "Look at that. The door opened by itself, which has nothing to do with me. Besides, since our hosts are welcoming us so warmly, how can we be impolite?" Seeing this, Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and smiled gently at Lin Shui and Lin Bei. "Please, no." Lin Shui's pretty face twitched slightly. She had gone through so much trouble to convince Gu Junqing not to proceed further, only for the door to open all on its own. With a place that looks this mysterious, do not you want to investigate it properly? Besides, you will surely feel unsatisfied if we leave before beating the game. There were hardly any puzzles to solve along the way, but we at least need to understand the whole story. Seeing Lin Shui's resistant expression, Gu Junqing began using gentle persuasion. "Fine." Lin Shui sighed and finally yielded to Gu Junqing with an expression of utter resignation. Yet she still tried to psych herself up. Before entering the haunted house, she had been full of enthusiasm to lead Gu Junqing through the challenges, but once inside, she had constantly tried to run away. That was completely unlike her. She decided that once they entered what seemed to be the final area, she would properly showcase her intelligence in front of Gu Junqing. With that thought, her resigned expression vanished, replaced by a renewed drive to pump herself up. Gu Junqing even wondered if she had been frightened out of her wits, hesitating whether he should offer a few more words of comfort. Meanwhile, a look of desperate anxiety crossed little Lin Bei's face. She opened her mouth as if to speak, wanting to urge Gu Junqing not to go any further. Do not worry. Some things are neither necessarily right nor necessarily wrong. You just need to judge whether your strength is enough to control the overall situation. As long as your strength permits, understanding certain matters properly does no harm. A knowing smile played across Gu Junqing's lips. He glanced briefly at a mass of energy near them that ordinary people could never perceive, then shifted his gaze back to Lin Bei, patted her head, and began to instruct her. That cluster of energy seemed on the verge of dispersing under his gaze, shrinking away significantly out of sheer terror. Lin Bei felt somewhat perplexed, yet looking at Gu Junqing's confident face, which seemed to radiate a faint glow, she decided to indulge his curiosity this time. She ignored the anxious warning voice echoing relentlessly in the depths of her mind. Standing right in front of Gu Junqing and Lin Shui, she dared not communicate with the ghost that kept warning her because she couldn't easily explain her ability. Still, since she could communicate with this child spirit, she might also rely on her mind-reading skills to communicate with the big entity in this room. If real danger arose, she could draw the attention of that big entity and let Gu Junqing escape first with Lin Shui. Having formulated her plan, Lin Bei no longer hesitated and agreed to let this big kid satisfy his insatiable curiosity and venture inside. In little Lin Bei's mind, Gu Junqing was just like a kitten, completely unaware that curiosity could actually kill him. Why did it feel like he was determined to go in? Well, Lin Bei had no choice but to agree just to pamper him. Gu Junqing watched with mild amusement as Lin Bei adopted an expression of resigning herself to her fate. However, seeing her act this way also filled him with a sense of warmth. It proved that all his pampering, even spending time taking her to parent-teacher conferences, was not in waste. The three of them stepped through that bizarrely opened door together, and the world behind it differed completely from everything they had seen before. The room was pitch black. A massive coffin rested in the very center, illuminated only by a few flickering ancient oil lamps that cast a weak glow over a tiny area. The air hung thick with an indescribable, suffocating heaviness that made even breathing difficult. A coffin? Was that woman buried alive in this coffin? The props this haunted house made are quite realistic, almost as if the real thing happened here. Although Lin Shui felt terrified and resistant, seeing the coffin prompted her to step forward and touch it, prompting a soft murmur. This is supposed to be golden Phoebe, wood that supposedly remains uncorrupted for 1,000 years. For it to decay to this extent, it must have been here for quite a while. Furthermore, there are traces of mud on it, which suggests it was just recently dug up rather than manufactured. The production crew is rather unethical for unearthing someone's actual coffin. No wonder things have gone so wrong. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin and blinked at Lin Shui. Dug up? Lin Shui hastily pulled her hand back, too terrified to touch it any longer, and stammered in response. She failed to grasp the hidden meaning behind Gu Junqing's words, feeling a wave of annoyance at her own habit of pretending to understand what she didn't. Suddenly, a low, mournful sob echoed from the corner of the room, sounding ethereal, as if it rose from the depths of the earth. Gu Junqing instantly snapped to attention, sweeping the beam of his phone light toward the source of the sound. A woman dressed in red slowly emerged from beside the coffin. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes radiated endless resentment. Why did you all come here? The woman in red spoke in a deep voice laden with desolation and fury, her wary gaze locked firmly onto Gu Junqing. Lin Bei felt as though her mind was about to explode. She could sense the terrifying, boundless resentment inside the woman in red, an anger and obsession so potent it threatened to destroy everything. This left the young girl's heart chilled to the bone. She had assumed the entities in this room could communicate just like the little spirit earlier, but how was she supposed to communicate with such overwhelming fury? Gu Junqing showed no surprise whatsoever, merely observing the appearance of the woman in red with detached amusement. The 3D projection technology here is actually quite good. It has distinct features and looks very clear, plus it appeared out of thin air without me even noticing the projector beam. To the astonishment of both Gu Junqing and Lin Bei, Lin Shui, who had remained terrified and anxious ever since entering the haunted house, showed not a shred of fear upon laying eyes on the woman in red. Instead, she offered professional commentary and praised the creators of the haunted house. Once finished, under the bewildered gaze of the woman in red, Lin Shui even walked around her in a circle to search for the projection's light source. How can there be none? The ceiling, the floor, and the coffin is not open either. Lin Shui turned her gaze toward Gu Junqing and Lin Bei, asking with genuine confusion. Watching Gu Junqing and Lin Bei stare back at her, with expressions carrying implications she couldn't quite fathom, Lin Shui blinked. Did I say something wrong again? Or is this some new high-tech gadget? VR? AR? A sense of awkwardness washed over Lin Shui as she wondered if she had made a fool of herself, prompting her to ask urgently. As for whether this woman in red was a live actor, she wasn't foolish enough to think that. Through the woman in red, she could actually peer right through her silhouette to see Gu Junqing and Lin Bei standing behind her. She refused to believe current technology could produce clothing capable of making an entire body transparent. No. Gu Junqing shook his head, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. At the same time, he grew curious about how Lin Shui would react once she discovered the truth. Should he tell her the truth? Gu Junqing's eyes flickered. Mom, please come over here. Terror filled Lin Bei's eyes, her voice trembling violently with fear. She would rather suffer harm herself than let anything happen to Lin Shui. Though she couldn't understand why the woman in red, who harbored such deep resentment toward the entire world, hadn't harmed Lin Shui, she dared not count on that luck holding out. What is the matter? Assuming Lin Bei was frightened, Lin Shui intended to walk toward the child. However, as she passed the projected ghost, she remained curious about where the projection originated. She decided to reach out a hand to see where the light beam was being cast. Why is there a physical object? Why does it feel like I can actually touch something? When Lin Shui's outstretched hand brushed against the body of the woman in red, she felt solid resistance, as if she were touching a real, physical form. How could that possibly be? Lin Shui thought with a jolt of bewilderment. As various thoughts flashed through her mind, Lin Shui seemed to realize something and slowly raised her head. The woman in red had disheveled black hair, her face bloated from asphyxiation, and her crimson eyes bulged as she stared fixedly at Lin Shui, radiating in inexplicable fury. Lin Shui's mouth dropped open, but no sound came out. Every hair on her body stood on end as she felt her heart skip a beat. She wanted to turn back to warn Lin Bei, but before the words could leave her lips, her pupils dilated, her body leaned sideways, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Mom! Panic surged in Lin Bei's eyes. Abandoning all fear, she rushed forward frantically to catch Lin Shui. Yet before she could reach her, Gu Junqing moved a step ahead, catching Lin Shui's falling body just before it hit the ground hard and pulling her into his arms. Upon seeing Gu Junqing step forward, the woman in red, whose features could otherwise be considered delicate, instantly twisted into a ferocious and terrifying mask. Yet the moment she lunged toward Gu Junqing, she seemed to encounter something horrifying. A shrill, ear-piercing scream that threatened to rapture human eardrums instantly echoed throughout the entire room. Chapter 1271. Gu Junqing caught Lin Shui in his arms, gently laid her on the ground, and quickly checked her condition. He discovered that Lin Shui had simply lost consciousness while her breathing remained steady, likely succumbing to a temporary faint caused by excessive shock. Passed out, Gu Junqing felt both amused and exasperated as he picked up the soft, limp Lin Shui once more. This place looked far from sanitary, so he could hardly just leave her lying directly on the floor. Do not worry, she merely fainted from fear. She is fine. Gu Junqing reassured Lin Bei, who was standing on her tiptoes, tugging at his clothes and anxiously trying to check on Lin Shui. Lin Bei twitched the corners of her mouth, unsure whether to laugh or cry. At first, she had assumed that the red-clothed female ghost had harmed Lin Shui. The moment she saw Lin Shui collapse, her own heart felt as though it had practically stopped. Fortunately, Lin Shui had only passed out. Otherwise, she would have had no idea what to do with herself moving forward. Yet while the two of them were talking, the red-clothed female ghost chose not to attack Gu Junqing and Lin Bei either. Instead, she stared at Gu Junqing's every move with intense apprehension. To ordinary eyes, this man looked completely ordinary. But in her sight, his entire body radiated a blinding golden light, a searing, scorching golden radiance akin to the sun, capable of burning her to ashes. The mere thought of getting close filled her with burning agony. If it were just that, her cultivation level could probably have handled it. However, she also vaguely sensed a sinister, all-consuming malevolent energy weaving through the man's body. If she hadn't been a spirit for so long with exceptional investigative abilities, she would never have detected anything amiss. Combined together, these factors made her completely unwilling to approach him. We only stumbled in here by accident while playing in the haunted house. We are leaving right now. If you need someone to stay behind, just let them go. Before Gu Junqing could speak, Lin Bei calmly communicated with the red-clothed female ghost like a little adult. Yet she was still just a child after all. No matter how calm she appeared on the surface, both Gu Junqing and the red-clothed female ghost could hear the trembling in her voice. Next time you encounter such dangerous situations, remember to leave it to the adults, understood? Gu Junqing pulled Lin Bei behind him, looking at her with a gratified expression, as he issued a mild reprimand. He never expected Lin Bei to make such a decision. I never knew kids nowadays matured so early, playing out dramatic scenarios of trading one life for two. If I ever have children, I am definitely banning them from watching dramas. Gu Junqing muttered a silent complaint to himself. When he was 7 or 8 years old, his peers were still having contests to see who could pee the furthest. Yet Lin Bei was already cooking up melodramatic television plots about trading lives. But, seeing that Gu Junqing was still lecturing her with a straight face at a time like this, Lin Bei grew somewhat anxious. Hold on. We can talk about everything else after we get outside. Right now, I just want to understand why this lady became a vengeful spirit. Gu Junqing interrupted what Lin Bei was about to say next, shifting his gaze toward the red-clothed female ghost under her wary scrutiny. Tell me, how did you end up like this? Aside from you, I have never seen a vengeful spirit with such overwhelming resentment. If I am in a good mood, I might spare your life. Well, that phrasing is rather inaccurate since you are already dead. Let us say, I can choose not to let your soul be scattered into nothingness. Gu Junqing looked at the red-clothed female ghost with amused interest. The words rolling off his tongue sounded identical to those of an ultimate evil villain. Although this red-clothed female ghost carried immense resentment, perhaps due to not having taken many lives, her actual cultivation realm wasn't particularly high, at best on par with him, or perhaps slightly lower. Even so, spirits facing a human of equal tier stood virtually zero chance. When a person died a violent death with unyielding hatred, their wandering soul refused to disperse, and the powerful ones possessed enough strength to haunt the mortal world. Yet humans possessed vital life energy, and normal spirits approaching a mortal's life force would usually have their souls scattered instantly. That was doubly true for someone like Gu Junqing, whose vital energy burned as intensely as a roaring, blazing fire. You people provoked me first. The red-clothed female ghost's voice grated against the air like rusted iron chains dragging across the ground, shrill and chilling. So what if we did? Gu Junqing chuckled softly, looking completely unbothered. Do not hurt her. At that moment, the wisp of mist that had dissipated earlier, after Gu Junqing glared at it, suddenly reappeared, emitting a childish little voice from within. As the mist parted, it revealed a translucent, ethereal young girl wearing a worried expression. She stretched out her tiny hands to block the path directly in front of the red-clothed female ghost. The child's hairstyle was simple yet distinctive, styled into two braided pigtails hanging down both sides. Her delicate features and flawless, white, porcelain-like skin made her look just like an exquisite doll. Despite being a spirit, her eyes were crystal clear and radiated pure innocence. Lin Bei watched from the side in slight astonishment, realizing instantly that the voice guiding them past all those traps along the way had come from this little girl. So that is how it was. When you were buried alive, you were already pregnant with the child of your drowned lover. No wonder you harbored such monstrous resentment. A flash of golden light crossed Gu Junqing's eyes. Combining this with the scattered clues and background info he had gathered earlier, sudden realization dawned upon him. I see a few talismans around these houses that are still exerting their power centuries later. It seems the landlord's family back then sensed something was wrong and hired a Taoist practitioner to try and subdue you. Gu Junqing made a casual summoning gesture, and a talisman pasted onto the red-clothed female ghost's coffin drifted like a leaf into his palm. He inspected it casually while speaking. The moment Gu Junqing uttered the word landlord, even Lin Bei distinctly felt the surrounding yin energy intensify, the chilling winds making her shiver all over. That entire family deserves to die. To force me into being buried alive as a human sacrifice for their dead son, they murdered my husband and used my parents' lives to threaten me. Everyone who helped them must die. If you want to grant them salvation, then come and try. The red-clothed female ghost's voice dripped with bitter hatred and fury. Her scarlet eyes flashed with a blood-red light as if weeping drops of crimson. Just remembering how her lover was murdered by the landlord's family, the helpless terror forced upon her parents, and the suffocating despair of being buried alive inside a coffin. Even after hundreds of years, her hatred toward the landlord's family remained completely unabated, leaving her desperate to torture their entire bloodline for all eternity. That was why she had transformed all of them into spirits, trapping them under her eternal control and torment. Wait. I have no intention of blaming you, nor do I want to grant salvation to those ghosts. Seeing the female ghost flare up with emotion as if ready to fight to the death, Gu Junqing waved his hand dismissively. He was no righteous protagonist who believed in enforcing celestial justice or asking when the cycle of retribution would end. Why on earth would he bother helping those people find release? If anything, he could empathize much more easily with the female ghost's perspective. The red-clothed female ghost paused slightly at those words, her floating body hovering above the coffin suspended midair. Then what do you mean? Me? I do not mean anything at all. I was simply curious. Besides, wasn't it you who opened the door and invited us in? Since you played the host and politely opened the door, how could we, as guests, be discourteous? Gu Junqing chuckled, his relaxed and leisurely demeanor making it look as though he were standing in his own backyard. That is only because you hurt my daughter. The female ghost paused for a moment before speaking in an icy tone. No wonder you were so weak. I was wondering how a ghost capable of killing the person who wrote those Taoist talismans could be so feeble. You split the bulk of your cultivation and transferred it to the infant ghost, didn't you? All to transform her into something akin to a ghostly immortal. Though it is quite rare for a mother to shoulder all the resentment onto herself like that, Gu Junqing said slowly. Normally, an unborn infant who died prematurely harbored an even deeper and heavier resentment than the maternal host. Ghost infants were never weak entities. Yet this female ghost had drawn all the malice into her own body, while transferring all the cultivation abilities and spiritual power she had accumulated over the years to the little girl. Compared to this raging, resentment-filled red-clothed female ghost, the little girl looked much more like a genuine ghostly immortal. The red-clothed female ghost remained silent. Seeing her silence made it clear that even if Gu Junqing hadn't hit upon the entire truth, he was remarkably close. We never actively harmed anyone. Whenever tourists wander in here to play, she merely feeds on human fear from afar, and has never truly injured anyone. If you are here to uphold righteousness and eradicate demons, I beg you to spare her. Do whatever you want with me. After a brief hesitation, the red-clothed female ghost spoke up once more. She was willing to die, but she didn't want her daughter to be killed due to a misunderstanding over these matters. Mommy, no. I can protect you. Hearing this, the little girl panicked. She stretched her small hands out wider, desperately trying to shield the red-clothed female ghost and put herself between her mother and the danger. Yet her tiny frame, barely the size of Lin Bei, couldn't even cover the red-clothed female ghost's legs. Lin Bei listened intently from the side. Through the dialogue between both parties, and what she gathered from their inner thoughts, she managed to piece the whole story together roughly. Only now do I realize that this shameless guy who kept forcing me to call him Brother Gu is actually an ultimate martial expert. Even a terrifying monster like this fears him. Brother Gu, can you let them live? That little girl helped us a lot just now, she guided us the whole way so we wouldn't run into anything else terrifying. Lin Bei tugged gently on the hem of Gu Junqing's shirt. Feeling favorably inclined toward the cute-looking ghost child, she spoke up in a soft, tentative voice. The child had guided them safely throughout their journey, so if possible, she truly didn't want to see her perish. Did you all misunderstand something? I already told you I only came out of curiosity and basic politeness. Besides, if I hadn't known she was guiding us down safe paths the whole time, a single glance from me would have made her scatter into nothingness. Seeing a female ghost, a ghost child, and a little girl all staring at him with wide, pleading eyes, Gu Junqing couldn't help shaking his head. He was clearly such a kind and gentle person who never took the initiative to make enemies. Why did people keep treating him like the final boss? More importantly, eliminating this big ghost and little ghost would yield zero benefits for him anyway. Putting aside the fact that this female ghost didn't harm people, even if she did, as long as it didn't cross paths with him, what did it matter? Besides, getting rid of them right here might leave a psychological shadow on Lin Bei. Gu Junqing certainly never ran a losing business. Sensing that the man standing before them held no murderous intent whatsoever, the red-clothed female ghost finally let out a long breath of relief. Following that, the two humans, two ghosts, and one unconscious Lin Shui finally managed to sit down and hold a calm, peaceful conversation. So you're saying your coffin was dug up, and the vessel you attached yourself to was brought here, which is how you ended up in this place? Gu Junqing listened to the red-clothed female ghost's self-narration with a speechless expression. Her original resting place hadn't been in the capital at all, but rather the old ancestral estate of the landlord, where she was buried alive, where she had spent her time tormenting the lingering souls of the landlord's family. However, the owner of this haunted house wanted to create an authentic horror environment for a genuine haunted house experience. After hearing the legend of the red-clothed female ghost, he went ahead and bought the old landlord's estate outright, recreating every single item from the estate inside his haunted house. As a result, the red-clothed female ghost was essentially forced into an involuntary relocation. Yet after getting a taste of the sweetness derived from human fear, the red-clothed female ghost lost any desire to move back. She sent her daughter out to scare visiting tourists and occasionally torment the haunted house employees. That way, both of their growth rates accelerated. Still, neither of them expected to run into Gu Junqing and his group today. Chapter 1272. After realizing that Gu Junqing truly harbored no hostility, the female ghost in red and the young child finally let their guard down. They began speaking calmly with Gu Junqing, explaining their situation and answering the questions that had piqued his curiosity. The female ghost in red was named Ziyuniang because her birth characters matched a specific astrological reading, and her appearance was quite pleasant. The local landlord forcibly seized her to undergo a ghost marriage with his deceased son. At the time, Ziyuniang was only a single step away from marrying her true lover. To sever any lingering thoughts Ziyuniang had, the landlord ruthlessly forced her compliance by having men throw her lover into a river to drown, subsequently placing her parents under strict control. Driven to despair for the sake of her parents, Ziyuniang had no choice but to begrudgingly agree to the landlord's every demand. When Ziyuniang spoke of this, a raging fire of fury burned within her eyes, a blaze that seemed capable of devouring everything. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, its crimson hue looking as vivid and striking as if it had been soaked in fresh blood. Her eyes were blood red, resembling a pair of gemstones scorched by roaring flames, flashing with the brilliant light of hatred and wrath. Her face was distorted and ferocious, warped by endless agony and resentment. Countless bloody scars slithered across her skin, silently recounting her profound misfortune and grievances. Otherwise, she would never have trapped the souls of the entire landlord's family in the surrounding area to torture them endlessly even after wiping out their mortal lives. Such as Ziyuniang had not only died carrying a monstrous injustice, but she also harbored a hatred that reached the heavens. Hold on, stop right there. Calm down and keep yourself under control, Gu Junqing said with a helpless expression. Perhaps because her resentment was simply too potent, whenever this female ghost grew angry, she completely lost her sanity. She also looked ready to throw hands at a moment's notice. He genuinely feared that if she kept threatening him, he might lose his restraint and beat her to death on the spot, so he had no choice but to offer a verbal warning. After panting for a good while, the female ghost finally seemed to halt her violent outburst. Yet still unsatisfied, she casually made a beckoning gesture. A humanoid remnant soul lingering outside the room was abruptly summoned right beside her. The remnant soul possessed skin as pale and dry as long parched tree bark, with sparse, greasy hair plastered against his scalp and a thin goatee. Judging by his appearance, he was undoubtedly the landlord who had triggered this entire tragedy. Disregarding the gazes of others, Ziyuniang split her mouth in a wide grin that stretched almost to her ears. Then, amidst the terrified, numb gaze of the remnant soul, she swallowed half of its torso in a single gulp, chewed a few times, and swallowed it down. The remnant soul's body had already been faint, and after being partially devoured, it was on the verge of dispersing entirely. Consequently, Ziyuniang stopped swallowing, placing the mutilated remnant soul back where it belonged. Later on, whenever she consumed the fear emitted by tourists frightened during their visits, the soul would slowly grow back. After finishing her meal, Ziyuniang delicately dabbed the corners of her mouth like a proper lady. Each time she exacted vengeance upon them, her mood invariably improved. What happened afterward? Seeing that the other party had dispelled a significant portion of her resentment, Gu Junqing continued his inquiry. Little Lin Bei beside him also listened with rapt attention. That family of fools knew that harming me to death might cause me to return as a ghost to exact vengeance, so they actually invited quite a few Taoist priests and Buddhist monks to perform rituals trying to eliminate me. If it weren't for my baby, I might truly have been helpless. But they never expected that before I died, I had already become pregnant, and my child also formed into a ghost infant. You should understand the resentment a ghost infant carries. Zai Yuniang shifted her gaze toward the child spirit chatting quietly with Lin Bei not far away, a rare touch of gentleness softening her eyes. Hearing this, Gu Junqing understood and likewise glanced at the fairy-like child spirit, who looked just like a porcelain doll. The resentment of a ghost infant typically surpassed that of the mother. It was entirely possible that it wasn't the female ghost in red, who had slaughtered the entire landlord's family, but rather this very ghost infant. Yet seeing that Lin Bei seemed to be having a wonderful time playing with her, he couldn't be bothered to voice the thought. Having a fairy-like ghost best friend, how cool would that be if anyone ever found out? It was just that no one would believe it if told. Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. They are looking at us. The child spirit floated in midair, watching Lin Bei with a curious expression, as she slowly spoke. In the beginning, she had possessed no rationality whatsoever, filled entirely with malice and venom, wishing only to exact vengeance on the wicked people who had prevented her from being born. It was only later, after her resentment transferred onto her mother, that she gradually developed sentience over the long passage of time. Normally, she only occasionally frightened the tourists visiting the park. She still maintained a sense of curiosity and anticipation toward everything in the mortal world. Pay them no mind, Lin Bei said indifferently, having mostly overcome her fear of the child spirit by now. Oh, then can you keep telling me why men are called big trotters in TV dramas? What is a TV drama? And what is a pig anyway? The child spirit asked out of curiosity. That question is probably because they are too stupid. Although Lin Bei appeared composed on the surface, utter bewilderment reigned in her heart, because she had no idea why men were referred to as big trotters either. While the two children conversed, the two adults were engaged in their own exchange. Even so, how did you manage to maintain your sanity? Gu Junqing asked with a hint of perplexity. For a ghost to retain the rationality and memories of their mortal life is exceptionally difficult. They typically survive in the world purely driven by intense obsession and resentment. If that obsession dissipates, their very existence gradually dissolves into the universe. Otherwise, the mortal realm would be crawling with ghosts everywhere. Yet Zai Yuniang currently carried the dual resentment of two ghosts, even bearing the resentment of her own daughter upon her shoulders. Maintaining even a modicum of rationality under such conditions was unquestionably a monumental feat. Perhaps it is because aside from destroying that hateful family, I have never consumed the spiritual essence of anyone else. Absorbing the spiritual essence of others and destroying their lives naturally meant swallowing them completely, while bearing all their lingering agony. Otherwise, if you kill someone, and they turn into a ghost as well, wouldn't they just come back to exact revenge? However, the time I can remain rational is also limited. Most days I simply spend sleeping, the female ghost in red admitted honestly. This time, she had only awakened because she sensed the child spirit's wave of fear. Normally, she had no need to personally spread terror among tourists. Actually, I once received guidance from an enigmatic master. Seeing that neither I nor my baby ever harmed the innocent, she taught us a cultivation technique that gathers all the baby's resentment into my own body. This way, although it becomes difficult for me to maintain my sanity, the baby can remain clear-headed at all times. As long as we refrain from staining ourselves with too much blood in the future, or letting dust corrupt our hearts, we can even cultivate a pure ghost immortal physique, and return to the mortal world, Zai Yuniang said with a yearning tone. Returning to the mortal world was the ultimate aspiration of every ghost, who wouldn't want to retain their memories and live as a human once more. So that is how it is. It seems the world still holds quite a few hidden masters. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, speaking with a touch of lingering emotion. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders, to the point where even someone like me transformed into the existence of a ghost. Zai Yuniang nodded, a trace of deep reverence flashing through her eyes as she recalled the guidance and salvation bestowed upon her by that master. However, the most pressing matter right now is solving our current problem. Gu Junqing shifted the conversation, pulling the topic back to reality. What are your plans for the future? With the three of us trapped here for so long, the haunted house staff are probably frantic with worry, and your scepter will likely be torn down soon. Gu Junqing shrugged as he looked at Zai Yuniang. An incident like this in a haunted house naturally necessitated an overhaul. Although Zai Yuniang's particular haunted house attracted virtually no visitors, a massive reorganization would definitely require dismantling it or replacing it with a different attraction. At these words, Zai Yuniang wore a conflicted expression, wanting to say something yet unable to force it out. She looked as though she possessed a grievance, but dared not speak out. Although few memories of her mortal life remained, she knew well enough not to provoke the man standing before her. Could she really say it was all this man's fault, just because his curiosity flared up, and he came to disrupt the lives of her and her daughter? If the other party possessed a gentle temperament, he might feel a pang of guilt. Yet though this was her first time interacting with the man before her, she sensed instinctively that he was absolute no pushover. He was likely the ruthless sort who would eliminate you over a minor disagreement. With her acting as the fish and him as the knife right now, she dared not provoke him further or pin all the blame on him. Besides, her current condition was truly precarious. In truth, the time I remain lucid grows shorter by the day, and most moments must be spent in slumber. This accidental awakening means the next time I wake up, I might no longer be myself. Zai Yuniang offered a bitter smile, her spectral form flickering with instability as her words fell. Otherwise, she would never have flown into a violent rage the moment she recalled her past. That enigmatic master had warned her long ago that after absorbing her child's resentment, she would inevitably be consumed by that very same resentment sooner or later. If she lost her sanity entirely, this place would transform into a genuine zone of death. So what do you intend to do? Gu Junqing frowned slightly upon hearing this, seemingly guessing Zai Yuniang's intentions. I intend to dissipate into the world. I have lingered in this realm far too long, and I long ago wished to seek out my beloved, Zai Yuniang murmured with a yearning expression. Centuries had passed. If reincarnation existed, her beloved had likely cycled through countless lifetimes by now. Would he even recognize her if she found him? Gu Junqing uttered an inward mental scoff at the thought. Furthermore, my obsession has already been settled. The only reason I have yet to vanish from this world is entirely because of my child. Zai Yuniang cast her gaze toward the child spirit, a lingering tenderness flowing through her eyes. In truth, even if Gu Junqing had never entered, her sanity might not have held out much longer. Without rationality, she would have degenerated entirely into a malevolent, savage ghost. She couldn't even guarantee whether she might eventually lash out at her own daughter. Despite bearing monstrous resentment and the identity of a ghost, she still deeply loved and protected her child. A flicker of movement stirred within Gu Junqing's gaze. Initially, he had assumed her obsession was an eternal torture of the landlord's family. Judging by how skillfully she had devoured that soul just now, he wouldn't have doubted she had spent several centuries torturing them like that. Zai Yuniang grew somewhat silent, a trace of struggle flashing through her eyes before firm resolution took its place. Young master, I wish to entrust a single matter to you. I want to place my child in your care. After I perish, I will leave behind a ghost crystal that can assist you when breaking through realms. Oh, Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. His eyes flickered as a system interface visible only to him suddenly materialized before his eyes. After absorbing some information from the system, he closed the interface. This ghost crystal genuinely seemed to possess tremendous utility for assisting his breakthrough to the core formation stage. Regardless of anything else, Zai Yuniang possessed several centuries of cultivation. The ghost crystal she left behind would undoubtedly prove immensely useful in laying a solid foundation for him. If you dissipate, I can make the decision to let her continue staying by Lin Bei's side. I imagine that was your plan all along, wasn't it? Gu Junqing said with a knowing, half smile. The other party's initial intention had been to have the child spirit follow Lin Bei. That arrangement was obviously far superior to following Gu Junqing around. Who knew when he might wake up on the wrong side of bed and simply swallow the child spirit whole? Zai Yuniang looked slightly awkward. Still, I think you should explain this to your daughter personally. I will wait for you outside the door. With a complex look in his eyes, Gu Junqing glanced toward the child spirit conversing with Lin Bei. Then, scooping up Lin Shui, who remained unconscious in a state of self-preservation, and pulling Lin Bei along with him, he stepped out of the room that entombed Zai Yuniang's coffin. At the very least, leaving this final moments to the mother and daughter was for the best. Chapter 1273. What are they talking about? Influenced by her telepathy, Lin Bei already knew about the previous conversation between Gu Junqing and Zai Yuniang. She also knew that Zai Yuniang might not have much time left, and had even asked Gu Junqing to take the little ghost child away with them. Actually, Lin Bei didn't think the little ghost child would follow them. Putting herself in the child's shoes, though it sounded a bit unfilial, she certainly wouldn't leave Lin Shui if Lin Shui were on the verge of death. I don't know, and there's no need to know. They need to be given some time. Besides, I guess that little ghost child probably understood all of this, which is why she kept blocking us and preventing us from going in to disturb her ghost mother. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin and guessed. What little ghost child? She has a name. Her name is Linkai. Lin Bei curled her lips. You seem exceptionally excited. Gu Junqing chuckled and stroked Lin Bei's head. If any other child her age encountered that red-clothed female ghost, forget about being excited. They would have probably wet their pants from terror long ago. I am not. Though young, Lin Bei knew how to feel embarrassed. Hearing this, she deliberately put on a stern face and turned her head away, refusing to look at Gu Junqing. By the way, how is mommy? Lin Bei asked with a touch of heartache, gently touching the still sleeping Lin Shui. She'll probably wake up soon, but we should wait until we're outside before letting her wake up, lest she open her eyes and find herself still inside the haunted house, only to faint from fright all over again. Looking down at Lin Shui's pale face, Gu Junqing felt nothing but amusement. Though an adult, her inner self was actually even more fragile than Lin Bei's. Where had she even found the courage to suggest visiting a haunted house in the first place? Can you tell me now? How did you manage to sense that little ghost child named Linkai, and how come I had no idea you two were communicating the entire way? Even though Gu Junqing knew about Lin Bei's telepathy, he chose not to expose it proactively. It was best to wait until Lin Bei told him herself. She told me secretly, you just didn't notice. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat. She knew Gu Junqing would ask her this. So that's how it was. Gu Junqing nodded without pressing further. He might not have known the specifics of Lin Bei's ability, but just seeing her evasive gaze and downturned lips told him she was lying. It was obvious Lin Bei lacked life experience. She still blushed when telling a lie. Yet he had no desire to expose her. Lin Shui clearly had no idea that Lin Bei possessed telepathy. If she hadn't even told Lin Shui, how could she easily share such a secret with a brother figure who was a complete stranger just a few days ago? Furthermore, Lin Bei seemed extremely insecure about having this ability. Everyone had their own secrets, and some secrets required time to slowly open up and share. Seeing that Gu Junqing believed her story, Lin Bei felt a twinge of guilt. Yet she had no idea how to explain such a thing to him. At first, she had found it fascinating. Over time, however, she gradually realized that this ability didn't always bring benefits. Instead, it made her hyper-cautious in interpersonal interactions, eventually turning into something she profoundly despised. When she first acquired the ability, whenever she talked to people and they replied, she couldn't tell whether their words were spoken aloud or thought in their minds. Back in kindergarten and elementary school, she had accidentally blurted out a few of her teachers' inner thoughts, terrifying and repulsing them. Those teachers had no idea she possessed mind reading. They simply found it unnatural that a child so young could guess their thoughts, treating her like a completely different species. Since children naturally revered their teachers, they naturally followed the teacher's lead. Combined with family factors, Mother Lin's influence, and her own growing maturity, it terrified Lin Bei that Lin Shui might come to hate her because of this ability. No one wanted their innermost thoughts exposed to others. That was a terrifying prospect. Consequently, she had never told a single soul about her mind-reading capability. I finally found you guys. I never expected you to be so bold, making it all the way this deep inside. At that moment, several flashlight beams swept down the corridor. It was the haunted house staff, who had finally tracked them down after getting lost multiple times themselves. Several of them were covered in dust, clearly having encountered numerous accidents along the search. After all, the area wasn't just home to that red-clothed female ghost. It also contained many lingering souls of the landlord's family killed by her. Though the red-clothed female ghost had strictly forbidden them from killing anyone, allowing them only to harvest tourists' fear, which kept their power relatively weak, they could still deploy maze-like illusions to disrupt human sensory perception. Seeing the tourists, the employees were practically on the verge of tears of joy. Because surveillance in this sealed-off corridor was prone to glitches and required constant maintenance, they had eventually stopped installing cameras there altogether. Thus, once the group entered, the staff had no idea which direction they took. They could only search every single corner without missing a spot, effectively replaying the haunted house themselves. Along the way, thanks to Lin Kai's guidance, Gu Junqing had bypassed numerous puzzle checkpoints and areas guarded by real spirits with absolute ease. In reality, however, the difficulty level was brutal. These haunted house employees were seasoned veterans, either staunch materialists or people with clean consciences, who weren't particularly afraid of ghosts, which was why they worked there in the first place. Yet even they were utterly exhausted by the search. Someone has fainted, come help. Just as the staff felt relieved upon spotting Gu Junqing, Lin Shui, unconscious in Gu Junqing's arms, caught their eyes. The employees' expressions changed instantly. Although visitors to haunted houses generally had to sign waiver agreements resembling life or death disclaimers, the haunted house still bore heavy liability if a tourist fainted. If things went south, it meant a lawsuit. Sir, should I carry her? A male employee asked helpfully. No need, just lead the way out. Gu Junqing cradled Lin Shui, politely declining the offers from those wanting to take over carrying her, and led Lin Bei out behind the staff members. Are we not waiting for Lin Kai? Lin Bei tugged on Gu Junqing's sleeve and whispered. It's fine if they've made up their minds, they'll catch up. Gu Junqing replied softly. The surroundings were dead silent, save for the low murmur of the haunted house staff chatting around the three of them. This place is way too bizarre. I followed the map from when we first built this haunted house, yet I kept running into dead ends. But walking back the exact same way had zero issues. No kidding. Anyway, I'm never coming back here again. No wonder they sealed it off. These tourists are seriously incredible. Even with a map and a guide, I wouldn't necessarily make it to the deepest part. While the employees were busy chatting, they completely failed to notice a streak of dark light suddenly darting through them, leaping to Gu Junqing's side and transforming into a jade pendant. Chapter 1274. After Gu Junqing and the others departed, the ancient room remained silent and solemn within the deep darkness. Right in the center of the room, a heavy coffin lay quietly like a monument forgotten by time. The wooden grain of the coffin flickered vaguely under the dim light, exuding an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. The surrounding air felt as though it had frozen solid, with only a few swaying lights dancing in the darkness to add a touch of mystery and eeriness to the solemn space. The illumination projected onto the coffin, creating mottled patterns of light and shadow like fragments of time slowly flowing by. Zai Yuniang, clad in a crimson dress reminiscent of fresh blood, slowly materialized above the coffin. Her eerie gaze seemed to pierce straight through the walls as she watched her daughter leave alongside Gu Junqing and the others. Is he truly the destined one? Can he genuinely allow my Lin Kai to attain the realm of a ghost immortal? It is a pity I shall no longer witness it, but Lin Kai, I pray that you remain safe and sound in the days to come. Amidst the intertwining dim light and shadow, Zai Yuniang's eyes were as pitch black as an abyss, deep enough to send a shudder through the heart. It was a realm of pure, unadulterated darkness without a single trace of the whites of her eyes. Yet one could still discern a fleeting moment of tenderness within them. The reason she transformed into a vengeful ghost stemmed not merely from her unjust death, but far more from this daughter of hers. Just as Gu Junqing had stated, love was the most twisted curse of all, and she refused to let her unborn daughter be buried alongside her simply due to her own demise. That ultimate affection intertwined with the most warped hatred, ultimately forming her uniquely extraordinary existence. As a mother harboring towering resentment yet unable to let go of her daughter, she had silently guarded this coffin through the long passage of time, awaiting the person capable of altering her daughter's destiny. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring the dust of the room, and fluttering Zai Yuniang's hair. She lifted her hand gently, as though wishing to stroke the invisible wind, or perhaps feeling the relentless passage of time. Time is truly the most merciless thing of all, Zai Yuniang murmured in a deep, ethereal voice, sounding as though she were recounting an ancient legend. It stripped away my life and stole my hope, yet I remained here, waiting for the destined one who could save my daughter. Now that the person has arrived, the rest of you shall accompany me into the grave as well. As Zai Yuniang's voice faded, the wind inside the room seemed to grow increasingly fierce. Every single ghost within the entire haunted house, including Zai Yuniang herself, began to slowly dissipate. Men and women, young and old, all instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction where the wind swept across. Aside from a small handful of spirits who had suffered centuries of torment and remained unwilling to vanish like this, the vast majority of ghosts wore expressions of profound relief. Even if the outcome meant their souls being utterly scattered with no chance of reincarnation, they no longer wished to endure Zai Yuniang's torture. Feeling the faint fluctuations behind him, Gu Junqing's expression shifted slightly as he let out a soft sigh. Truth be told, he felt somewhat surprised by her choice. Simply managing to exist was already a remarkable feat, let alone the fact that this female ghost had already died once before transforming into a spirit. Under such circumstances, she should have cherished her existence all the more. What did it matter even if she degenerated into a mindless, ferocious ghost? Perhaps one day she might stumble upon some supreme heavenly treasure, or swallow enough energy to recover her sanity once again. As for whether losing her sanity might result in massive casualties, what business was that of his? In any case, since she had lost her mind, it wouldn't count as her fault anyway. The profoundly selfish Gu Junqing couldn't help muttering internally with a mental sigh. If it were him, he would never commit such a foolish act as self-detonation. Meanwhile, the jade pendant hanging around Gu Junqing's neck began to grow faintly warm. He could clearly perceive the extreme sorrow radiating from the young child spirit named Lin Kai residing within the pendant. Even though Lin Kai was coming into contact with a man overflowing with vigorous yang energy like Gu Junqing for the very first time, and Zai Yuniang had transferred all her cultivation base to Lin Kai so that the child's spirit would remain dormant inside the pendant. Yet she seemed to have already sensed Zai Yuniang's soul scattering into nothingness, causing the entire jade pendant to begin vibrating fiercely as it even attempted to break free from Gu Junqing's grasp. She desperately wanted to catch one final glimpse of her mother, because this separation meant they might never meet again. Not just in this lifetime, but for all eternity. Grieve no longer, this was your mother's own choice. Gu Junqing unclasped the jade pendant, half cupping it within his palm, as he spoke softly to the artifact. The pendant featured an archaic and elegant design, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 years of history and tales. It was oval-shaped with smoothly polished edges, feeling warm and moist to the touch like genuine jade, while its delicate, lustrous surface seemed veiled in a soft, bright layer of moonlight. The front face of the pendant depicted a young girl, with tightly closed eyes and a struggling expression. The reverse side was carved with intricate cloud patterns, their smooth and rhythmic lines curling around like drifting auspicious clouds, seemingly embodying Zai Yuniang's deepest hopes and expectations for Lin Kai. The surrounding haunted house employees watched Gu Junqing talking to a jade pendant, unable to keep bizarre expressions from crossing their faces. However, remembering that this was a customer's personal business, none of them dared to voice their thoughts. Only 2 or 3 female employees gazed at Gu Junqing with expressions of profound pity. Such a strikingly handsome fellow. Why on earth had his nerves turned out to be abnormal? Did God truly have to slam a window shut for every single door he opened for him? Only Lin Bei possessed a general idea of what had transpired, and her face similarly mirrored a look of sorrow. She was the one who could empathize the most deeply. Lin Kai and Zai Yuniang had depended upon one another as spirits, just as she and Lin Shui did in the moral world. Lin Kai had lost her mother forever, whereas she was fortunate enough to still have her mom. In the future, she would definitely take good care of Lin Kai. Seemingly perceiving what Lin Bei was thinking, Gu Junqing handed the jade pendant over into her hands. Be a good girl, Lin Kai. From now on, we are your family, so do not grieve anymore, it makes us sad as well. Receiving the pendant, Lin Bei gently stroked its surface with her small hands, while whispering softly to the artifact. Feeling the pendant cease its trembling as Lin Kai drifted back into slumber, Lin Bei reluctantly returned it to Gu Junqing. After all, Lin Bei was still young, and Lin Kai possessed the nature of a ghost. Even if she could cultivate into a relatively pure type of spirit, like a ghost immortal, staying in close contact with humans for extended periods could still inflict unpredictable damage. Therefore, although Gu Junqing had promised Zai Yingyang that he would entrust Ling Kai to Lin Bei, for the time being, he had no choice but to keep Ling Kai with him, waiting until the point where prolonged contact would no longer harm Lin Bei before handing the pendant over. This series of actions left the surrounding haunted house employees feeling a chill run through their hearts. It was one thing for an adult to be out of his mind, but why was this exquisitely carved little girl also acting crazy and talking to a jade pendant? Could they possibly have carried something unclean out of the attraction with them? Yet perhaps because all unclean entities within the entire haunted house had vanished, Gu Junqing's group quickly walked out of the attraction. Upon inhaling the clean outdoor air, the haunted house employees let out a heavy sigh of relief. Even as staff members, none of them ever wished to step foot inside that zone of the haunted house ever again. Chapter 1275. Sir, do you need us to send this young lady to the hospital? Although the staff felt Gu Junqing's group was a bit unusual, they spoke up helpfully when they saw Lin Shui still unconscious in his arms. After all, this woman had fainted right inside their haunted house. To avoid potential lawsuits, they had very few options left. They could only try to make up for it in other ways to dissipate any potential anger from the unconscious visitor's family. Furthermore, this guest possessed exquisitely delicate facial features and flawless, blemish-free skin that even other girls would envy. Her clothing and accessories also clearly carried an exorbitant price tag. She was unmistakably someone living a life of absolute privilege. Whether the man was the child of high-ranking officials or wealthy elites, he was certainly not someone they could afford to cross. If a person like this got angry and filed a complaint, basically all of these employees would lose their jobs, and they might even be sued by the boss. No need, I can handle it myself. Gu Junqing shook his head, but just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned around to ask, by the way, what is your boss's phone number? Could you give it to me? Thump. Hearing this, the hearts of several employees practically skipped a beat. They had originally thought Gu Junqing was easygoing since he hadn't pursued the staff's negligence at all. Never did they expect that the matter of lodging a complaint with the boss would finally arrive after all. The employees looked at each other with rather unsightly expressions. Although these tourists had wandered into the restricted areas on their own accord, the staff had failed to extract them in time when fear struck, and one tourist had even passed out. If a formal complaint was filed, their jobs would undoubtedly vanish into thin air. What is the matter? Do you not have the number? Gu Junqing asked, looking somewhat surprised by their reaction. They are afraid you will file a complaint against them, Lin Bei remarked quietly from the side. Having their innermost thoughts exposed made the staff members feel rather embarrassed. Sir, this time it was genuinely our mistake. We can offer compensation, but could you please not file a complaint against us? One of the male employees stepped forward awkwardly to plead their case. I am not going to file a complaint against you, Gu Junqing shook his head. He truly held no such intentions whatsoever, making it momentarily difficult for him to understand their perspective. Considering how amiable he had been, he never expected to be misjudged like this. Besides, did a person of his status even need to bother with petty complaints? Then why do you want our boss's phone number, sir? An employee asked cautiously. Rest assured, I simply wish to purchase this place, Gu Junqing replied casually. After a round of explanations, the staff eventually handed over the contact information for their superiors to Gu Junqing. In truth, ordinary employees like them had no direct way of contacting the big boss anyway. They could only provide the phone number of their direct supervisor. Finding that too troublesome, Gu Junqing simply had his subordinates investigate the amusement park's owner and proceeded to buy out the entire amusement park. Naturally, the execution of this task was left entirely to his subordinates. Within just a few hours, all the necessary transfer procedures were fully completed. Gu Junqing hadn't bought the place merely to show off or act cool. He simply felt that since the red-clothed female ghost had already dissipated, it wouldn't be right to let others disturb her coffin. Thus, he decided to purchase this haunted house directly from the owner to serve as a memento moving forward. At the very least, when the little ghost girl Ling Kai returned, she would still be able to find her home. Gu Junqing had long since verified that Lin Shui was entirely unharmed and would naturally wake up after a brief while. Therefore, he simply carried her over to a bench in the amusement park and let her head rest comfortably against his lap. Is mommy really going to be all right? Lin Bei watched Lin Shui with deep concern, noting how her face remained pale and her eyes tightly shut, resembling a sleeping beauty. She will be fine, she will wake up shortly. Do you still not trust me by now? Gu Junqing comforted her softly, his voice carrying a reassuring sense of stability that inspired complete trust. Though young, Lin Bei could deeply sense the sincerity and conviction in Gu Junqing's words. Recalling his terrifying strength, that even ghosts feared, she realized he had no reason whatsoever to deceive a child like her. She nodded silently and sat down beside Lin Shui, waiting quietly. As every second ticked by, Lin Shui's complexion gradually regained its healthy flush. Her eyelids flickered lightly, as if she had finally found her way back to reality after enduring a living nightmare. However, after stealing a quick peek at her surrounding environment, she instantly shut her eyes tight again. Her entire body was shivering uncontrollably. This reaction left both Gu Junqing and Lin Bei slightly surprised. That thing just now was a ghost, right? A real ghost. How can ghosts actually exist in this world? That was definitely not an actor. This haunted house is genuinely haunted. She had thoroughly inspected that room earlier, including beneath the coffin, the surrounding walls in every direction, and the ceiling. She could confirm there were no 3D projection ports or hidden pathways for haunted house employees to slip in and out. That tragic woman had materialized entirely out of thin air. It has to be a ghost. The woman's face lingered persistently in Lin Shue's mind, turning into a psychological trauma that haunted her even with her eyes shut. She could still see that bloated face distorted by suffocation, accompanied by those bloodshot, horrifying eyes. However, it seems I've safely made it out. Gu Junqing must have rescued me. But why am I resting on his lap? Opening my eyes right now would be so embarrassing. Oh well, his legs are surprisingly firm, springy, and so comfortable to lie on. His scent smells wonderful too. Is that mint? Cologne? Whatever, I think I'll stay like this a little longer. The exact moment Lin Shue's inner, emotional fluctuations stabilized, Lin Bei sensed her awakening. Yet Lin Shue's internal monologue caused a dark vein of exasperation to pop up on Lin Bei's forehead. Although she truly had no wish to pry into Lin Shue's private thoughts, those random inner utterances kept blushing Lin Bei's own face. At the same time, she didn't want to expose Lin Shue's act of feigning sleep, so she simply turned her flushed face away. Still, she managed to gain a rough understanding of how Lin Shue truly viewed Gu Junqing. If Gu Junqing was also willing, the two of them might actually end up becoming a couple. Wouldn't that mean brother Gu would become her father Gu? Though Gu Junqing lacked Lin Bei's direct mind-reading ability, he could keenly perceive the physical state of Lin Shue's body. By monitoring her blood circulation, heart rate, and the slight tremors in her eyelids and frame, he could roughly guess what she was thinking. Gu Junqing couldn't help feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Since you are awake, you might as well get up. Do you expect me to kiss you like a prince waking a sleeping princess before you open your eyes? Although having a beauty rest her head on his lap felt pleasant, lying there indefinitely wasn't a practical solution either. Therefore, Gu Junqing deliberately leaned down close to Lin Shue and whispered with a light chuckle right beside her ear. Chapter 1276. Gu Junqing noticed that upon hearing his words, Lin Shue's eyelids only twitched slightly. Instead of opening them, she squeezed her eyes shut even tighter, as if trying to cover up her guilt. He could not help feeling a bit amused. Why is she still not waking up? Do I really need to play the prince for the princess to finally wake? Gu Junqing said this with deliberate banter, while gently blowing a breath into Lin Shue's ear. Beside them, Lin Bei let out a sigh. She could no longer bear to look at Lin Shue's chaotic inner monologue. Mom, please wake up. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Lin Shue's body gave a violent shudder, as if struck by lightning, and she finally opened her eyes. Her previously dazed eyes instantly cleared up the moment they met Gu Junqing's teasing gaze, and she scrambled off his lap in a hurry. Seeing the expressions on both Gu Junqing and Lin Bei's faces, she finally realized that not only had Gu Junqing known she was awake all along, but even Lin Bei had known it too. Her cheeks instantly turned burning red as if scorched by fire, the blush spreading from her face down to her earlobes and quietly creeping all the way to her neck. She felt her heartbeat accelerate as if it wanted to leap out of her chest, her rapid breathing sounding exceptionally clear in the quiet air. Lin Shue tried to cover her cheeks with her hands, but her trembling fingers failed to hide the thoroughly flushed skin, as even her flawless white fingers had turned a rosy pink. You realized I was awake long ago? Lin Shue asked, refusing to lower her hands from her burning cheeks. Otherwise, why would I say so much to someone who was supposedly unconscious? I am not a beast who would take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Gu Junqing spread his hands with a helpless expression. Lin Shue's chest rose and fell, every single breath, making her feel even more ashamed. She felt like a clown whose mask had just been ripped away. You are hateful. A moment later, she parted her fingers just enough to quickly stand up and pull Lin Bei away, casting a final glare at Gu Junqing before muttering under her breath. Now I am hateful again? I did not even do anything. Gu Junqing shrugged, finding it hard to understand Lin Shue's train of thought. Although he had indeed started teasing her first, it had remained purely verbal without him actually making a move. Why could you not just act like a beast for once? Hateful, hateful, hateful. Oh no, did he figure out what I was thinking? No, you have to maintain your dignity. You are still a married woman, and you need to call off your engagement at the very least. Why on earth was I deliberately waiting for him to kiss me? If not for what Xiaobei said, was I really planning never to wake up? I cannot blame myself. I must blame Junqing. Why could you not just act like a beast for once, when I deliberately closed my eyes and waited for you? Hateful, hateful, hateful. Actually, I cannot even blame him. I can only blame myself. Leaving aside Gu Junqing's inability to comprehend Lin Shue, even Lin Bei, who could listen to Lin Shue's innermost thoughts, failed to understand her. So did she actually want Gu Junqing to kiss her, or did she not want him to? Was what Gu Junqing did right or wrong? Watching Lin Shue look so full of regret that she practically wanted to hit herself, Lin Bei's tiny mind filled with massive question marks, her little face completely dazed. Lin Shue dragged Lin Bei by the hand and wandered aimlessly, bumping into quite a few pedestrians along the way, until they walked quite a distance, and she finally calmed down, returning to her usual composure. Junqing, I am sorry. Lin Shue walked up to Gu Junqing, her face flushed red as she lowered her head to apologize with utmost sincerity. It is fine. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for teasing you. Gu Junqing put on a magnanimous and reserved facade, waving his hand as if he wanted to brush the matter aside. I must have lost my mind just now, which is why my attitude was so bad. Please, please do not mind it. Seeing Gu Junqing's calm demeanor, Lin Shui felt an escalating wave of guilt and regret, growing so anxious that tears were almost about to spill out. At the same time, she grew even more worried that Gu Junqing's impression of her would sour. She had always maintained the persona of a cold and capable career woman, yet she had actually fainted from fright during a simple haunted house visit. After waking up, when he was clearly just joking around with her, she had thrown a spoiled temper tantrum at him. This would undoubtedly ruin her impression in his eyes completely. Lin Shui regretted it down to her very bones. This was definitely not what she had envisioned for their outing today. I truly do not mind. Seeing Lin Shui in this state, Gu Junqing could only explain once more that he genuinely did not mind. When he saw that she still refused to believe him, and continued sobbing as if on the verge of tears, he directly took her hand and spoke with a feigned tone of helplessness. If my words are not enough, do you need me to take action to prove it? Upon realizing her hand was being held, her cheeks once again turned instantly crimson, as if scorched by a blazing fire. She panicked and tried to pull her hand back, but Gu Junqing gripped it tightly, leaving her no chance of escape. Lin Shui felt her heartbeat accelerate instantly, as if it wanted to leap right out of her chest. She tried hard to steady her breathing, but the bashfulness and tension welling from the depths of her heart made her tremble uncontrollably. What are you doing? Lin Shui's voice carried a hint of trembling, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Junqing for fear of missing any expression on his face. Could he be interested in me as well? Should I play hard to get, or not? No wait, I am a married woman, but since my hand is being held and a woman cannot resist a man, should I just let him have his way a little bit? To the side, Lin Bei tilted her head in confusion. What on earth did all of this even mean? Meanwhile, watching Lin Shui's flustered, half-reluctant expression, Gu Junqing could not help feeling a bit amused. He purposely leaned in closer, letting his breath lightly brush against Lin Shui's earlobe as he spoke softly. I just wanted to make you believe that I truly do not mind your behavior from earlier. Lin Shui's ears turned crimson in an instant, and she could feel her cheeks rapidly heating up as well. She tried hard to control her emotions, but the bashfulness welling from deep within her heart was impossible to resist. She could only squeeze her eyes shut tightly, allowing Gu Junqing to gently hold her hand without daring to put up the slightest resistance. Since she had already closed her eyes, Gu Junqing should understand what she meant, right? A sense of anticipation and excitement fluttered within Lin Shui's heart. Yet after waiting for a long time, Lin Shui failed to receive the thing she was anticipating. This caused her heart to sink slightly, and she felt on the verge of tears. Chapter 1277. Lin Shui's heart filled with disappointment. A great beauty had closed her eyes, practically waiting to be plucked, yet this man still remained unmoved. It meant either he didn't like her, or he was utterly clueless about romance. And Gu Junqing was clearly not the latter. Someone like Gu Junqing looked like an absolute playboy at first glance. Saying he walked through 1,000 blossoms without a single leaf touching him would probably be an understatement. That left only one possibility. Gu Junqing had zero interest in her whatsoever. She had originally thought that Gu Junqing taking the initiative to hold her hand and make physical contact meant he had feelings for her. After all, Lin Shui was one of the top 5 golden flowers of the capital's past. Her looks and family background were top tier in the city. Even if she wasn't a peerless beauty who could topple kingdoms, she at least possessed considerable charm. Back then, the people chasing her could easily line up across multiple streets. Even though her reputation took a massive hit because of a fake marriage and raising a child, it still shouldn't have dropped to the point where she was practically throwing herself at someone and still getting rejected. At the very least, sparking a tiny bit of desire toward her should have been possible. This was the first time Lin Bei had ever seen Lin Shui looking this furious. The internal roaring and grievances made Lin Bei too afraid to listen closely, so she quickly walked a bit further away. What even was desire? Was that something only adults understood? Another giant question mark formed in Lin Bei's tiny mind. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Lin Shui's mind. She could barely resist opening her eyes to verify Gu Junqing's thoughts, but she was terrified that opening her eyes would reveal disgust or strange looks from him. For a moment, she didn't even dare move her body. Look, even the child didn't dare watch and quickly walked away. Watching Lin Shui transition from a shy, stunningly alluring expression into bloodless pallor, Gu Junqing sighed and spoke slowly. Do you hate me that much? Lin Shui could no longer keep up the act and opened her eyes. Her eye rims were visibly red, making her look somewhat fragile and cute. Of course not. But between us, there must be boundaries. Some things can be done, and some cannot. Gu Junqing's tone fluctuated as if he were forcefully holding back certain emotions. What can't we do? Are you minding the fact that I've been married? But I truly have no relationship with that person whatsoever. I've never even held his hand. Lin Shui's voice trembled slightly. She tried her best to look strong, but tears spun uncontrollably in her eyes. For the first time, resentment toward Yang Chen sprouted in her heart. She even resented her late grandfather. If her grandfather hadn't demanded she marry Yang Chen in the final moments of his life, she would never have gotten that marriage certificate. And Yang Chen, if he hadn't gone missing on the very first day they registered their marriage, she would have long since annulled this nominal union with him. Still, she only had herself to blame. She had originally thought she wouldn't meet any good men anyway, and in the future, if not with Yang Chen, her mother might just marry her off to some young master for a business alliance. which was why she casually went along with getting the marriage certificate. Lin Shui slowly squatted down, almost covering her face as she wept. If she had known Gu Junqing would appear, she would have forced it through with death before ever agreeing to that certificate. Lin Shui, you misunderstood. He slowly walked over to Lin Shui, squatted down to match her eye level, and said, I don't mind your marital status, it's just that I have my own principles. Lin Shui looked up at him, her eyes filled with incomprehension and confusion. She couldn't understand what kind of principle Gu Junqing could possibly have that made him reject a woman delivering herself right to his doorstep. Yet she didn't even want to keep asking, as it made her feel like the distance between them had grown slightly further. She was terrified of hearing why Gu Junqing might hate her, but looking into Gu Junqing's eyes, she couldn't help asking softly, her voice trembling slightly. Your principles? Yes. Gu Junqing took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and said, I don't want to hurt you. Lin Shui's heart violently trembled, never expecting Gu Junqing to say such words. She felt her heartbeat accelerate, as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. Hurt me? She murmured to herself, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. Yes. Gu Junqing nodded, his voice turning deep. I know what kind of person I am. I cannot give you promises, nor can I give you a future. Ji Hanyan and Lu Qingyi are both my women. You should already know this. This time, Gu Junqing had no intention of hiding the fact that he had other women. After all, everything needed to be laid out in the open. Lying once meant needing countless more lies to cover it up. Furthermore, Lin Shui had already witnessed the intimate interactions between the two of them and him on the cruise ship. If he didn't make things clear, he would lose a sense of responsibility in front of Lin Shui. Gu Junqing felt somewhat mentally exhausted. He knew Lin Shui hadn't suddenly realized her own feelings. Rather, she was acting like someone who made an impulsive move after getting drunk to lay everything out in the open. The reason stemmed from a temporary imbalance in her physiological and psychological factors after being frightened unconscious by the red-clothed female ghost Zai Yuniang. It shared similarities with the suspension bridge effect. When a person is in a tense or dangerous environment, their heartbeat involuntarily accelerates. If they happen to encounter a member of the opposite sex at that moment, they might mistakenly interpret this environment-induced heartbeat acceleration as a physiological reaction triggered by the other person, thereby cultivating romantic feelings. Lin Shui already harbored considerable affection for Gu Junqing to begin with, and after keeping her heart racing throughout the haunted house trip, while being continuously protected by him, a moment of impulse was completely normal. Therefore, Gu Junqing didn't really want to take it too seriously. Although feeling mentally tired, Gu Junqing still intended to explain it to Lin Shui seriously, just in case a failed confession turned them into enemies instead. Lin Shui fell silent. Looking into Gu Junqing's eyes, she seemed to see the struggle and helplessness hidden deep within his heart. She felt a sudden epiphany. Gu Junqing wasn't uninterested in her at all. Rather, she realized he was afraid he couldn't give her happiness. He had many women, and he was rejecting her only because he feared she would mind. That's right, Gu Junqing definitely liked her too, but their respective identities were inconvenient. She had a nominal husband, and Gu Junqing had several women clinging to him, so he had no choice but to tearfully reject her. Therefore, she wasn't some clown. They were just like the male and female protagonists sung about in operas and written in novels, destined by fate yet missing out due to various intertwined circumstances. However, she felt determined to do her utmost to ensure their bond had both fate and a lasting connection. I understand now. Life returned to Lin Shui's gaze as she stared deeply at Gu Junqing. Chapter 1278. I understand. Lin Shui gazed at Gu Junqing with burning eyes, as if she had suddenly figured everything out. What on earth do you understand? Lin Shui's sudden exclamation made Gu Junqing blink in confusion. He instinctively searched for Lin Bei with his eyes, but her small figure was nowhere to be found, evidently having run off to avoid listening to too much of Lin Shui's inner monologue. Gu Junqing couldn't help feeling a tinge of regret. At this point, he didn't even want to try guessing Lin Shui's thoughts anymore. Sometimes, he simply couldn't fathom what was going on inside her head. However, he had already devised a foolproof strategy. All he needed to do was watch Lin Bei's facial expressions and act accordingly. If Lin Bei's expression fluctuated, it would surely mean Lin Shui was thinking up some bizarre things again. But since Lin Bei wasn't around right now, he figured the best course of action was to remain unchanged to respond to all changes. A perfectly measured smile instantly curved across Gu Junqing's face, projecting an unfathomable air of you are finally beginning to understand. Yet in Lin Shui's eyes, Gu Junqing's smile seemed laced with a hint of sorrow, and his usually bright, radiant eyes appeared somewhat dimmed. This was clearly because the obstacles standing in the way of them being together were simply too great. He must be agonizing over these very factors. Viewed in this light, Gu Junqing was unquestionably fond of her as well. Do not worry. I believe we will surely overcome all obstacles and end up together in the end. Lin Shui comforted him softly, her gaze fixed on Gu Junqing brimming with tenderness and persistence. Gu Junqing was slightly stunned, but quickly collected himself and nodded with a soft hum of agreement. Their eyes locked together in a passionate gaze while their hands remained tightly clasped, making them look every bit like a young couple deeply in love. Passing tourists cast envious glances in their direction. Such a strikingly handsome man and gorgeous woman made an exceptionally well-matched pair. It was just that if these passers-by learned that the name on Lin Shui's marriage certificate belonged to someone else, who knew what they would think. Just like the two burly men peeking at them from a deserted corner in the distance. Damn it, I'm going to smash this pretty boy to death. We might as well ask the god of war for a couple of sniper rifles so I can blow his head off in one shot. How the fuck dare he hold the hand of our mistress? No, wait, she's already cheating. She's not our mistress anymore. Seeing Gu Junqing and Lin Shui acting all sweet, one of the burly men glared with wide eyes and violently punched the large tree they were hiding behind, sending leaves rustling down in a shower, clearly demonstrating the formidable power of his fist. Let's observe a bit longer. The god of war said he's been missing for 5 years, and the mistress hasn't found another man during all that time. How could she cheat right, when the god of war is about to return in glory? The other burly man, who seemed slightly more rational, said coldly. What makes you think it's impossible? Maybe this bitch got horny for a man. We need to report this to the god of war immediately. There's actually some pretty boy trying to poach his turf, and if worse comes to worst, we'll secretly cripple this guy first, at the very least. Make sure he can't touch women anymore. A wicked grin spread across the tree-punching brawler's muscle-bound face. He had done this kind of thing plenty of times before. Back before he was subdued by the god of war. What heinous deeds hadn't he committed? What martial domain? It was just a fancy-sounding name. Put bluntly, it was nothing more than a wasteland yearned for by all sorts of vicious criminals. Women, drugs, gambling, violence, and sin were the eternal mainstays of that wasteland. It was simply that lately, a faction had arisen trying to conquer everyone across that very wasteland. Only someone like Yang Chen could ever subjugate people like them. This matter must definitely be reported. But we need to weigh our words carefully. The rational brawler wasn't as reckless as his tree-punching companion. Could an issue like this be reported directly to the god of war just like that? What man could tolerate being cuckolded? After not returning for 5 years, only to find his wedded wife getting cozy with another man who could stomach that. If they reported this up, the god of war would likely rush back immediately. Otherwise, if he returned any later, it would be a case of coming home, after 5 years away, to find his wife holding a 3-month-old baby to welcome him back, successfully becoming a father to someone else's child. Yet affairs in the martial domain couldn't do without the god of war for the moment. Furthermore, none of them assigned to protect Lin Shui would likely escape punishment. I said back then that we should ban all men from approaching the mistress, but you and Huzi insisted on believing the mistress could resist temptation on her own, and that we shouldn't interfere. Look at her now. Did she resist the temptation? I'd say she's even more anxious than that pretty boy. The tree-punching brawler sneered. Hearing this, the rational brawler fell silent, only to say with a bitter smile after a long pause, who knows? Still, Huzi and the others investigated this guy's background, though I haven't heard back from the two of them for several days now. I was wondering where Huzi and the others went. Have you still not contacted our subordinates? Weren't they supposed to take turns keeping watch? Instead, they left the two of us here to witness this heartbreaking scene, and our boss is just as bad, not appreciating such a gorgeous wife. And now look what happened, his wife got stolen right out from under him. The tree-punching brawler muttered under his breath, watching Gu Junqing and Lin Shui grow increasingly affectionate in the distance, with the man appearing to whisper sweet, romantic words, while their mistress Lin Shui playfully tapped him on the chest. The two grew even more restless and fidgety. Even the tree-punching brawler felt a bit too intimidated to report this directly to Yang Chen. Otherwise, Yang Chen would surely tear them to shreds. What are you two doing? Why do you look so shifty? Just then, a little girl's voice suddenly rang out behind the two burly men. Lin Bei tilted her head up slightly, her eyes flashing with a strange light, as her lips parted gently, her tone steady without excessive embellishment or inflection. Holy shit. Neither of them had actually noticed anyone approaching, and the tree-punching brawler was so startled he nearly jumped, cursing under his breath. When they spun around with fierce expressions only to see the little girl's face, they nearly scared themselves out of their wits, and the brawler almost slapped himself across the face. This turned out to be Lin Bei, the biological younger sister of their god of war, Yang Chen. They had been too focused on watching whether Lin Shui would do anything out of line with Gu Junqing, such as kissing, completely failing to notice Lin Bei sneaking up on them. We aren't doing anything, just taking a break. The brawler forced a comical smile across his ferocious, muscle-bound face. Holy shit, we really are idiots for letting the young miss get close without noticing. Listening to the brawler's inner thoughts, Lin Bei tilted her head in confusion. Young miss? Is he talking about her? Do you know me? Lin Bei asked perplexedly. Of course not. Little girl, did you get lost? Do you want us to help you find your mom? The rational brawler asked with a hurried smile, afraid his companion would ruin things. Chapter 1279. Find mommy? No, I am not lost. Lin Bei said calmly, her gaze remaining fixed on the two men. She sensed something wrong from their inner thoughts, realizing they definitely knew who she was. Yet she had never laid eyes on them before. Moreover, their thoughts kept mentioning things like a brother, young miss, and Yang Chen. Wasn't that the nominal husband, who disappeared for 5 years without taking an ounce of responsibility? Lin Bei felt a trace of curiosity. Although Lin Shui had never told her anything about the older generation's affairs, she had already pieced together a rough idea from various people's inner thoughts. Perhaps due to an extreme aversion toward the topic, almost no one dared to dwell on it deeply. Thus, even Lin Bei only understood half-truths regarding her own background and Lin Shui's matters. Targeted by that piercing gaze, the tree-smashing brawny man and the rational brawny man broke out in cold sweats. They couldn't afford to be careless. As trusted subordinates of Yang Chen, they would gladly take a bullet for him without hesitation. That was why they were assigned to protect Lin Shui and Lin Bei. Lin Bei was the god of war, Yang Chen's actual younger sister, and supposedly his only remaining blood relative, making her an absolute treasure. Her importance in Yang Chen's heart undoubtedly surpassed even Lin Shui. If Lin Shui resembled the untouchable white moonlight deep in his heart, Lin Bei was entirely his precious core. Consequently, both bulky men treated Lin Bei with extreme reverence, forcing self-perceived gentle smiles onto their faces. Yet to outsiders, they looked like a pair of creeps trying to lure a little girl away. Many surrounding tourists cast vigilant glances their way, pointing fingers and even raising their phones to take pictures. The contrast between Lin Bei, a delicate and doll-like child, and the two massive, fierce-looking men was simply too jarring. These stares and cameras made the tree-smashing and rational brawny men feel rather jumpy. Yang Chen had explicitly instructed them not to let anyone discover them unless Lin Shui and Lin Bei faced genuine harm. Under normal circumstances, absolute secrecy was required. Exposing their identities could easily ruin the god of war's grand plans. So, little girl, what do you want to do? The rational brawny man forced a dry chuckle and earnestly questioned Lin Bei. Though his voice was rough, it carried utmost tenderness at the moment. He mentally cursed himself for being terrified by a child's gaze. After all, the young miss was clearly so adorable. I want to. Lin Bei rolled her eyes and prepared to probe for information about herself. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shui finally noticed that Lin Bei had vanished. Lin Bei, where are you? Hearing Lin Shui's calls from nearby, Lin Bei glanced at the two men one last time and regretfully walked away. After exchanging bewildered looks, the tree-smashing and rational brawny men let out a massive sigh of relief once she was gone. Just now, looking into the young miss's eyes gave me a massive scare. I felt like she could read my mind, and talking to her felt more exhausting than a 10-kilometer mountain march. The tree-smashing brawny man leaned against a tree, panting heavily. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Bei, his breathing had nearly stopped. Her gaze simply carried too much deterrence. Moreover, when Yang Chen gave his instructions back then, he repeatedly emphasized that they must never let Lin Bei or Lin Shui discover them unless absolutely necessary. It was their first time seeing Yang Chen maintain such a serious attitude. They couldn't fully comprehend why a god of war invincible across the entire battle zone would act so cautious upon entering a metropolitan city. Yet they were terrified of messing up anything on Yang Chen's end. Don't speak for yourself. Even I didn't dare hold the young Mrs. gaze for long. The rational brawny man shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling that locking eyes with Lin Bei for those few seconds was more nerve-wracking than facing a squad of special forces. He constantly felt like something was about to go wrong. Exchanging glances, the two men realized today's events couldn't simply end here. Since the young miss seemed suspicious of them, they needed to find a way to dispel her doubts quickly. Should we fall back for now? I feel like something is off. Even our boss doesn't dare run rampant in the capital, meaning there must be forces here that he fears. Since we've been exposed, it's no longer suitable for us to hold our ground here. Besides, Huzi and the others have been missing for days. Even if they got distracted by the capital's prosperity, it's impossible for them to vanish for days without a single trace of news. The rational brawny man analyzed in a deep voice. You suspect? The tree-smashing brawny man's eyes flashed fiercely. Yes, I suspect they've already been killed. Also, have you noticed that we aren't the only ones watching the young miss? Just now while she spoke with us, aside from passers-by, several gazes sent chills down my limbs, and I suspect they belong to that pretty boy's men. That pretty boy is definitely not simple, and his background is likely far more powerful than we can imagine. The rational brawny man scanned his surroundings and whispered, then what are we waiting for? If Huzi and the others can vanish without a sound, we won't fare any better, and this news must reach the boss. Hearing this, the tree-smashing brawny man turned horrified, feeling an icy chill spread through his body despite the scorching weather. Huzi's strength was comparable to theirs, meaning anyone capable of making them disappear silently could easily do the same to them. Let's move. Exchanging looks, the rational and tree-smashing brawny men flashed broad laughs on their faces, while loudly recounting amusing stories to one another, all while maintaining a swift pace toward the exit. If the rational brawny man's analysis was correct, the two of them, having approached Lin Bei, might already be under surveillance. To shake off suspicion, they had no choice but to act this way temporarily. The pair chatted and laughed all the way out, looking just like ordinary tourists leaving contentedly after touring the scenic spot. However, their hearts were filled with intense tension and vigilance, constantly monitoring their surroundings. Stepping out of the amusement park, they quickly located a secluded spot and confirmed no one was around before exchanging information. What do you think we should do next? Are we really going to slink back empty-handed like this? And how are we supposed to report back to the boss? The tree-smashing brawny man furrowed his brows deeply, clearly extremely worried about the current situation. We have no choice. If we keep monitoring them, let alone protecting Lin Shui and the young miss, we might end up trapped here ourselves, leaving no one to brief the boss. The rational brawny man spoke in a low, solemn tone. We split up and set a rendezvous code. Chapter 1280. The two exchanged a final glance and agreed on a rendezvous point. Fearing they would be captured all at once, they split up to act individually. They were already seasoned experts when it came to evasion and secret signals. The rational brawler and the tree-punching brawler moved separately. Though they maintained a calm exterior and occasionally greeted bewildered passers-by, internal tension gripped them both. Despite doing their best to keep cool, the intuition of being watched felt like a cold blade cutting relentlessly at their nerves. The rational brawler chose a relatively secluded path. He had already scouted the surrounding environment thoroughly, knowing this sparsely populated route was the optimal choice to shake off surveillance. However, just as he was about to emerge from the path and turn onto a main street, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Hearing the hurried footsteps, he instantly realized something was wrong. He spun around to find several men in black already close at hand, their eyes flashing with cruel brilliance, and their blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. "What kind of people are you? This is a lawful society, and murder is illegal. I can give you all my money, and I won't even call the police." He drew a quiet breath, forcefully suppressing his tension, and shocked to act like a terrified pedestrian. He never imagined that simply exchanging a few words with Lin Bei would result in being hunted down by so many men. What kind of formidable faction had they provoked? He knew he could not afford any hesitation or retreat. Although he looked terrified on the outside, his hand tightly gripped the hidden dagger on his body, ready to strike if the moment turned unfavorable. "I don't want money, I just want your life," the leading man in black said indifferently. "That works too, but please be gentle, I'm a bit afraid of pain." His expression shifted slightly before he coyly wiggled his hips at the man in black. The corners of the black-clad men's mouths twitched slightly, but none of them spoke. "Hey, I didn't want this either, but with my crew cut, round face, beard, and slight chubbiness, I'm totally the type modern guys go for. Are you sure you don't want to try, one by one, or all together?" Seeing them remain unfazed, he sighed and spoke slowly. "Your eyes flash with sharp light, your temples are bulging, and despite your seemingly rigid posture, you've maintained a defensive stance the whole time. Do you really think acting like a clown will let us lower our guard?" The leader stated coldly, "Cut the act and come with us." His heart tightened, confirming that the enemy knew he was no ordinary person. A fight was now inevitable. "Take him down. Don't waste words." Yet the instant he began to think, a dark figure suddenly darted from the shadows, rushing at him with lightning speed. He barely managed to dodge sideways, but the shadow glided past him like a ghost, a massive force instantly sending him flying several meters away. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the impact leaving him nearly unable to breathe. Struggling back up with a series of backflips, he saw several men in black rapidly closing in. If a single opponent was already this formidable, facing so many of them at once was out of the question. Knowing he was no match for these men, he made a decisive choice: flee. Relying on the agile skills honed within the martial domain, he bounced back up and bolted. He wove through the shadows of the streets, utilizing the terrain and obstacles to evade his pursuers. Faced with crisis, the rational brawler displayed extraordinary calmness and decisiveness. His gaze instantly sharpened like a hawk's, piercing through the surrounding chaos to reach the core of the situation while his heart raced yet his breathing remained steady. Amidst the narrow alley filled with debris, trash, and boxes, he skillfully utilized these obstructions. Sometimes vaulting to dodge attacks, other times ducking through narrow gaps, he moved through the alley like a nimble leopard. Despite his incredible speed and agility, the men in black were no pushovers. Their figures were lithe, their moves vicious, and their coordination was seamless, far beyond what ordinary practitioners of martial arts like Taekwondo could achieve. Every technique they trained in was designed for killing, capable of delivering a fatal blow with the slightest mistake. With their flawless coordination, they rapidly formed a tight perimeter, trapping him in the center. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as he never expected to be cornered like this in an urban setting. Even within the martial domain, few people could force him into such a desperate predicament. "These people are definitely not ordinary," he roared internally. Knowing full well he had nowhere left to run, he refused to give up, his hand tightening around his dagger as a flash of absolute resolve crossed his eyes. He knew that even if he gave it everything, breaking through this encirclement would be exceptionally difficult. If he failed to break out, he would have to use this very dagger to end his own life. Just then, the sharp screech of braking and a blaring car horn suddenly echoed from the end of the alley. His heart stirred, and he immediately sprinted toward the direction of the vehicle. "Stop him." The leader of the men in black narrowed his eyes and barked an order. The surrounding operatives instantly tightened their perimeter, launching a joint assault. Abandoning all defense, he relied on his very last ounce of strength and a trade damage approach to desperately blast through the encirclement. He dashed wildly toward the waiting car. Knowing this might be his sole chance at survival, he refused to miss it. Right as the men in black were about to surround him again, a black sedan tore aggressively into the alley, slamming its brakes to a sudden halt while its rear door flew open, and a powerful grip yanked him inside. Feeling himself pulled by immense force, his body flew uncontrollably into the vehicle. Stumbling onto the seat, he looked up to see a stern-faced man in the driver's seat glaring coldly at the men in black through the rearview mirror, while his hands flew across the controls, slamming the gas, shifting gears, and spinning the steering wheel. The car moved with the precision of an extension of the driver's own limbs, drifting sideways like a crab and spinning in place within the narrow alley. Although the men in black were far from ordinary, contending against a speeding vehicle like that was beyond them, forcing them to scramble out of the way of the oncoming car. Chapter 1281. Even under the encirclement of so many men in black, the rational brawny man actually managed to escape. The leading operatives wore exceptionally grim expressions. Should we continue the pursuit? I can check the roadside surveillance feeds. A subordinate stepped forward to mutter in a low voice. Forget it. Judging by his physical movements, he is merely a small-time character and probably a spy from some family. The leader spoke indifferently. He poses no threat to the young master, so let's move out. With a wave of his hand, the subordinates quickly dispersed, vanishing deep into the alleyways. Inside the car, the rational brawny man gradually regulated his breathing. Looking around, he realized he was inside a spacious, luxurious sedan filled with exquisite details that hinted at extraordinary wealth. His curiosity regarding the identity of the stern man in the driver's seat deepened. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask for your esteemed name? The man in the driver's seat did not answer immediately, focusing instead on navigating through the intricate urban roads. He drove until the vehicle finally cleared the city limits and headed toward the outskirts. The rational brawny man furrowed his brows slightly. The rendezvous spot he had agreed upon with the tree-smashing brawny man was still inside the city, and he needed to meet up with him. He had actually acted with extreme caution this time, changing directions multiple times along the way. Yet even he had fallen under attack, meaning the reckless tree-smashing brawny man was likely facing even greater peril. Therefore, he could not help feeling anxious about his companion's safety. Brother, could you drop me off here? I still need to meet up with someone else, the rational brawny man said in a deep voice. No, the entire capital is under someone else's surveillance, and heading out of the city is our only way to shake them off. The stern man replied coldly. If you go back now, you will inevitably be captured. As for your partner, you had better pray he is still alive. The entire capital was under surveillance? The rational brawny man choked on his breath, finding it impossible to believe. The capital served as the nation's center. Aside from a handful of top-tier families, who else possessed the capability to monitor the entire city? Was he truly unlucky enough to provoke such an entity? Noticing the look of disbelief on his passenger's face through the rearview mirror, the stern man let out a cold sneer. You don't even know who you've offended, so it seems I saved you for nothing. Use that pig brain of yours to think. How many factions dare operate in broad daylight within the capital? Didn't you notice that even the undercover officers didn't dare step in to make arrests? You. A surge of anger rose in the rational brawny man's chest. Being openly insulted as having a pig's brain made his blood boil, despite knowing the man had just saved his life. What about me? I risked exposure to rescue you. If you weren't still somewhat useful, you'd already be locked away undergoing excruciating torture. The stern man sneered, a fierce murderous intent flashing through his eyes. If this idiot stubbornly insisted on going back, he might as well kill him himself rather than let that bastard Junqing extract any intelligence from him. I apologize. I was simply too anxious about the unknown fate of my teammates. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, the rational brawny man took a deep breath to forcefully calm himself before lowering his head in admission of fault. The stern man glanced sideways at him without a word, shifting his gaze away from the rearview mirror back to the road ahead. Then could you at least tell me who we offended? I am still completely in the dark. The rational brawny man continued his questioning. The other party seemed to possess extensive insider knowledge, prompting him to fish for intel. Returning empty-handed to the military zone with several brothers missing and presumed dead left him clueless on how to face Yang Chen. Ha, that senior brother of mine actually knows nothing yet had the nerve to send you all here to die. The stern man let out a cold chuckle, muttering under his breath. What did you say? The rational brawny man grew even more bewildered by the situation. Pay no attention to the rest. You only need to know that the other party is indeed someone you cannot afford to provoke. The man stated indifferently. The rational brawny man fell silent. He damn well didn't even know who he had offended, getting hunted and rescued in such bizarre fashion. The only plausible explanation pointed toward Lin Bei. After all, exchanging those few words with Lin Bei was the sole action he took today. Coupled with Yang Chen's repeated warnings against exposing themselves, did it mean the god of war had offended a prominent high society family? Had that prominent family been continuously monitoring Lin Bei and Lin Shui, ensuring anyone who approached them would be hunted down? Yet this logic failed to hold up completely. Although the rational brawny man possessed a slightly calmer and smarter demeanor than his comrades, it was only relative. Now, the more he thought about it, the more his mind raced and his doubts multiplied. Did you forget about that man beside Lin Shui? That was my first time seeing a spy dare to monitor him so closely without even bothering to hide his identity, the stern man remarked, finding it somewhat speechless. How do you know that? The rational brawny man reacted as if he had seen a ghost. He had never laid eyes on this man before, yet the stranger was completely clear about their movements. Who wouldn't notice? The two of you acted as foolishly as a pair of pigs, openly trailing someone well built like brick houses. You actually thought such blatant idiots weren't spies, so they didn't bother with you until a child called out your identities. The stern man grew increasingly exasperated. You were monitoring us too. The rational brawny man finally caught on. Since the other party knew so much, they were clearly keeping tabs on them as well. Are you playing dumb, or just genuinely stupid? Do you think you guys even warranted specialized monitoring? I just happened to spot you while dealing with other things. You and that guy named Huza formed a pair of absolute clowns. He hid in trees and bushes during broad daylight, while you two hid behind trees in plain sight. The stern man truly found them speechless. Had it not been for the need to contact the people behind them, he wouldn't have bothered giving a damn about whether these fools lived or died. Today had already been excessively risky. If his identity were exposed, the situation would escalate far beyond today's scale. The rational brawny man fell into a long silence, a growing wave of sorrow welling up in his eyes. It turned out Husey and the others had indeed met with foul play. Furthermore, judging by what this man said, the tree-smashing brawny man was undoubtedly facing a grim fate as well. Both Husey and the tree-smashing brawny man had saved his life in the past. They had braved countless dangers and torments together in the military zone, yet they never imagined falling here in an ordinary metropolis. It defied all logic, as men forged in the military zone could easily handle a dozen petty thugs, matching small military units when armed. How could they have stumbled and fallen so easily? Chapter 1282. Can you tell me who they are? I don't want to not even know who I'm avenging. Tears of grief and hatred flashed in the rational brawler's eyes, while veins bulged on his hands and forehead, showing that his emotions had reached their absolute breaking point. No one could truly understand the bond between comrades. It was truer than a workplace friendship, deeper than a school bond, and stronger than brotherhood. Only those who had suffered and toiled together truly knew the meaning of the word comrade. There were three great bonds in life: sharing a classroom, holding a rifle together, and visiting brothels together, and he had done all of them with those men. Yet now, they had left him behind a step early. Your enemy is the man currently staying by that Lin Shui's side, and as for the rest, you shouldn't overthink it. The only thing you need to do right now is report this immediately to the person behind you and tell him to return as fast as possible. If he doesn't hurry back, neither his wife nor his sister will escape. Seeing the brawler's tear-filled eyes, the cold-looking man sighed slightly before speaking in a stern, hard voice. He wondered if these people had completely fried their brains out in the martial domain, wanting to rush back to save their teammates even while knowing the extreme danger. Yet despite being a bit foolish, they were still men with backbone. Suppressing his temper, he explained the situation further to the rational brawler. Hearing this, the rational brawler thought of Junqing standing beside Lin Shui and Lin Bei, finally realizing that the man was the one who had harmed them. Just that pretty boy? If I sneak back and kidnap him as a hostage, can I trade him to get my brothers back? The rational brawler fell silent for a moment before asking with a hint of desperate hope. They had only exposed their tracks earlier because they were too careless. Otherwise, given their skills and professionalism, it would have been completely impossible for others to track their hiding spots. Furthermore, he actually had plenty of methods for dealing with these wealthy young masters. He wondered if he could secretly sneak back into the city in disguise, kidnap that pretty boy, and demand his family use Husey and the others as ransom. Ha, if you can actually manage to capture him, I will fucking kneel on the spot right now. Can you not understand human speech? That guy is not someone you can handle, so stop thinking about saving your friends, get the hell out of my car, and go back to die by yourself if you want. The cold man completely snapped, slamming on the brakes and spinning the steering wheel to bring the speeding vehicle to a sideways halt. He flung open the door, fully intending to kick this stubborn fool right out onto the street. He felt that finding an ally to deal with Junqing was turning out to be an utterly unreliable endeavor. The guy he had rescued at great risk turned out to be a stubborn, idiotic moron. If not for the fact that he couldn't handle Junqing alone and needed to unite other powerful factions against him, his old temper would have already prompted him to strike the idiot down. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't go back. Just don't get so worked up. I was only asking about the situation. Seeing that the cold man was genuinely furious, the rational brawler rushed to apologize out of fear that he would actually be tossed out of the car. He merely wanted to rescue his comrades desperately, rather than genuinely seeking his own death. Seeing that the brawler finally quieted down, the cold man put on a stern face, restarted the vehicle, and steered it back onto the main road. Remember, the only thing you must do now is report this to the person behind you and have him return as quickly as possible. If he makes it back before those people extract any information, there might still be a chance to save your comrades, otherwise. The cold man shook his head as he trailed off without finishing his sentence. I understand. Since the other party already knew he had been monitoring Lin Shui and the others, it was no surprise they realized his backer was the god of war. Thus, the rational brawler wasn't overly shocked. However, the possibility of saving his comrades noticeably revived his spirits. The rational brawler wanted to ask a few more questions, but the cold man's patience seemed completely exhausted. Since the cold man refused to answer him, he had no other choice. It wasn't until they had driven a long distance, and the city was completely out of sight, that the cold man finally let him out. He can't monitor the route from here on out, so you'll have to go back and report it yourself. Just tell the person behind you that his senior martial brother is looking for him, and I'm leaving. With that final remark, the cold man drove away without looking back, unwilling to waste another glance on this foolish and stubborn mercenary. Dazed for a moment, the rational brawler wanted to ask for more specific details, but he could only watch the car's exhaust fumes fade away. Damn it, even as a soldier I've never met anyone with such a terrible temper. What's wrong with asking a few questions? The rational brawler muttered under his breath. Thanks to the cold man, however, his previously depressed and sorrowful mood improved slightly. At the very least, it gave him a sliver of hope that his comrades might still be alive. Still, where the hell is this wasteland? Standing out in the middle of nowhere, the rational brawler was momentarily dumbfounded. Aside from the occasional passing bird and sparse distant trees, his surroundings were utterly desolate. After standing frozen for a moment, he realized he had been dumped in the wilderness and would have to find his own way back. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he pulled out his phone to check his location, only to discover that the signal here was abysmal, and the phone was practically unusable. Sighing helplessly, he relied on his military training to start searching for a route back to the martial domain. Even with his sense of direction, this place was worlds apart from the martial domain, meaning he would need to secure transportation at the very least. Along the way, the rational brawler's mind raced with countless thoughts. He recalled the days fighting side by side with the tree-punching brawler, Hyuzi, and the others, cherishing the laughter and life-or-death moments that had now turned into eternal pain in his heart. Yet the rational brawler also understood that revenge was no simple matter. He needed to return to the martial domain to report this to the god of war and gather greater strength before he could possibly contend with Gu Junqing and those factions. Furthermore, he needed to ensure his actions wouldn't drag innocent people down, especially Lin Shui and Lin Bei. What role did they play in all of this anyway? He wasn't surprised that competent operatives could track their movements. After all, they had truly underestimated the high-ranking elites living in the city. They had assumed those people were merely parasite maggots who only knew how to enjoy luxury, entirely incomparable to elite troops locked in daily combat. He admitted this failure was his own fault, but how had the young Miss, Lin Bei, managed to discover them? Could those men in black have told her? And did Lin Shui and Lin Bei truly have any idea just how dangerous the man by their side was? Regardless, none of these mysteries mattered to him anymore. He had decided to report everything to the god of war and accept any punishment without hesitation, leaving the boss to handle the headache. Chapter 1283. Inside the car, the stern man curled his lip and let out a silent sigh. The god of war's subordinates were all this stupid and stubborn. Like master, like subordinate, the man himself was probably much the same. Even if he allied with the god of war, he might not necessarily be a match for Gu Junqing. However, since he had never met the god of war in person, he didn't dare jump to conclusions. The stern man drove the car at top speed. Inside the chilly cabin, an atmosphere of helpless determination hung heavy as the headlights sliced through the darkness ahead like a race against time. He knew all too well that Gu Junqing was far more than a simple wealthy heir. The influence and methods hidden behind him far exceeded ordinary imagination. Ever since losing that decisive battle, he had truly begun viewing Gu Junqing as a superior enemy in recent days, investigating everything about him. Through repeated probings, he finally gained a rough picture of Gu Junqing's layout across the business world, politics, and the underground syndicates. It was a momentum that made even him tremble with dread. One could say that without the intervention of new factions, no one in the Xiao nation, or perhaps even the entire world, would be able to contend with Gu Junqing in the future. He had constantly searched for a force capable of keeping Gu Junqing in check. The emergence of the god of war undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of hope, yet the rational brawny man's performance stirred doubts in his heart. Damn it, if everyone in the military zone was as reckless as that brute, they might as well stop trying to compete with Gu Junqing altogether. They should just surrender straight away. Expecting to defeat Gu Junqing by relying on things like loyalty and brotherhood was nothing short of a pipe dream. Perhaps I should go see that legendary god of war in person, the stern man pondered privately. He understood that relying solely on the intelligence and power in his hands made shaking Gu Junqing's position practically impossible. However, joining forces with the god of war might grant him a slim thread of survival. Gu Junqing, I King Azura, swear in this lifetime that I will definitely kill you and take my sister back. The stern man's eyes flashed with resolute brilliance in the night. Every word seemed squeezed from between his teeth, engraving his bone-deep hatred for Gu Junqing. His hands gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly, yet that tremor stemmed not from fear, but from the surging emotions within his heart searching for an outlet to vent. He was none other than Dao Tianyan, King Azura, who had been easily defeated by Gu Junqing in that earth-shattering battle at sea. Yet who would have thought that Dao Tianyan would dare to return even after suffering such a massive failure, and being placed on the Xiao nation's wanted list? He even had the audacity to openly enter the capital to rescue another faction of Gu Junqing's potential enemies. This was simply incredible. Even though Dao Tianyan suffered a crushing defeat at Gu Junqing's hands, his fierce lone wolf performance against the Xiao military later on made countless observers wary of him. Even the armed forces found it somewhat difficult to capture him. This forced politicians, who previously paid little attention to individuals with formidable personal strength, to gradually start taking this group seriously. Dao Tianyan drove the car to a villa located in the suburbs. That was his secluded private estate, housing several old subordinates of the Azura Association. Although the Azura Association had already vanished into smoke, and its headquarters in Eagle Country had been wiped out long ago, even the remaining factions in the Xiao nation had been completely eradicated by someone. There were still a few old subordinates who remained utterly loyal to him. Having previously sustained severe injuries from Gu Junqing and subsequently being hunted down by the Xiao military, his body had already reached its absolute limit. After forcing himself to flee, he couldn't hold on any longer and passed out directly at sea. Had those subordinates not worried about his safety and spent days searching the waters for him, he would likely have died out in the ocean long ago. Once Dao Tianyan stepped inside, several subordinates hurried over to report their observations. My king, the current situation is already crystal clear, one subordinate respectfully stated. If we want to turn the tables, the key lies with Lin Shui and Lin Bei. Once the god of war learns about their situation, we can unite with him to deal with your enemy. I am aware of that. You must also pay close attention to your safety, as there are many of Gu Junqing's people protecting those individuals. Dao Tianyan nodded slightly before speaking with concern to his old subordinates. Although he held a poor opinion of the rational brawny man, seeing the man's sorrowful expression made him somewhat understanding. We swear to serve King Azura to the death, and nothing more. Several old subordinates emotionally took their oaths. I do not want any of you to die, you must all stay alive. You are my brothers and sisters, and in the future, I will lead all of you back to the peak together. Dao Tianyan promised solemnly. We obey the king's command. The group respectfully dropped to one knee. Right, has the Dark Titan finished investigating Lin Xue's information? At this point, only a handful of factions still maintain ties with us. Dao Tianyan let out a soft sigh. He had roughly figured out the truth behind Lin Xue and Lin Bei, along with how the God of War's family, the Yang family, was destroyed by Gu Junqing's maternal family, the Xie clan. Although this matter was considered a strict taboo in upper circle society, his personal connections were still sufficient to investigate it. Even though losing to Gu Junqing had ruined King Azura's reputation and severely diminished his prestige across global organizations, his network was still vast enough. Through years of hard work, even with the Azura Association destroyed, because of Gu Junqing, many influential figures still owed him favors or had their weaknesses held in his grip. For instance, a leader within a certain security department of the Xiao nation had once paid him to covertly assassinate a rival high-ranking official, successfully securing the ministerial position for himself. He could use that secret to squeeze that department head for the rest of his life. It was precisely because of this reason that he managed to slip through the cracks and hide successfully within the Xiao nation. Although the capital was Gu Junqing's territory, the most dangerous place was often the safest. He figured Gu Junqing would never expect him to pull off a trick right under his nose. The situation matches what we investigated previously. The God of War's real name is Yang Chen, and he was formerly a member of the capital's prominent Yang family. Due to a conflict with the Xie clan, their entire family was raided overnight. This forced Yang Chen's parents to hang themselves, while the remaining members were either killed or imprisoned, leaving almost no one behind. Furthermore, based on our findings, Lin Bei, the adopted daughter of the Lin family, might actually be Yang Chen's biological younger sister. Her real name should be Yang Bei. The subordinate hurriedly reported the intelligence he gathered. All right, these details align closely with what we already knew. You may all step down now. Dao Tianyan pondered for a moment before waving his hand to dismiss the subordinates. Meanwhile, he needed to completely rethink his plans for dealing with Gu Junqing. Ever since losing to Gu Junqing, he knew that relying purely on his own strength to surpass Gu Junqing would take far more than a day or two. Unless he encountered some miraculous fortuitous encounter, catching up to him in the short term was practically impossible. Furthermore, he couldn't afford to wait that long. This left him with no choice but to resort to scheming tactics he once disdained. Chapter 1284. Dao Tianyan pondered how to unite every possible force to deal with Gu Junqing. First of all, the God of War was definitely someone who needed to be roped in. Even by his standards, the God of War's reputation for strength preceded him. That man was undoubtedly on the same tier as him, and might even surpass him slightly. Furthermore, the danger level within the martial domain far exceeded any conflict in the cities. Not only had the God of War managed to build his own force entirely from scratch in that wasteland, but he also possessed the capability to unify the entire region. It stood to reason that his personal cultivation must be formidable, and his overall capabilities were undeniably top tier. In his view, Gu Junqing not only dared to offend him, but had actually gone so far as to provoke the God of War as well. If that was not courting death, what was it? Was Gu Junqing simply failing to treat the heroes of the world as human beings? Even if his own strength fell short of Gu Junqing's, he still considered himself part of the exact same echelon. Add the God of War to the equation, and he refused to believe he would still come out behind. Ha, Gu Junqing. Stealing my sister away was one thing, but you actually dare to covet another man's wife as well? If heaven allows you to live after this, justice has truly failed. Dao Tianyan let out a cold chuckle as he imagined the potential friction between Yang Chen and Gu Junqing. Setting aside the blood feud between Gu Junqing and Yang Chen, the mere act of seducing another man's wife was reason enough for the two of them to fight to the death. Just as Dao Tianyan was indulging in these fantasies, a sudden phone call rang out. Seeing the caller ID, Dao Tianyan's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of joy piercing through his eyes. Master, you finally called. Dao Tianyan eagerly answered the phone. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he immediately adopted a respectful tone. Ever since his defeat and subsequent retreat to recover, his spirit and drive had been almost entirely shattered by Gu Junqing. To make matters worse, when he secretly tried to reach out to his sisters, they had all blocked his number and refused to pay him any mind. For a time, the humiliation had driven him to the brink of wanting to commit suicide. Not only could he see no hope of ever defeating Gu Junqing, but even his beloved sisters wanted nothing to do with him. He felt not a single shred of the will to live, spending his days in utter depression. If not for his bone-deep hatred toward Gu Junqing, he might truly have failed to endure. It was precisely during that dark period that his master, who had vanished for a long time, took the initiative to contact him. After he recounted everything that had happened, his master shared details about the God of War, someone Daoyan had previously only heard vague rumors about. Upon learning that the god of war turned out to be his fellow apprentice, Dao Tianyan was utterly stunned. Initially, he had assumed he had already graduated from his apprenticeship, and that his strength surely surpassed that of that old man. Yet he never imagined his master was capable of cultivating a legendary figure like the god of war. Still, his master had always remained an enigmatic mystery. Though he had studied under his master for many years, he had never even laid eyes on his face, having only ever heard his voice. His master had explained that his appearance was too grotesque to be shown in public, and Dao Tianyan had naturally stopped prying to avoid reopening old wounds, or causing the old man sorrow. I am a busy man as well. Let us skip the idle chatter. How is the task I assigned you coming along? An aged voice echoed through the phone. Master, your instructions have been carried out. Unless something unexpected happens, junior fellow apprentice god of war should be reaching out to me very shortly, Dao Tianyan said in a low voice. That is good. I am getting old, and even traveling has become inconvenient, leaving me no choice but to rely on your fellow apprentice to assist you. You must not blame your master for this. The aged voice let out a sigh. How could I ever blame you? If not for you, I would never have achieved what I have today. Furthermore, without your encouragement and planning a while ago, I might have succumbed entirely to despair, Dao Tianyan replied with a bitter smile. He had originally thought he could stand on his own 2 feet after completing his apprenticeship, never expecting that he would still need his master to clean up his messes after all this time. There is no need to dwell on that. Since you and I share a master-disciple bond, and you call me master, I naturally treat you as my own child. The aged voice sounded somewhat gratified. Master, was your calculation truly infallible back then? Will those 7 sisters of mine genuinely become my wives? Struggling for a moment, Dao Tianyan still asked the question in a low, dejected tone. His greatest source of heartache wasn't losing to Junqing, but the fact that his sisters had blocked him and acted as though they no longer recognized him as their brother. Not only the 2nd and 3rd sisters, but even the rest of them had cut him off. Evidently, the 2nd and 3rd sisters had shared the events that transpired on the sea with the others. And yet, their collective response had been to completely shut him out of their lives. That behavior felt like taking his heart, smashing it into pieces on the ground, and then grinding the fragments into dust with the heel of a boot. It hurt so badly it was hard to breathe. I originally believed you were destined to reach the pinnacle, but I never anticipated such an anomaly would emerge. Both your 9 heavens solar art and your sister's 9 heavens lunar art were passed down by me. The reason I secretly took in your 7 sisters back then was precisely because of these 2 cultivation techniques. Those who practice these arts naturally pull toward one another. Under normal circumstances, your sisters should have felt an instinctive attraction the very moment they laid eyes on you, the aged voice explained with a hint of perplexity. Judging by his master's tone, it almost sounded as though his 7 sisters held no real importance compared to him. Did you take in my 7 sisters purely for my sake, master? With nothing off limits between master and disciple, the thought crossed his mind, and he hurriedly voiced it aloud. You are correct. Your constitution is exceptional, and your destiny is immensely grand, which is why I accepted you as a disciple. Your 7 sisters possessed unique physiques as well, making them exceptionally suited for cultivating the 9 heavens lunar art. Combined with the fact that your relationships were already quite close, I concealed my identity to take them in, and taught them the art, intending to utilize their physique solely to elevate you. The aged voice calmly revealed the full sequence of events from years past upon hearing Daoyan's curiosity. Silence washed over Dao Tianyan. He never imagined his master had orchestrated such a deep plot for all those years. Yet not only had he failed to fulfill his master's grand design, but he had also failed to protect his sisters. Instead, they had chosen to block him for Junqing's sake, disowning him as a brother. The more he thought about it, the heavier his guilt became. I am sorry, master. I have let you down. You certainly have disappointed me to an extent. However, regardless of everything, you remain my disciple, and I will not abandon you, the aged voice offered a comforting remark. Understood. Rest assured, master, I will never let you down again. I will personally take back everything I have lost. As Dao Tianyan's resolute voice rang out, the aged voice felt a swell of gratification. At the very least, he had not wasted his efforts raising such a disciple. His fighting spirit had not been entirely crushed by that anomaly. Chapter 1285. Very well, Tianyan. Having this determination is the best possible beginning. The aged voice carried a hint of approval, seeming deeply relieved that Dao Tianyan had regained his fighting spirit. Remember, true strength does not lie in never falling, but in rising back up with even greater resilience after every fall. Your path is still long, and the challenges of the future extend far beyond this. Even if there are slight changes in the future, you still possess the talent to make a comeback. Master, I will engrave your teachings in my heart. By the way, regarding my God of War junior brother, how should I contact and approach him if we connect? I have never met him before and do not know him well enough, so how can we achieve our goal as quickly as possible? Dao Tianyan's tone betrayed a trace of urgency. With every extra day that dragged on, the probability of his sisters falling completely into Junqing's demonic clutches increased by a fraction. Not to mention that several of his sisters had already been intimate with Junqing. If things dragged on too long, even if he defeated Junqing, he might never win back his sisters' hearts. According to his master, all 7 of his sisters were destined to be his wives in the future. Yet would he truly want wives who had already become someone else's sexual partners by that time? Yet whenever he thought of how well his 7 sisters treated him when they were young, along with their distinct charms and peerless beauty, he knew the answer. Even if they had already been intimate with Gu Junqing, he was still willing to marry them. However, if his sisters could marry him with their pure bodies intact, it would undoubtedly be a far better future. Therefore, he had to resolve Gu Junqing, the bastard who stole his sisters, as quickly as possible. Do not be anxious. In fact, your junior brother's return is not scheduled to happen so early. I have already calculated it for you. Barring any changes, it should still take at least 2 years or so. The aged voice sounded distinctly perplexed. Based on his understanding, the reunion between the god of war and his wife Lin Shui, which marked the plot line of his return, should occur at least around 7 years after his disappearance. Yet right now, only about 5 years had passed, meaning there were still at least 2 years remaining. 2 years? But I cannot wait for 2 years. Dao Tianyan cried out anxiously. Once 2 years passed, everything would have long since spoiled. Forget about his sisters maintaining their purity. By that time, he would probably have to figure out how to face children shared by his sisters and Gu Junqing. It was fine if they were no longer virgins, since he wasn't one either, and he could barely accept it given how well they treated him and their looks. Yet if he became a cuckold, he genuinely had no idea whether he could stomach wearing that green hat. Do not panic. I am only speaking of the originally calculated outcome, the aged voice spoke earnestly, before a hint of doubt crept into his tone. Yet things are different now. Given the current situation, your god of war junior brother likely cannot sit still either. Just what kind of existence is that anomaly, causing all the heavenly secrets I deduced to completely go wrong? And to think he could even defeat someone with such profound destiny like you? Could he be a child of destiny of an even higher tier? The final sentence, however, was merely muttered softly by the aged voice, and not heard by Dao Tianyan. I cannot describe it either. I only know that ever since I met him, not a single day has gone smoothly. The very first time I saw him, my 7th sister was stripped of her purity by him, and later on, ugh. Dao Tianyan said with a bitter tone. Even now, his heart would spasm with excruciating pain whenever he thought of his 7th sister being taken by Gu Junqing, let alone hearing about the subsequent fates of his 2nd and 3rd sisters. They had unexpectedly developed an extraordinary relationship with Gu Junqing without even realizing it. If he hadn't suddenly received this news and suffered a severe mental shock, he wouldn't have been utterly defeated by Gu Junqing at sea. Emotional fluctuations will only disrupt your judgment and the path of your cultivation. Remember, a true expert must not only conquer external enemies, but also learn to master the storms within their own heart. The aged voice grew somewhat stern. Regarding your junior brother's return, although there is a discrepancy in the timing, this precisely highlights the magnitude of the variables and portends an unpredictable future. What you need to do is use this time to enhance your own strength, while also learning to keep a clear head amidst complex emotional entanglements. Master, I understand your meaning, but I am truly afraid of losing too much. The kindness my sisters showed me is the softest part of my heart, and I cannot imagine how I would conduct myself if they truly formed a deeper bond with Gu Junqing. Dao Tianyan's voice trembled slightly. As for those sisters of yours, the aged voice paused for a moment, seemingly considering how to phrase things without hurting Dao Tianyan. Tianyan, the human heart is the most complex and unpredictable thing. Their actions right now might perhaps stem from hidden grievances of their own. Who knows, maybe that person threatened them. Regardless, you must never give up your care and effort toward them. After all, they are among your closest people, and without them, your future path will be difficult to walk. Yes, Master, I will try to understand them, and once I defeat Gu Junqing, I will untangle the misunderstandings between us. I believe that one day, they will return to my side. Dao Tianyan's voice carried a trace of imperceptible bitterness, but it was filled mostly with firmness and hope for the future. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, but human hearts can be anchored. With your aptitude and destiny, you only need to hold firm to your beliefs, trust your own choices, and trust that the affection your sisters hold for you in their hearts will not easily change. At the same time, you must understand that true strength lies not merely in physical power, but in spiritual resilience and wisdom. What you must do is become a haven upon which they can rely, rather than duckweed swayed by emotions. As for Gu Junqing, although he is your enemy, in my view he may also serve as a whetstone along your path of growth. When facing him, you must have courage, but even more so, you must have strategy. Use this time to gain a deep understanding of his weaknesses, enhance your own strength, and when the time is ripe, seize back everything that belongs to you in a single stroke. Energized by his master's words of encouragement, Dao Tianyan felt his blood boiling with passion. He felt as though he could already envision the scenery and taste the feeling of defeating Gu Junqing. That would undoubtedly be a sense of gratification far more intense than any desire or drug. Just thinking about the day Gu Junqing would be trampled beneath his feet made him feel as though he were ascending into heaven. I will not say much more to you. Everything awaits the shifting of opportunities. Since you claim his strength surpasses yours, you must be all the more careful and absolutely avoid letting him seize an opening against you. Leave everything else to me and your junior brother. The aged voice delivered these final words of instruction before hanging up the phone. Meanwhile, Dao Tianyan remained immersed in those fantasies of the future. He had always held absolute, unwavering belief in his master's words. Chapter 1286. Rewinding time back to the moment when Dao Tianyan had just rescued the god of war's subordinates. Gu Junqing's expression flickered slightly. Noticing the shift while she was in the middle of scolding Lin Bei for running around, Lin Shui asked with curiosity, "What is wrong?" "It is nothing, I simply spotted a little mouse that has been in hiding for quite some time." Gu Junqing maintained a calm expression, touching his chin with a knowing look in his eyes. "Oh right, Lin Bei, do not even think about running off again." Lin Shui gave a soft hum, her fair cheeks still flushed with bashfulness. Yet seeing the telltale signs of another escape attempt, she quickly redirected her full attention back to the child. "You child, with so many people in the amusement park, what would you do if someone abducted you? From now on, wherever I am, you stay right beside me, do you hear me?" Lin Shui chided Lin Bei, whose little head bobbed up and down with every word. She had no inkling that Lin Bei had only scampered off earlier to preserve her dignity. Had Lin Shui known that Lin Bei could read the flustered thoughts flashing through her mind while standing before Gu Junqing earlier, there is no telling what she might have done. Gu Junqing found it rather amusing to watch Lin Bei lower her head in submission, not daring to offer the slightest rebuttal under Lin Shui's lecture. Lin Bei acted completely differently around him compared to how she behaved around Lin Shui. Why on earth do you never dare to pick a fight with Lin Shui? Yet since Lin Bei always viewed Lin Shui in the role of a mother figure, the dynamic actually made complete sense. Even when standing before his own mother, Xie Ying, he was reduced to bowing his head and obediently taking lectures. After watching for a short while, however, his thoughts shifted elsewhere. That fellow Daoyan actually dared to show his face, and even got this close to me. Could he have acquired some new backing? Gu Junqing pondered silently to himself. Even so, he felt unconcerned. He now stood practically at the apex of the foundation establishment stage. Unless some entirely unknown entity existed outside his awareness, taking just one more step would place him at the absolute pinnacle of this world. His various master plans could now officially begin preparations for execution. To any outside observer, the trio of Gu Junqing, Lin Shui, and Lin Bei looked precisely like a father watching a mother scold their child. Yet anyone observing Gu Junqing closely would notice the incredible depth in his eyes, as if thousands of invisible threads were weaving and calculating within his gaze. His eyes occasionally swept over Lin Shui and Lin Bei, but lingered far longer in the distance, seeming to pierce through the bustling amusement park to survey a much broader horizon. Within his mind, magnificent blueprints had already quietly unfurled, every single scheme as precise and intricate as the endlessly interlocking threads in his gaze, heralding an impending revolution. Just then, the sky gradually darkened as heavy, ink-stained storm clouds swiftly swallowed the final slivers of sunlight, while rumbling thunder shook the heavens. Amusement park staff members scrambled into action, darting across every corner to guide visitors toward shelter at top speed. The public address system broadcasted gentle yet anxious notices, informing all guests that outdoor attractions would be suspended. Furthermore, upcoming performances, most notably the highly anticipated concert by Lu Qingyi, would be postponed due to weather conditions. I took a whole day off specifically to see Heavenly Queen Liu's concert. I crossed 18 provinces just to make it to her grand finale, and now you tell me it is delayed. As the announcement echoed across the park, an overwhelming wave of disappointed uproar swept through the countless visitors. The massive crowds gathered today stemmed entirely from the fact that Lu Qingyi was scheduled to hold a concert right here on the park grounds, rumored to be her final performance before retirement. It appears our plans require a slight adjustment. We will likely miss the concert. Gu Junqing gazed up at the overcast sky and checked the message Lu Qingyi had sent him on his phone, speaking with a touch of helplessness to Lin Shui and Lin Bei. Hearing this, Lin Shui frowned slightly, displaying a trace of regret over the delayed concert, though the disappointment was intermingled with a sliver of delight. She harbored deep vigilance toward the women in Gu Junqing's orbit, especially internationally renowned figures like Heavenly Queen Lu. Lu Qingyi represented her greatest rival, and a rival she could scarcely hope to match. Attending her love interest's concert, with him only to watch her shine on stage, would have felt worse than death, especially since Lu Qingyi happened to be her former idol. Once she recognized her own true feelings, the natural jealousy unique to women surfaced organically, bringing with it the desire to monopolize a person entirely. The sensation and emotions were unfamiliar yet far from unpleasant. Even so, she swiftly gathered her composure. After all, her persona had already transitioned from a ruthless career woman to a gentle, pampered wife. Smoothing out her emotions, she turned to Gu Junqing and asked softly, "What should we do now?" "Let us head back then. Even without the postponement, I would have advised you to get some proper rest. After being frightened into a faint for so long today, you need to look after your health first," Gu Junqing said with a light chuckle. At the mention of that incident, a rosy blush stained Lin Shui's fair cheeks. She bit her lower lip, cursing herself inwardly. That fainting spell would likely be held over her head for a long time to come. She blamed that wretched haunted house, and the moment she returned, she would have the entire attraction torn down. Lin Shui murmured an assent with a soft pout. Having confirmed their mutual feelings with Gu Junqing, she cared far less about maintaining a rigid posture, turning somewhat endearing and bashful instead. Although legally married, she had maintained zero contact with Yang Chen, making her acquaintance with Gu Junqing the very first time, she felt how wonderful romance could truly be. The fluttering anticipation was enough to make her heart race wildly. The three of them returned together to the apartment complex where Lin Mu resided. Whether to force Lin Shui into bringing Lin Bei back home or not, Lin Mu had actually maintained a ruthless silence throughout the days Lin Shui had been away, refusing to make contact. For the time being, Lin Shui had no intentions of returning. Staying with Gu Junqing meant she no longer had to endure endless exhaustion, and she spent her days engaged in things she genuinely enjoyed. As for finances, she had more than enough to cover the expenses for herself and Lin Bei. Thus, despite missing her mother, Lin Shui hardened her heart against returning. Unless Lin Mu could abandon the notion of sending Lin Bei away. Upon returning home, the hour was already quite late. Following a simple meal, it was time to wash up and head to sleep. What? You wish to sleep with Gu Junqing tonight? Lin Shui stared speechlessly at Lin Bei, asking the question in sheer astonishment. She simply could not fathom why Lin Bei, who usually clung to her constantly, would want to sleep with Gu Junqing. Even I have not slept with him yet. Lin Shui muttered inwardly. Lin Bei gave a slight nod. Chapter 1287. A trace of anticipation flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. She wanted to sleep with Gu Junqing, but naturally not for any other reason. It was entirely because of the little female ghost, Ling Qi. The jade pendant transformed by Ling Qi was still with Gu Junqing. Furthermore, she dared not mention this matter to Lin Shui. She wanted to avoid having Lin Shui frightened unconscious once again. Now, seeing Lin Shui's puzzled expression, Lin Bei knew exactly what she was thinking. You'd better not. Lin Shui hesitated. Even after seeing Gu Junqing's attitude toward Lin Shui, she was still somewhat afraid. She worried that Lin Bei's bad temper would anger Gu Junqing. Whenever I sleep with you, you always say I kick the blanket. I'm not going back. Sleeping in Gu Junqing's room is just fine. Lin Bei puffed out her cheeks, apparently still angry about Lin Shui lecturing her at the amusement park. Where are your manners? At the very least, you should call him big brother instead of uncle. Lin Shui patted Lin Bei's head. However, she was still hesitant about letting Lin Bei go over. Lin Bei sensed Lin Shui's inner thoughts. Thus, her little hand gently tugged at the corner of Lin Shui's clothes, carrying a trace of unnoticeable spoiled cooing in her voice. Mommy, I want to sleep with Brother Gu. So many things happened today, and I think Brother Gu is amazing. It seems like he knows everything, and I feel so safe with him. So that was how it was. Hearing this, a myriad of emotions welled up in Lin Shui's heart. She felt a trace of relief at Lin Bei's fondness for Gu Junqing. Yet simultaneously, she experienced a complicated surge of feelings. She understood this was part of Lin Bei's growth. She was beginning to learn how to seek a sense of security outside of her mother. It seemed Lin Bei's life truly lacked a father-like figure. Lin Shui thought to herself. All right then, has your brother Gu agreed? Lin Shui's heart softened as she stroked Lin Bei's little head. He agreed. Lin Bei nodded. Off you go then. Lin Shui agreed. Watching Lin Bei walk toward Gu Junqing wearing her little panda pajamas, Lin Shui felt a wave of sentimentality. Perhaps previously, there hadn't been anyone like Gu Junqing in Lin Bei's life. After today's trip to the amusement park, Gu Junqing's performance in the haunted house must have given the little one a sense of security. She knew that deep down, Lin Bei still harbored a trace of fantasy and longing for her never-before-seen father. Gu Junqing's appearance seemed to inadvertently fill that vacancy. If she knew her biological parents had already, no, she couldn't keep thinking like this. Lin Shui quickly halted her own thoughts. What she failed to notice was that a trace of confusion crept into the eyes of Lin Bei, who had her back turned. What is wrong with my parents? Lin Bei pondered inwardly. Although she was young, this innate mind-reading skill allowed her to know others' thoughts without needing to think. Lin Bei paused slightly, but quickly adjusted her expression without turning back. The doubt in her heart had inadvertently planted itself like a seed. She understood that the answers to certain questions might not yet be the right time to be revealed. Since mommy didn't want to tell her, it was better for her not to know. Anyway, she only ever wanted Lin Shui by her side. Suddenly, Lin Bei took a deep breath, whirled around, and ran back toward Lin Shui. Surprised, Lin Shui squatted down and asked curiously, "What is it? Is there anything else?" Lin Bei ran to Lin Shui's side, planted a fierce kiss on her face, and scampered off again. Nothing, I just forgot to say goodnight to mommy. This little girl. Lin Shui touched her kissed cheek, finding it rather amusing. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Bei politely knocked on the door. The crisp sound was exceptionally clear, in the quiet and empty hallway of the night. Come in. Gu Junqing's voice drifted out. Quickly let me see the jade pendant. As soon as she walked through the door, Lin Bei impatiently demanded to see it. Perhaps because neither of them usually had many friends, despite their brief interaction, she had already developed a deep fondness for the little female ghost Ling Qi. Gu Junqing smiled faintly, pulled the warm jade pendant from his collar, and gently placed it into Lin Bei's outstretched palm. He could sense that deep within the jade pendant lay a bizarre space, where Ling Xi's soul was curled up and plunged into deep slumber. This happened because the wrongfully killed female ghost in red had transferred too much soul power to her, forcing her into slumber to digest it. She's fine. Although she can't communicate with you directly for now, I can sense her aura is stable, and she seems to be gradually adapting to this new environment. Lin Bei felt the warm touch of the jade pendant, her blinking eyes flashing with curiosity. Can I really not keep her with me? Lin Bei was still somewhat reluctant to give up, mainly because she didn't feel at ease leaving her good friend with Gu Junqing. Initially, Seeing how terrified Lin Shui was that Gu Junqing might get angry or be provoked, she simply assumed it was due to Gu Junqing's high status. But after seeing Ling Xi's mother, that powerful female ghost, look so terrified of Gu Junqing, she knew it must be because Gu Junqing was no mere mortal. Not to mention that Gu Junqing could block her mind reading. Taken together, all these factors proved that Gu Junqing was definitely not an ordinary person. Though young, years of mind reading had matured Lin Bei's thoughts far beyond her peers, enabling her to process complex deductions. Not for now. You're still too little and your body can't handle it, unless you don't want to grow taller. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat amusing as he looked at Lin Bei's anxious expression. Lin Bei curled her lip. Childish, just like how mommy says if I don't eat carrots I won't grow tall, or if I don't eat scallions I won't get smart. Since she couldn't read Gu Junqing's mind, and Lin Shui wasn't around, Lin Bei never bothered putting up any act in front of him, straight out expressing her thoughts directly. This little brat really asks for a spanking. Gu Junqing felt somewhat speechless. Fine, I won't treat you like a childish kid. Although that little female ghost is tiny, and doesn't want to hurt you, her body naturally radiates a chilling cold chi. Your body is too weak to handle it, and prolonged contact will shorten your life. Gu Junqing lazily leaned against the headboard, yawned, and stated bluntly. Hearing someone tell her she would die prematurely for the first time, Lin Bei was left equally speechless. I'm so much younger than you, who dies first is anyone's guess. Lin Bei retorted defiantly. Heh, Gu Junqing chuckled dismissively, unconcerned. This child had no idea who she was talking to. Even if he stopped cultivating right now, with his foundation establishment lifespan, he could live for at least 200 years or more, comparing lifespans with him. Chapter 1288. Just then, the jade pendant handed over by Lin Bei began to glow faintly. Within the deep and archaic jade, time seemed to condense into the finest silk, gently wrapping around a sleeping soul that no years could disturb. The moonlight poured down like water, and a wisp of clear radiance inadvertently pierced through the gaps in the clouds, precisely casting its light upon the warm pendant, and plating it with a thin layer of silver gauze. At this extremely quiet moment, tiny ripples seemed to gently spread within the interior of the pendant. That was the sign of the sleeping soul being touched by a trace of external warmth and slowly waking up. Within the jade, the originally dormant clouds and mist gradually dissipated, revealing a vague and hazy figure. Not bad, the fluctuation of this soul power has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Gu Junqing felt the ripples inside the pendant, his heart stirring slightly with a sense of wonder. A parent's love knows no bounds, willing to give everything to their ghost daughter even after dying and turning into a ghost. Gu Junqing, has she woken up? A hint of imperceptible tremor laced Lin Bei's voice, carrying both excitement and tension. Gu Junqing nodded lightly, his gaze deep as he looked at the pendant and spoke slowly. Your guess is correct. Her soul is indeed waking up. It seems she and you truly share a destined bond. As Gu Junqing's words fell, the light within the pendant grew increasingly soft, and the hazy figure gradually clarified, ultimately transforming into Ling Kai's familiar yet somewhat different little face. At first, when Gu Junqing saw Ling Kai in the haunted house, her appearance looked roughly similar in age to Lin Bei. They both looked like human children around 7 or 8 years old. But the current Ling Kai was clearly different, looking roughly 14 or 15 years old, seemingly growing from a tender child into an awkward young maiden overnight. However, Lin Bei's joy over Ling Kai's awakening did not last long, as Ling Kai's very first words upon waking were filled with anger and resentment. Bad guy. You are the one who killed my mother. Her voice carried a crying tone, but more than that, it held resolute anger. Soul power scattered all around her like a furious storm, instantly tearing the surrounding air into pieces. If all her lingering resentment hadn't been absorbed by the female ghost in red, she probably would have turned into a ferocious little ghost all over again. Facing Ling Kai's sudden anger and impulse, Gu Junqing's gaze did not hold the slightest anger, surprise, or even a hint of emotional fluctuation, looking at Ling Kai as if she were simply a child throwing an unreasonable tantrum at an adult. As Ling Kai's anger erupted, the inside of the jade pendant seemed like an ignited powder keg, its light flashing brilliantly and illuminating the surrounding room like broad daylight. The jade pendant in Lin Bei's hands shook uncontrollably, almost slipping from her grasp, and that surging power carried an undeniable pressure that made the air in the entire room freeze. Ling Kai, calm down. Lin Bei did not know what had happened, but she could sense the sorrow in Ling Kai's heart, as well as her resentment toward Gu Junqing. Before Gu Junqing and the others arrived, she and the female ghost in red had been living perfectly fine lives. Moreover, the two of them neither harmed people nor disrupted anyone's normal life. They were simply little ghosts making a living by feeding on the fear of tourists. She and the female ghost in red had lived like that for a long time, only for everything to be shattered by the arrival of Gu Junqing. Without Gu Junqing, her mother would never have died so soon. Moving swiftly to Lin Bei's side, he formed hand seals rapidly, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips into trickling streams, like a descending galaxy, attempting to pacify the spiritual energy storm caused by Ling Kai. However, Ling Kai's anger was like a violent tempest, and her soul power raged within the pendant and the air, creating wave after wave of powerful shockwaves that clashed head-on with Gu Junqing's spiritual energy. Inside the room, the two forces collided violently, emitting continuous roars as if the heavens and earth themselves were trembling. If Gu Junqing had not set up a spatial barrier in advance using spiritual qi and genuine qi, the entire house probably would have been instantly blown away. Upon stepping into the foundation establishment stage, known in this world as the divine realm, one's strength enters an extraordinary realm, a transformation beginning to break away from the mortal plane, incomparable to realms below the divine realm. It is a leap and evolution of life itself. The realms above this are even more so, judging by the information Gu Junqing obtained from the system. A full-strength strike at the Golden Core stage possesses the destructive power to obliterate roughly half a small city, let alone the Nascent Soul stage, where he could sink entire continents given enough time, if he so desired. Seeing the light emanating from both of them, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned, but she quickly snapped out of it, hurriedly blocking in front of Gu Junqing with an anxious expression. Lin Kai, don't attack. We didn't kill your mother. Lin Bei, move aside. I want to avenge my mother. Lin Kai's voice carried tears yet was filled with determination. At this moment, her soul power reached an unprecedented intensity, and complex runes simultaneously began to emerge across the surface of the jade pendant and her body, flashing with a deep blue light. Clearly she had begun to go berserk and lose her sanity. Ghosts inherently do not retain the rationality of their living selves and are prone to extremes. I won't move. Lin Bei felt panicked, but she refused to budge an inch. She was no fool. Blocking Lin Kai was not only for Gu Junqing's sake, but also for the sake of her friend, Lin Kai. Watching Lin Bei still willing to stand before him despite this, Gu Junqing's eyes revealed a trace of gratification. He certainly hadn't spoiled her in vain. Just then, the light within the pendant flashed once more, and a warm, gentle power overflowed from the artifact, softly wrapping around Lin Kai's form. It was the lingering will and power of the female ghost in red, seeming to comfort Lin Kai in her own way. Lin Kai, who had been on the verge of going berserk, suddenly quieted down again. Lin Kai's body trembled slightly, and the furious aura seemed pacified by a sudden injection of warmth. Her tightly furrowed brows gradually smoothed out, and the hatred in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by an indescribable, complex emotion containing sorrow, release, and a trace of imperceptible warmth. Mother, Lin Kai murmured in a low voice, a sob in her tone. She seemed able to sense that familiar yet distant aura from deep within the pendant, the final tenderness and protection the female ghost in red had left for her. Tisk. Seeing this, Gu Junqing dissipated the chi force in his hand. Since the departed female ghost had managed to awaken Lin Kai, it made it genuinely difficult for him to strike. Besides, beating up her little friend right in front of Lin Bei would certainly not be a good look. A trace of struggle crossed Gu Junqing's expression. Should he perhaps just hit her a little lighter? Chapter 1289. Gu Junqing ultimately suppressed the mischievous impulse in his heart. He did not actually beat up the little friend Lin Qi. However, considering she was a ghost over 100 years old, was she really still a child? Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. Although Lin Qi currently looked only about 14 or 15 years old, she had actually survived in this world for many years at the very least. Even though she spent most of her time sleeping, and ghosts lacked physical functions, unable to grow through metabolic processes like hormones and genes, this allowed Lin Qi to retain the appearance of her childhood. Even now, because the red-clothed female ghost had transferred all her energy to her, her appearance had only grown by a few years. It was no wonder she and Lin Bei got along so well. Just as Gu Junqing was lost in thought, the aura surrounding Lin Qi gradually calmed down under the soothing influence of her mother's lingering presence. Yet at that moment, unexpectedly to everyone present, the door to Gu Junqing's room was pushed open quietly. Even Gu Junqing, whose attention was entirely focused on Lin Qi, failed to notice that someone had entered the room. What is happening? Why did I hear all that snapping and crashing? Lin Bei, are you causing trouble? Lin Shui pushed open the door to Gu Junqing's room and walked in angrily. She had just fallen asleep when she heard loud noises and chaotic sounds coming from inside Gu Junqing's room. Worrying that Lin Bei might be causing trouble for Gu Junqing, she immediately got up and came outside his door to check the situation. At first, she thought she might have misheard, but upon confirming the noises truly originated from inside, her anxiety spiked. Filled with worry and anger, Lin Shui could no longer care about formalities and rushed in without even giving Gu Junqing a warning. She figured Lin Bei must be wreaking havoc or some other situation had unfolded. Yet the moment she pushed the door open, the scene before her caused Lin Shui's brain to short-circuit on the spot. Ling Xi's long hair floated messily in the air like the night, dancing wildly to the rhythm of her rampage while emitting desolate, mournful whimpers resembling the weeping of 10,000 ghosts. Her pale face was as white as paper, faintly tinged with a grayish-blue hue. Her ferocious expression looked identical to the red-clothed female ghost she had seen in the haunted house. That was the final thought flashing through Lin Shui's mind before her vision went completely black, and her brain's protective mechanism automatically activated once again. Ling Xi's gaze shifted over, and before anyone could react, Lin Shui closed her eyes and fell straight backward. Fortunately, Gu Junqing, who possessed the innate ability to catch beauties out of thin air, was present. His figure flickered slightly, and he precisely wrapped his arm around Lin Shui's slender waist. Looking at Lin Shui, who wore a peaceful expression as if she had simply fallen asleep, Gu Junqing momentarily didn't know what to say. He honestly didn't know how to describe this female lead's luck. She managed to faint every single time, yet always fainted at precisely the most opportune moment. Perhaps because Lin Shui had already fainted once today, Lin Bei wasn't quite as frantic as she had been in the haunted house. Even so, seeing Lin Shui collapse, she hurried over to Gu Junking's side to check on her condition. Rest assured, it's the exact same as in the haunted house. It's just her brain's defense mechanism shielding her from intense stimulation, and she'll recover shortly. It's equivalent to taking a nap, Gu Junqing explained. Lin Bei instantly felt relieved. Inside the room, Ling Xi's aura gradually stabilized under the comforting presence of her mother's lingering energy, and her chaotic hair slowly dropped down as her ethereal figure floated down in front of Lin Bei. Lin Bei, I didn't mean to. Ling Qi looked at Lin Bei with an apologetic expression, keeping her head lowered out of fear that Lin Bei would blame her. It's fine. We were the ones who intruded on your lives to begin with, and had we not come, your mother might not have died. Lin Bei shook her head, holding no grudge against her, and instead blaming herself. Lin Bei's tolerance and understanding made Ling Xi's emotions even more complicated. She knew that although her mother's misfortune stemmed from their arrival, Lin Bei and the others acted unintentionally, and the red-clothed female ghost had long since prepared herself. This conflicting sentiment left her feeling both guilty and deeply grateful for Lin Bei's consideration. Lin Bei, thank you. Actually, you can't entirely be blamed. Mom actually prepared herself long ago and knew her time was running short, but she just didn't expect it to come so quickly. Ling Xi's voice carried a hint of a sob. From now on, we are your family, and no matter what happens, we will face it together. Lin Bei stepped forward to hug Ling Qi, and the two little girls instantly embraced each other, weeping bitterly. Listening to the noisy cries echoing by his ear, Gu Junqing held Lin Shui with a slight headache. At that precise moment, a prompt notification from the system suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding! Daughter of Destiny Lin Bei has gained a companion, Ling Qi, and is initially awakening. Indeed. Gu Junqing looked into Lin Bei's eyes with a sense of realization. He had long since discovered the immense fortune radiating from her, one that even surpassed Lin Shui, the female lead who had raised her since childhood. Her massive fortune was evidently not just due to her being the younger sister of the god of war protagonist, Yang Chen, but largely stemmed from her own inherent destiny. Furthermore, this type of daughter of destiny differed greatly from standard female leads. A single story, plotline, or novel might feature multiple individuals possessing female lead fortune. However, daughters of destiny like Lin Bei were entirely unique. The fortune of a daughter of destiny like Lin Bei was so vast that it often transcended the framework of a single story or world, her existence shining like a star capable of illuminating and guiding the destinies of those around her. Lin Bei was precisely such a special existence. With Ling Xi's entry, Lin Bei's fortune seemed activated by some mysterious power, initiating her preliminary awakening. This awakened power not only released Lin Bei's own potential, but also deepened her bonds with those around her. This included supernatural entities like Ling Qi and the red-clothed female ghost. Prior to them, Gu Junqing had never encountered such peculiar life forms in this world. It was evident that Ling Xi's existence had been drawn out specifically because of Lin Bei's presence. Such an intricate and elusive trajectory of fate could never be triggered by an ordinary female lead like Lin Shui. Perhaps Ling Qi was a companion specifically prepared for Lin Bei. At the same time, this explained why Gu Junqing had placed an even higher level of importance on Lin Bei than on Lin Shui from the very beginning. Chapter 1290. After the two children finished sobbing together, they obediently walked over and stood neatly before Gu Junqing. Ling Kai, who had just been acting like a berserker ready to risk her life against him, now wore a docile and composed expression. Clearly, having calmed down, she had also learned true fear. Even if her mother, the female ghost in red, were here in person, she wouldn't dare say much of anything before Gu Junqing, let alone someone like her. Just thinking about how she had dared to treat Gu Junqing that way a moment ago filled Ling Kai with lingering dread. The one you should be apologizing to isn't me, it's her. Gu Junqing pointed at the unconscious Lin Shui and said with a helpless tone. Lin Bei finally snapped back to reality, realizing Lin Shui had fainted twice in such a short span of time. Although Lin Shui only lost consciousness due to a protective brain mechanism, fainting twice in one day felt a bit too frequent. If any part of her brain suffered even a minor issue from the fright, it would spell real trouble. Is Mom really going to be okay? Lin Bei asked anxiously. Rest assured, she's fine. Just let her get a good night's sleep, Gu Junqing said, looking at Lin Bei with a rather peculiar gaze. He still felt quite expectant regarding Lin Bei's future. Not only did she possess mind-reading abilities, but she also had the little ghost Ling Kai to help, meaning her future achievements would definitely not be ordinary. She would likely develop along the trajectory of some matriarchal web novel. Of course, this would only happen if Gu Junqing hadn't intervened. Right now, Gu Junqing wanted to run an experiment to see what would happen if he interfered with a person of destiny's life from start to finish. Whether they would still follow their original path remained an absolute unknown. Furthermore, although Lin Bei was a bit young right now, given her personality and innate abilities, she would definitely become immensely useful once nurtured over the next few years. As long as she's fine, as long as she's fine. Lin Bei patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. As for you, do you want to follow me or follow Lin Bei? Gu Junqing turned his gaze toward Ling Kai, who was practically trying to shrink her head into her own chest. I want to follow Lin Bei. Ling Kai's heart tightened as she rushed to speak. Now that she had calmed down, she could genuinely feel that terrifying, ocean-like aura radiating from him, an energy level she could never hope to match. It was no wonder her mother felt such intense dread toward him. Very well. In that case, Gu Junqing cast a knowing, amused look at Lin Kai, realizing she had finally learned fear. Still, he didn't care too much about a little ghost. Besides, keeping a minor ghost lingering on his person permanently wouldn't be very convenient. Otherwise, wouldn't she end up spying on him doing intimate things every single day? At the same time, Lin Bei's youthful body couldn't handle having a ghost possess her year-round either. Gu Junqing suddenly raised his hand, gathering strands of golden light around him. He tapped Lin Bei gently, and a wisp of spiritual light naturally drifted onto her body, automatically counteracting any depleted vitality. Feeling that warm, cozy energy radiating through her, Lin Bei felt a wave of bubbling curiosity. Now that everything had settled, her natural inquisitiveness regarding Gu Junqing's various mystical abilities began to surface. Being a child, she not only possessed a deep curiosity about everything around her, but her personality was also defined by youthful fearlessness. Moreover, she didn't harbor any fear toward Gu Junqing whatsoever. Gu Junqing, you actually know real magic. Can you teach me? Lin Bei widened her round little eyes, letting out a cute, milky gasp of amazement. Whether in the haunted house or during Lin Kai's recent rampage, Gu Junqing hadn't overly flaunted his abilities. Displaying them so casually now delivered a massive impact to Lin Bei. It felt just like watching cartoons as a child, and suddenly having the lights illuminate the room. Everyone knows cartoons are fake, but kids still secretly hope they possess those exact powers. They would occasionally throw a palm strike at trees or leaves while reciting the cool ultimate moves from the shows. But seeing it happen for real right in front of her eyes was earth-shattering. Lin Bei's eyes shimmered with unprecedented brilliance, her yearning for unknown power looking capable of lighting up the entire room. Gu Junqing caught the sight of her curious and expectant eyes, a smile curving the corner of his lips. Spells cannot be learned overnight. They require the accumulation of time, the tempering of one's mind, and a heart of reverence for the heavens and earth. Gu Junqing's words carried both encouragement and a guiding, instructional tone for Lin Bei. Of course, his tone shifted as a trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. I can teach you some basic meditation and perception methods. These will help you understand yourself better and lay a solid foundation for learning deeper spells in the future. Hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes lit up as if they could illuminate the entire universe. She nodded vigorously, her small body trembling slightly from excitement. I'm willing to learn. I'll definitely work hard. Listening from the side, Lin Kai felt a wave of curiosity too. Her foundation establishment stage strength came entirely from accumulated time, and her mother transferring all her cultivation directly to her. In reality, her power was built like castles in the air. If she could access proper cultivation methods, it would genuinely be the best thing possible. However, the Tao cannot be transmitted lightly. You must first offer the apprenticeship vow. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin with a light chuckle. Cultivating a bond and taking Lin Bei on as his official disciple felt like an excellent choice. In fact, Gu Junqing had already prepared in advance for Lin Bei's apprenticeship. Apprenticeship? How is that different from having a regular teacher? Lin Bei blinked, a flash of confusion crossing her little face. In her mind, a master simply meant a teacher. Since Gu Junqing was already teaching her these things, wasn't he essentially her teacher already? Well, this kind of master is different from a modern school teacher. But you are still young, and you will understand in time, Gu Junqing said with a light chuckle. The bond between master and disciple was as close as father and son. A true master teaches genuinely, and a true disciple puts in the honest work. The master treats the disciple like their own child, while the disciple views the master as a second parent. Furthermore, a disciple helps care for the master's family and descendants, just as masters and fellow apprentices help out whenever a disciple faces hardship, creating a bond as close and inseparable as a real family. This differed quite significantly from modern educators. Seeing this, Lin Kai couldn't help chiming in. Gu Junqing, what about me? I want to learn too. Can I apprentice under you as well? Though she held deep reverence for Gu Junqing, her yearning for power gave her the courage to speak up. Gu Junqing pondered briefly before replying. Lin Kai, there is karma between us, but my path of cultivation may not be the optimal choice for you. However, I can impart some other knowledge to you and guide you on how to better utilize your powers, so you don't stray down the wrong path. Chapter 1291. Seeing how eagerly Lin Bei jumped at the chance, Gu Junqing knew she didn't fully grasp what a master-disciple relationship actually meant. He waved his hand and told her to make up her mind later. The bond between masters and disciples in his tradition was exceptionally solid. It was much like the deep, affectionate relationship he shared with Jizuyu. Though he later became a rebellious disciple, who committed offenses against his master more than once, he still hoped Lin Bei would value the connection. At the very least, he wanted her to avoid doing anything that would truly betray the master-disciple code. After all, a sea of blood and deep grudges still separated him and Lin Bei. Even though the destruction of the Yang family had little to do with him directly, it remained unknown whether Lin Bei would blame him once she learned the full truth. Don't make a decision just yet. Wait until Lin Shui wakes up and ask her first. Gu Junqing rubbed Lin Bei's little head. Now, off to bed with both of you. Okay. Lin Bei sounded a bit reluctant to leave. She looked like a child who had nearly gotten her candy taken away. Since Ling Qi was a spiritual entity, she didn't need sleep to restore her energy, and her form melted back into a wisp of pale smoke that returned inside the jade pendant. By then, Gu Junqing had already hung the pendant around Lin Bei's neck. Since Lin Bei wanted Ling Qi to stay with her so badly, he decided to grant her wish. As long as his spiritual radiance protected her, Ling Qi wouldn't be able to influence her too much. Where am I? Lin Shui opened her eyes sluggishly. Her consciousness slowly returned as everything around her came into clear focus. She found herself lying on a soft, spacious bed inside a room decorated with cozy elegance. A soft, dim bedside lamp cast a gentle glow across her face, bringing a hint of warmth. Outside the window, moonlight poured like water over the windowsill, adding to the quiet serenity of the night. She tried moving her body and realized that aside from a slight lingering weakness, she was completely fine. Wait, no, it feels like I passed out again. Lin Shui suddenly remembered the scene she witnessed before losing consciousness. A floating little female ghost had apparently been confronting Lin Bei and Gu Junqing. When that ghost went berserk, her whole body turned a bruised purple, and her expression twisted into a ferocious grimace like a demon crawling straight out of hell. That nightmarish vision of Ling Qi trying to drag everyone down to hell with her had left an indelible impression on Lin Shui's mind. I knew ghosts were real. I just knew ghosts were real. Lin Shui felt her luck had hit rock bottom lately. She had spent the previous period being inexplicably hunted by multiple assassin syndicates before finally making it back to the capital under someone's protection. She thought she could finally enjoy a period of peace, only to be kicked straight out of the house by her mother. Today she had the terrible misfortune of running into wicked ghosts twice in a row, making her wonder if she had somehow offended the heavens. These utterly wretched experiences only deepened her gloom. Lin Bei, where are you? Recovering her wits, Lin Shui remembered she needed to check on Lin Bei's safety, and scrambled anxiously to get out of bed. You're finally awake? At that moment, a gentle, magnetic voice sounded right beside her ear. Not far away in the room, Gu Junqing slowly turned on the bedside lamp. Lin Shui followed the voice and saw Gu Junqing standing in a corner of the room. The soft light fell across his face, outlining his deep contours and eyes that seemed capable of seeing straight into people's hearts. His appearance instantly filled the slightly spacious room with a sense of security and warmth. At least, that was how Lin Shui felt. Gazing at Gu Junqing's godlike, handsome face right before her eyes, Lin Shui stared blankly, momentarily entranced. She felt her heart swell to capacity in an instant. Her initial attraction to Gu Junqing's excellence and striking looks suddenly expanded to encompass so much more. Her heartbeat involuntarily sped up as two flushes of red quietly crept across her cheeks. Realizing she was losing her composure, she quickly lowered her head to hide that sudden emotional ripple. Yet the fluttering in her chest surged like an unstoppable tide. Noticing this, a subtle smile touched the corner of Gu Junqing's lips as he walked over to the bedside. His tone grew even softer and more caring. What's wrong? Are you still feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Though spoken half in jest, a hidden trace of gentleness and concern laced his words. Hearing this, Lin Shui grew so mortified with embarrassment that she frantically waved her hands in denial. And no, it's not like that. I was just. She stammered, entirely at a loss for how to express her feelings. She certainly couldn't tell Gu Junqing that his arrival had filled her entire heart to the brim. Gu Junqing chuckled softly and didn't press further, changing the subject instead. How are you feeling? Is anything still hurting or feeling off? I'm fine. Right, what on earth happened just now? And where is Lin Bei? Lin Shui had to admit that this was the first time in her life she had ever experienced such an overwhelming sense of security upon seeing Gu Junqing appear. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts, forcing her to bury the fluttering in her chest deep down. Right now, she only cared about Lin Bei's safety. Lin Bei is fine, resting in the next room over. Gu Junqing's voice carried a soothing tone as he sensed Lin Shui's anxiety. After you passed out, she stayed worried about you until she confirmed you were unharmed before finally going to rest. As for what happened just now, Gu Junqing paused slightly, finding it somewhat difficult to explain Ling Xi's existence to Lin Shui. Moreover, since Lin Bei wasn't his child, rashly keeping something as dangerous as Ling Qi by her side might be inappropriate. After thinking it over, he decided to explain the matter of Ling Qi to Lin Shui using a relatively gentle and understandable approach. Continuing to keep secrets from Lin Shui clearly wasn't a good choice. Ghosts? Ling Qi? A red-clothed female ghost? Lin Shui looked bewildered and suspicious. There are many things in this world you don't understand, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Gu Junqing smiled. Take our previous confrontation at sea, for instance. My opponent, King Azura, possessed supernatural powers. If he wanted to kill you or everyone on that cruise ship, it would have been effortless. I see. Still, compared to your showdown at sea, ghosts aren't quite as hard to accept. Lin Shui gave a bitter smile. It reminds me of when I was a kid. Our family had just made its fortune and moved into a villa, but it turned out to be haunted. Lin Shui gave a bitter smile. My mom hired a master exorcist, and the commotion was massive. It sounded like they were fighting inside the room before the master caught the ghost, and things finally settled down. Those stories were probably fake, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. True ghosts were likely exceedingly rare across the entire world, and the situation with Ling Qi and her mother might well be a one-of-a-kind case. But since Lin Shui accepted it so easily, he couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Chapter 1292. So that little ghost Ling Kai can only follow Lin Bei from now on? Lin Shui asked in a low voice. Roughly so. If you are unwilling, there is still a solution. Gu Junqing assumed Lin Shui harbored doubts about Ling Kai's presence, pondering for a moment before speaking. What other solution could there be? Lin Shui asked instinctively with a start. Naturally, casting her out to fend for herself, or else resorting to physical destruction. Gu Junqing chuckled lightly. Forget it, she has no family left anyway. Let her stay by Lin Bei's side. True to Gu Junqing's expectation, Lin Shui ultimately chose to let Lin Kai stay, rejecting his other two options. Very well, if there are no objections, it is settled. Rest assured, with me here, you can put your mind completely at ease no matter what happens. Gu Junqing said softly, his tone brimming with an overwhelming gentleness. Lin Shui's heart was gently stirred by his tender words, and she looked up at him with eyes flashing with a radiant mix of gratitude and trust. In that moment, she seemed to find her most steadfast support, causing all her worries and anxieties to vanish into thin air. Junqing, thank you. Having you by my side makes me feel so much more at ease. Lin Shui's voice was soft and sincere, carrying a trace of an imperceptible tremor. From childhood to now, Gu Junqing was the first man to tell her to leave everything to him. How could this fail to make her heart flutter? Gu Junqing possessed such monstrous capabilities yet still treated her with exceptional kindness, explaining things in detail and comforting her meticulously. This deeply moved Lin Shui's heart. If this wasn't love, what was it? Well, you should sleep here. Hearing this, a gentle smile curved the corner of Gu Junqing's lips, his eyes filled with total doting and care. He gently stood up, walked over to the bed, and carefully tucked the blanket around Lin Shui with movements as soft as if he were handling a rare treasure. Sleep, I am guarding you here, so you have nothing to fear. His voice was deep and magnetic, every word like a warm spring breeze gently brushing across Lin Shui's heartstrings. Lin Shui gazed into his deep eyes, which seemed to contain a boundless starry sea, causing her to involuntarily become intoxicated. She nodded lightly, tears of happiness sparkling in her eyes, and whispered, okay. Ding, host stirs heroine Lin Shui's heart, rewarding host with 4,000 villain points. Ding, host stirs heroine Lin Shui's heart, rewarding host with 5,000 villain points. Ding, host stirs heroine Lin Shui's heart, rewarding host with 6,000 villain points. These densely packed heart-stirring prompts fully illustrated just how vulnerable Lin Shui currently was. If her husband Ying Chen knew about this, what would he be thinking? Would he wonder if his wife was finally going to get a new boyfriend, or whether she was finally going to marry a new husband? Gu Junqing muttered to himself internally. As Lin Shui slowly closed her eyes, Gu Junqing also retreated quietly to the side, though his gaze never left her. He chose a spot not far from the bed to sit down, ensuring he could monitor Lin Shui's condition at any moment without disturbing her rest, fully displaying his tender and considerate nature. There really weren't many men as gentle as Gu Junqing left in this world. Night gradually deepened, and the moonlight outside the window spilled through the gaps in the curtains, adding a touch of softness and warmth to the tranquil evening. On a battlefield dyed blood red by campfires, the smoke of war had yet to disperse, and the air was thick with the scent of heavy iron and scorched earth. It felt as though even the wind carried a heavy lament. The Qilin army, a force once renowned for its fearlessness, had finally managed to march into this coveted territory after days of intense and brutal combat. However, the fruits of victory were laden with indescribable bitterness and sacrifice. Across the battlefield, shattered limbs, flesh, and entrails lay scattered among broken walls and ruins, silently recounting the brutality of the fight. The silhouettes of soldiers were elongated by the campfires and lights, appearing exceptionally weary and lonely. Some soldiers staggered forward, their bodies covered in scars, and their battle robes stained red with blood. Amidst the flickering flames, soldiers sat in a circle, their silence mixed with low, sobbing sounds. They spoke of their comrades' heroism, and reminisced about the days spent fighting side by side. Those joyful laughs and cries seemed to echo in their ears, yet in the blink of an eye, everything had become a thing of the past. An indescribable sorrow permeated the air, a deep longing for fallen comrades, and a lingering anxiety regarding the uncertainties of the future. In the past, they had frequently campaigned across various regions, but a frontal assault of today's scale was a first for them. For some reason, their commander, the god of war, had grown increasingly frequent in his military campaigns lately. Furthermore, he had never previously sacrificed his brothers' lives merely to secure a single battlefield victory. Consequently, the entire Qilin army had suffered heavy casualties over this recent period. If battles hadn't continued to end in victory, they wouldn't even know whether they should keep going. Tell me, how much longer is this kind of life going to continue? A veteran missing one arm took a fierce drag of his cigar and spoke to the surrounding comrades. Anyone who could survive in the martial domain until now was known externally as a special forces king or a mercenary king, yet their current treatment was barely any different from ordinary foot soldiers. Who knows, but I kind of want to go back and see my kid. We shouldn't have listened to the country's call to come to this ghost place. Even being a peacekeeper in a war-torn region would be better than this. At least your kid came here voluntarily, punk. I certainly didn't. A veteran whose face was covered in scars sneered. You shouldn't be ungrateful to the country, Scarface Chen. Killing your wife, mother-in-law, and child and still having the country give you a chance to survive is already a blessing. Was that something I wanted to do? I paid 500,000 in bride price to marry a divorcee, only for my wife to run away with someone else and be looked down upon at home. Why the hell wouldn't I kill them? Should I keep them around for the new year? Scarface Chen sneered. If it weren't for your pitiful background, and the fact that you didn't commit any other crimes besides killing those two bitches and the child, do you think you'd be allowed to stay alive and redeem your crimes through service, another comrade teased. Scarface Chen instantly fell silent, drinking his bitter wine alone. Although the comrades bantered like this, their bond was long past ordinary. Having experienced life and death together, there were no jokes they couldn't share. If Scarface Chen's wife, mother-in-law, and child hadn't already been dead, they would have stepped in to help him after hearing his story. I wonder if the god of war experienced something, and why his actions suddenly became so extreme. Chapter 1293. I wonder if the god of war experienced something recently, or why his actions have suddenly become so aggressive. The nation behind this camp clearly intended to cooperate with us, so why start a war just because negotiations stalled temporarily? This single remark left several veteran soldiers in silence, each harboring a deep sense of shared sorrow. The atmosphere grew heavy in an instant. Firelight flickered inside the tent, illuminating everyone's furrowed brows and complex expressions. The reason they chose to follow the god of war in the first place was simply to survive within this chaotic war zone. Yet given the current frequency of warfare, even seasoned veterans struggled to survive these increasingly perilous battles. One of the elderly soldiers slowly spoke up, his voice carrying the weathered vicissitudes of time and deep contemplation. The title of the god of war has never been easily attained. It is forged only through the baptism of countless fires of war. Perhaps behind his actions this time lies a profound consideration that we have yet to perceive. He paused for a moment, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the tent as if cutting through the night to look toward the distant battlefield. War has never been merely a contest of swords and blades, it is the ultimate outcome of political, economic, and psychological maneuvering. What we see is only the tip of the iceberg. True decisions are often buried deep underwater, where the undercurrents surge violently. Another veteran picked up the conversation, his tone revealing a trace of helplessness and worry. Indeed, on the battlefield, there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends, only eternal interests. Perhaps the god of war's move is meant to secure more negotiating chips, or to preempt some threat we have yet to notice. I think you guys are just comforting yourselves here. A younger soldier abruptly chimed in, his voice carrying a sharp edge of dissatisfaction. His eyes appeared exceptionally bright in the firelight, yet they could not conceal his underlying exhaustion and anger. The god of war simply intends to use our blood to pave the way for his own military achievements, just so he can return home in glory. This remark acted like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. The atmosphere inside the tent instantly grew even more tense. The veterans exchanged glances, some wearing awkward expressions while others sank into deep thought. Nonsense. If the god of war hadn't provided us with a living environment, trash like you would have died out there long ago, an older soldier retorted with dissatisfaction. When we won so many battles in the past, none of you came out to complain. It's just that these recent battles incurred a slightly higher loss. Instead of wasting time whining, you should go get some sleep. At that moment, a stride confident, tiger-like man stepped vigorously into the firelight. He wore simple yet sophisticated body armor, his robust muscles radiating the strength forged from a long-term military career. His expression was resolute, and his brows condensed an aura of natural majesty. His deep eyes seemed capable of seeing straight into people's hearts, and his straight nose and tightly pressed lips revealed his current seriousness and unquestionable decisiveness. General. Seeing this person approach, everyone immediately stood up to salute him with expressions of deep respect. Even the young private soldiers wore expressions of intense reverence upon seeing him. After all, this was Qinglong, one of the 4 great generals under the command of the god of war. The general nodded slightly, his gaze torch-like as he swept a circle over everyone gathered around the campfire. His eyes held both stern majesty and an unenurable warmth of care. I understand everyone's doubts and anxieties, but allow me to remind you all that the land we inhabit has never truly known peace. Every moment of tranquility is merely a brief respite bought with the blood and sweat of countless fallen martyrs. Therefore, we must rally closely around the god of war. He is our only beacon of light amid this chaos and flames of war, guiding us through the darkness to find that thread of survival. Every decision made by the god of war, though seemingly drastic, is actually based on long-term considerations for all of us, as well as his profound love and responsibility for this land. General Qinglong's voice was deep, steady, and powerful, echoing inside the tent like rolling thunder, and gradually subduing the ripples within everyone's hearts. At this point, General Qinglong's gaze grew even deeper, as if capable of perceiving the shifting winds and clouds of the future. Our mission under the leadership of the god of war is not only to defeat those visible enemies, but also to resist those intangible threats, safeguarding every inch of peace and hope on this land. He swept his gaze around, seeing that everyone's expressions had gradually solidified with determination, and continued, remember, each and every one of us is a part of this great struggle. Our sacrifices and dedication will ultimately forge a new legend remembered by future generations. Therefore, set aside your doubts, pull our strength together for our shared belief, and the homeland behind us, and let us charge forward with no other choice. Follow the god of war, for the god of war is invincible. Follow the god of war, for the god of war is invincible. Immediately, the surrounding soldiers roared in unison, their morale completely revived under General Qinglong's rallying speech. Dismissed, go get some rest. Cleaning up the battlefield and integrating prisoners of war will continue tomorrow. Having said that, seeing that everyone's morale was restored and complaints had ceased, General Qinglong waved his hand gently to signal everyone to rest. He then walked alone into the central tent, where Yang Chen sat prominently in the dead center. The remaining 3 great generals, Beihu, Zuk, and Suenyu, were all present. These 4 individuals were absolute confidants and subordinates entirely loyal to the god of war, Yang Chen. Has the situation outside stabilized? Yang Chen sat upright inside the central tent, radiating an effortless, kingly aura of natural majesty. His figure was tall and upright, standing around 1.8 meters tall, and his frame was as steady and powerful as a mountain. Every muscle contained explosive power, representing a body of steel forged through countless brushes with life and death. Although his facial features were rather ordinary, his sword-like eyebrows slanted upward into his temples, and his deep eyes were like stars in the midnight sky, flashing with wisdom and unyielding resolution. His straight nose was as exquisitely carved as a sculpture, and his thin lips were tightly pressed, revealing his deep contemplation and serious disposition that commanded awe without anger. His well-defined jawline outlined a resolute and bold contour, allowing anyone to feel his inherent leadership charisma at a glance. Public morale has more or less stabilized. However, if the upcoming unification wars continue to incur such heavy casualties, desertions might occur. After all, not everyone here comes from a military background. Qinglong nodded and spoke earnestly. Despite being right in the vortex of war, Yang Chen's clothes remained impeccably neat and immaculate, every crease seeming meticulously cared for. This revealed his composure and grace, which remained untarnished even amidst the chaos of battle. His hands were lightly crossed and rested upon his knees, his slender fingers powerful enough to grip a battle spear at any moment and lead soldiers charging into enemy lines. I understand. Qinglong did a good job with the pacification work. Yang Chen's voice was deep and resonant, as if it could pierce straight into the depths of everyone's soul. He raised his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the gaps in the tent to look toward the pitch-black night sky in the distance. Chapter 1294. God of War, although we all know you have your reasons, why must our actions be so aggressive? With our current strength, just a year or 2 of development would be enough to easily unify the entire martial domain. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to launch a war of unification right now? The person speaking was Suenyu, one of the 4 great generals. Suenyu was a Middle Alpes man whose opinions were always thoroughly considered, and he rarely spoke up casually. However, once he voiced an opinion, even Yang Chen had to take his wishes seriously. Upon hearing this, the god of war, Yang Chen, narrowed his gaze slightly before slowly standing up. He walked over to the map in the center of the tent, his fingers gently tracing the regions marked by various factions. Suenyu, I naturally understand your concerns. Yang Chen's voice was gentle yet powerful, revealing an unquestionable authority. But war has never been a simple comparison of strength, nor is it merely an accumulation of time. It is a complex chessboard that requires us to flexibly adjust our strategies according to changing situations. He turned around, sweeping his gaze across every general present with deep light flashing in his eyes. We indeed possess sufficient strength to unify the entire martial domain in the near future. But have you considered what the cost of such unification would be? Prolonged delays will only give the enemy more time to prepare and unite, and may even invite interference from external forces. Yang Chen's tone gradually grew serious. More importantly, we must not only unify this land, but also establish a powerful, stable, and prosperous order. This requires us to demonstrate absolute determination and strength in the war, letting everyone see that following us is the only way out. Understood. The 4 generals spoke in unison. Seeing this, Yang Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. How could he not know that if they continued to develop for another year or 2, the entire future martial domain could be conquered without shedding blood? Lately, the entire world had begun to experience turmoil. Eagle Nation suffered unrest some time ago, and was still holding general elections, while Bear Nation and the Central Region were plagued by internal wars and foreign invasions. Aside from neighboring countries like the Xiao Nation that could project their influence into the martial domain, other nations lacked the energy and resources to invest here. Under these circumstances, as the representative of the Xiao Nation's faction, he only needed to steady his steps and accumulate strength to easily unify the martial domain. Furthermore, he could integrate all the resources of the entire martial domain within a short period of time. However, he now completely lacked the time to do so. God of War, I also have a report. The men you sent to protect Madam and the young Miss have mysteriously vanished. They have not contacted us for days, and someone even attempted to actively reach us via communicator, but neither the open code nor the cipher matched, leading me to deduce that they have likely met with misfortune. At that moment, a stunning beauty with piercing phoenix eyes, temple-spanning brows, and an aura of regal elegance stepped forward. Her eyes were like those of a phoenix dwelling deep in the mountains, glowing golden, sharp, and brimming with power. They radiated a chilling aura of an angered majesty, while her dense, elongated brows resembled 2 sharp swords rising straight into her temples, adding a heroic flair to her posture. Though her visage lacked traditional gentle softness, she possessed a unique charm of her own. Her facial contours were distinct, with smooth and powerful lines that conveyed a beauty combining both strength and gentleness. Her skin might have looked slightly mature due to the passing years, but that only added a sense of seasoned precipitation and charm, allowing one to feel a calm composure forged through hardship. She was none other than the Suzaku general star among the 4 great generals. When the other general stars laid eyes on her, their gazes grew exceptionally ardent. It was evident that they harbored romantic intentions toward her. However, everyone knew that Suzaku seemed to favor only the god of war, so none dared to act too presumptuously. Yet the news she brought seemed far heavier, acting like a giant boulder dropped into a calm lake that instantly stirred ripples across the tent and turned everyone's expressions grave. As Yang Chen's confidants, they naturally knew how important Lin Shui and Lin Bei, residing in the capital, were to him. Although Yang Chen's recent long speech had sounded passionate and grand, everyone in their hearts knew the god of war had suddenly accelerated the pace of unification purely because of his family. Still, none of them dared to voice it aloud. When he learned a while ago that people from the martial domain had issued a bounty to hunt down Lin Shui, the god of war had already triggered a storm of blood across the region. Now that the people sent to protect Lin Shui and Lin Bei had gone missing, it was certainly no minor matter to Yang Chen. What? Why was this not reported to me immediately? Yang Chen's voice carried an imperceptible tremor as he spun around sharply, locking his burning gaze onto Suzaku. His usually deep and calm eyes were now filled with anxiety and fury. We were in the middle of a battle at the time, and I feared it would disrupt your progress, so I took it upon myself to delay the report by a few days. Suzaku lowered her head slightly. There will not be a next time. Yang Chen took a deep breath, struggling to calm the turmoil within his heart. He knew that as the god of war, he could not let his emotions affect the overall situation. However, the safety of Lin Shui and Lin Bei was the softest part of his heart, and any threat concerning them was enough to make him lose his composure. Understood. Suzaku felt a slight breath of relief in her heart. If Yang Chen wanted to investigate negligence, even general stars like them would face severe punishment. Suzaku, immediately gather all intelligence personnel and track down their whereabouts at all costs. At the same time, dispatch 2 elite squads to tighten surveillance on the capital, ensuring no faction can threaten their safety. Yang Chen's voice resumed its former calmness and firmness, yet every single word revealed an unquestionable resolve. The 4 general stars felt some hesitation in their hearts. Right now was the exact moment to unify the martial domain, and dispatching so many people to the capital would unnecessarily disperse their forces. I will not say it a second time. Seeing his subordinates hesitate, Yang Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Suzaku showed no further hesitation and immediately turned to execute the command. She deeply understood that to the god of war, his family was both his strongest backing and his most vulnerable weakness. She had to ensure their safety so that the god of war could press forward without any distractions. Lin Shui and Lin Bei were essentially Yang Chen's reverse scale. Touch them, and his fury would erupt instantly. Seeing this, the other generals even began volunteering to head to the capital personally to assist Suzaku in protecting Lin Shui and Lin Bei. I appreciate your intentions, but I still need you here. Someone else can handle matters in the capital. Yang Chen tapped the edge of the table with one hand, then raised it to wave away their requests. Everyone, our time is running out. The turmoil in the outside world provides us with an opportunity we cannot miss. We must unify the martial domain at the fastest speed possible and establish a stable, powerful order to truly secure our footing in this world. Yang Chen's voice echoed within the tent. Meanwhile, he muttered inwardly, "Xia family, just wait for me to return." Chapter 1295. Everyone, our time is running out. The turbulence of the outside world has provided us with an opportunity we cannot miss. We must unify the war zone at top speed and build a stable, powerful order to establish our footing in this world. Obey the god of war's command. Yang Chen nodded slightly. As long as he still had these loyal subordinates, he would have absolute confidence in fighting the Xia family. With tens of thousands of loyal soldiers behind him, riding the momentum of victory back to the country, he figured the other interest groups would simply sit back and watch the tigers fight. After all, the Xia family could not yet cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, given their power, dealing with them alone would have been truly difficult. God of war, we all know your goal is to deal with the Xia family. Now that our process of unifying the war zone is halfway done, it is time to prepare our plan. Qinglong stepped forward and saluted. That makes sense. Let's hear everyone's opinions. Yang Chen looked at Qinglong with considerable appreciation. Dealing with the Xia family was practically the goal behind everything he did. He still vividly remembered the tragic massacre of the entire Yang family by the Xia family, an event he would never forget for all eternity. Overnight, a century of glory and brilliance was reduced to ashes. The Yang family corporation collapsed directly, with members either locked up or executed, sparing not even young children. If not for the life and death friendship between the older generation of his family and Lin Shui's family, prompting the Lin family to risk everything to rescue him and his sister, there would be no god of war today. We need to divide and dismantle the Xia family's alliance. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests, so we must find factions that are outwardly compliant with the Xia family, but secretly estranged, and use interests as bait to guide them to our side. The reason our war zone is a battleground is due to its special geographical location and extremely rich resources. Once we rule the war zone, we can adopt a stance of accepting orders from the Xia nation without kowtowing to them, thereby causing other Xia factions to harbor dissatisfaction toward the Xia family. Qinglong continued. That's impossible. Although your words have a strategic element, directly challenging the Xia nation's authority, especially the idea of accepting orders without kowtowing, is too radical under the current circumstances, and does not align with our interests, Su Enyu stepped out and retorted. These people were mostly citizens of the Xia nation, but due to their respective circumstances, their perceptions of it varied. Take Qinglong, for example. He was once a criminal in the Xia nation, and rumor has it he received unfair treatment during his sentencing. Thus, although he was a citizen of Xia, he held very little affection for the country. Su Enyu, on the other hand, came from a military background in the Xia nation, making the country second only to his allegiance to Yang Chen in importance. Su Enyu's concerns are not without reason, Yang Chen slowly spoke, his voice steady and powerful. We naturally cannot easily challenge the authority of the Xia nation, but our goal is not to make an enemy of the entire nation, but to strike the Xia family precisely, while building a more balanced and stable domestic landscape. In short, as long as it poses a threat to the Xia family, we can do anything. For Yang Chen, stance mattered little. As long as it harmed the Xia family, he would do whatever it took. Our sphere of influence is in the war zone after all, and although we have too little intelligence on the Xia family, based on the God of War's estimations, we are currently operating in the shadows. The enemy knows nothing about us either, so with us in the dark, and them in the light, scheming against them should be quite simple. At that moment, Beihu, the final star general under Yang Chen, stepped forward. Beihu served as Yang Chen's resident mastermind and strategist. During Yang Chen's previous moments of difficult decision-making, Beihu had always managed strategies from within a command tent to secure victory 1,000 miles away. No matter how chaotic or complex the situation, he could rapidly peel back the layers to perceive subtle changes and potential crises, saving Yang Chen's forces on numerous occasions. His plans often caught opponents completely off guard while landing with absolute precision, as if he were born with the ability to foresee the future and dissolve all unfavorable factors into nothingness. Every layout was like a meticulously woven net, tight and ingenious, making adversaries step into traps unknowingly until they were completely powerless. He rarely made a move, but every move he made was a masterstroke. This was the evaluation Yang Chen gave him. Oh, do you have a good plan? Yang Chen cast a look of expectation toward General Beihu, clearly placing immense trust in his capabilities. Beihu smiled faintly, wisdom flashing in his eyes as he slowly paced over to the map. His slender fingers gently traced the line from the war zone toward the Xia nation's capital. The map displayed the regions of various factions, though most lacked detailed descriptions. Only the intelligence on the Xia family was complete, and across the map, the Xia family's influence spanned the entirety of the Xia nation. It even encompassed the sphere of influence belonging to the Gu family of Luodu. Clearly, due to their relationship as in-laws, they had likewise drawn Yang Chen's targeted gaze. Beihu said in a deep voice, the Xia family's influence is too massive, spanning the entire country. First, we must consolidate and expand our control over the war zone to ensure our rear is completely secure. At the same time, we should secretly dispatch elite squads to infiltrate the Xia family's sphere of influence to gather intelligence, especially regarding their internal conflicts and weaknesses. Without this intelligence, it will be difficult for us to strike at their vulnerabilities. Secondly, taking advantage of the war zone's unique geographical location and resources, we can design a series of economic strategies. For instance, we can control the export of key resources or establish trade barriers with friendly surrounding factions, indirectly affecting the Xia family's economic lifeline. Although the Xia family is vast, they cannot escape the chain reaction of economic sanctions. Furthermore, we can leverage public opinion to expose the Xia family's past illegal acts, especially those covered-up crimes, letting the public see their true face. In this information age, once the truth is exposed, it will easily trigger widespread social attention and condemnation. At the same time, we need to find and cultivate a batch of influential allies within the interior of the Xia nation. They can be elites in politics, business, or military circles who hold grievances against the Xia family or whose interests have been harmed. Through secret contacts and exchanges of interests, we can gradually build a unified front against the Xia family. Finally, and most crucially, we need to formulate a precise operational plan that can directly strike the Xia family's core strength while avoiding large-scale conflict. We can utilize our advantages to execute precision strikes, such as assassinating key figures of the Xia family or destroying their vital facilities, keeping them running ragged and unable to attend to other matters. Beihu smiled faintly, having easily mapped out a combat strategy for Yang Chen. Good. This strategic deployment is fantastic. Yang Chen looked at Beihu with considerable admiration and praised him loudly. Chapter 1296. Beihu's strategy combined both overt and covert schemes. If they truly followed his steps to preempt the enemy step by step, the Xia family would no longer be so formidable to contend with. It was no wonder Yang Chen was growing increasingly satisfied with him. However, Beihu, you must understand that every single action requires extreme caution. The slightest misstep could trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction. Yang Chen changed the subject, his eyes revealing a hint of solemnity, especially regarding public opinion control and assassination operations. Although both possess immense power, they are also the easiest to leave evidence behind and suffer counterattacks from opponents. My lord's words are extremely wise. Beihu nodded slightly and continued to elaborate. Therefore, regarding public opinion, we will adopt a gradual infiltration strategy, utilizing real-world cases and the natural fermentation of public emotion rather than directly manipulating the media. At the same time, we will establish multiple information sources to ensure that even if one channel is blocked, the truth can still spread through various paths. As for the assassination operations, I will personally select and train a special combat squad characterized by absolute loyalty and stealth. They must possess not only exceptional combat skills, but also extremely high psychological resilience and adaptability. Every operation will be meticulously planned to ensure a decisive strike without leaving a trace. At the same time, we will prepare multiple contingency plans to handle potential emergencies. Very well, Beihu. Your plan is both comprehensive and meticulous, and I am very satisfied. Yang Chen nodded in approval, then turned his gaze toward the others. Next, we will act separately according to Beihu's plan. Qinglong, you are responsible for covert infiltration and intelligence gathering. Suan Yu, you will consolidate control over the martial domain and strengthen ties with surrounding factions. As for me, I will personally hold down the rear and coordinate the overall situation to ensure every step proceeds smoothly according to plan. Following this, the group began discussing the details, each expressing their respective views. Everyone exercised extreme caution when facing a colossal entity like the Xia family. Even Qinglong, usually the most reckless of them all, was thoroughly careful. Every face was etched with determination and caution. Just then, a sentry soldier suddenly rushed in and reported loudly to Yang Chen. God of War, the men sent to secretly protect the matriarch and young miss have returned. What? Hearing this, Yang Chen's expression instantly turned grave as he shifted his gaze towards Suzaku. He had always entrusted the task of protecting Lin Shui and Lin Bei entirely to Suzaku. After all, being a woman, it was more convenient for her in such matters. Yet Suzaku had just stated that the personnel protecting them had all gone missing. If personnel who went missing suddenly returned now, they must have encountered a major event. Otherwise, they would never run back on their own accord before completing their mission. Quick, bring them in. Hearing this, Suzaku stood up immediately, her alluring brows knitting together slightly as she turned swiftly to bark an order at the soldier outside the door. Standing outside was none other than the sensible brute, who had left on his own after being rescued by Dao Tianyan. In order to return to the martial domain, he had traversed mountains and rivers. To evade potential tracking or pursuits along the way, he concealed his identity and dared only travel through remote paths. If he hadn't prepared well in advance with both money and a vehicle, heaven knows how much longer he would have had to walk. The moment the sensible brute stepped into the room, the air grew thick with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. The sensible brute's legs trembled with nervousness. He was still agonizing over his phrasing and how to tactfully describe what he had witnessed. After all, in front of so many people, he definitely couldn't directly blurt out that Lin Shui had cuckolded the God of War. If he did that, the God of War's face would likely be completely ruined. God of War, Lord Suzaku, I have returned. He bowed respectfully, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Suzaku stepped forward quickly, sizing him up carefully with eyes filled with both concern and urgency. These were her subordinates, whom she had personally dispatched to the sides of Lin Shui and Lin Bei. What is going on with you people? Exactly what happened? Tell me in detail what happened, and where are the others? Yang Chen could not help speaking up. The sensible brute took a deep breath, stabilized his emotions, and said quickly, the four of us originally took turns following the matriarch and young miss in 2 groups. However, during one shift change, Tiger and the others mysteriously went missing, though we didn't think much of it at first, and assumed they simply forgot to report in. So we just kept going but then. The sensible brute stammered hesitantly. What happened next? Spit it out. Qinglong snapped irritably. It's fine, go on. Seeing the sensible brute continually glancing sideways at him, Yang Chen assumed it was something unspeakable. However, since everyone present consisted of trusted confidants, he told the brute to continue. The 2 of us discovered that the matriarch, Miss Lin Shui, how should I put it? She doesn't seem as simple as she appears on the surface. She has been having frequent contact with a mysterious man, and the 2 of them look quite intimate. Moreover, that man looked like he had quite a background, possessing an extraordinary temperament, and definitely not some ordinary passerby. At this point, the sensible brute stole a glance at Yang Chen, only to see the God of War's face turned ashen. Yet he still braced himself to continue, though his voice grew softer and softer. The atmosphere inside the entire tent practically froze, and no one dared to even breathe. Even the 4 great general stars did not dare to look at Yang Chen's expression at this moment. Bang! Yang Chen slammed his fist heavily onto the table, instantly cracking it open, with a deafening roar that made everyone present tremble in their hearts. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through everything to lock directly onto the sensible brute, yet it also felt completely hollow and bottomless. Continue. Yang Chen's voice was low and hoarse, every word squeezed out from between his teeth with an indescribable, overwhelming fury. At that time, Miss Lin Shui and that man went to play at an amusement park. They even went to an amusement park together. Yang Chen's facial features began to distort in rage. The sensible brute's voice was almost as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet it remained clearly audible inside the silent tent. He could feel the powerful aura radiating from Yang Chen, compressing the air to the point of suffocation. The remaining general stars did not dare to utter a single extra word. Not only that, but they also acted extremely intimately, just like a pair of lovers. Summoning his courage, the sensible brute finished speaking in one breath, then lowered his head, not daring to look at Yang Chen's reaction any longer. Yang Chen's complexion had darkened to the extreme. His fists were clenched so tightly that bulging veins protruded, as if he would unleash terrifying power at any second. He had never imagined that the woman he trusted and loved most deeply would actually commit such an act behind his back. Chapter 1297. Yang Chen closed his eyes slightly. Memories of his past with Lin Shui flooded his mind like a rising tide. Those warm and sweet images played frame by frame like meticulously carved film reels. After the downfall of the Yang family, he had to live incognito in the Lin household for a period to evade the Xia family. In his memory, Lin Shui was not particularly nice to him, and they did not have much contact. Yet every expression of hers felt like the warmest spring sunlight, capable of dispelling all the gloom in the world. Those eyes, seemingly cold yet deeply warm, would look at him with a mix of exasperation and care. Even at his lowest and most destitute, she never showed a shred of disdain. Even when he was destitute and Lin Shui's mother was full of dissatisfaction, Lin Shui still agreed to her grandfather's dying wish. She ultimately married him despite never sharing a bridal chamber or experiencing intimate physical contact. Yet he still loved her deeply and regarded her as his true wife. Furthermore, his biological sister, Lin Bei, had been raised through all of Lin Shui's hard work, a debt of gratitude he could never fully repay. Yet why would she betray him? Within Yang Chen's heart, love and agony wove together into a complex net that left him nearly suffocating. He could not understand how the person who once brought him light in his darkest hours and motivation in his lowest moments could ever betray him. I don't believe it. Yang Chen snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and glaring furiously at the warrior. Having been missing for 5 years while Lin Shui refused to remarry or abandon Lin Bei, he refused to believe she would betray him or cuckold him. But I saw it with my own. Seeing Yang Chen's ferocious expression, the warrior tried to refute him. They had witnessed Lin Shui and Gu Junqing acting intimately, even kissing right in front of them. If those two weren't a pair of unfaithful scoundrels, what were they? I said I don't believe it. Yang Chen's voice exploded inside the tent like thunder. Every single word carried an unquestionable, overwhelming power. He abruptly stood up, a powerful aura erupting from within him as if it would tear everything around him apart. The warrior was driven back a few steps by the sudden force, his expression changing drastically as he failed to anticipate the god of war's violent reaction. Just as he wanted to explain, he saw Yang Chen charging at him like an enraged lion, striking out with a heavy palm. Bang! With a loud crash, the warrior felt as though a massive boulder had slammed into his chest, and sharp pain instantly swept through his entire body. He flew backward out of control, slamming heavily onto the ground, with a trace of fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What you saw is not necessarily the truth. Yang Chen's eyes were bloodshot and seemed ready to spit fire as he stepped toward the warrior, his voice low and firm. Lin Shui is not that kind of person. She has her own pride and principles, and would never easily betray me. The impending storm of his aura made it difficult for anyone to breathe. God of War, please calm down. He is one of our own brothers, not an enemy. Seeing Yang Chen acting as though he had gone mad, the 4 great generals flashed to his side to offer counsel. Hearing this, Yang Chen's figure paused slightly, his violent aura seemingly pulling back in response to their 4 voices, though the fury and unwillingness in his eyes remained completely unabated. He slowly turned around, sweeping his gaze across the 4 great generals, each of them a brother who had shared life and death with him, whose loyalty and concern he never doubted. Brothers, I know you all have my best interests at heart. Yang Chen's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unnoticeable trembling. I cannot accept or imagine that she would betray me, and I believe she must have her own hidden difficulties, perhaps coerced by her snobbish mother. The 4 great generals exchanged complex glances with one another. As Yang Chen's confidants, they naturally knew his past and understood the depth of his feelings for Lin Shui, along with his current anger and pain. God of War, our thoughts align with yours. Sister-in-law is a righteous and affectionate person, and there must be hidden reasons behind her actions that we have yet to uncover. Suanyu, the oldest among the 4 generals, said sincerely. As the eldest of the 4, if he did not step forward to counsel Yang Chen, it would be difficult for anyone else to say much. Indeed, we should investigate everything clearly before jumping to conclusions, Beihu advised as well. Lin Shui is not that kind of person. She waited through 5 whole years without a single message from you, and based on our intelligence, this might just be another arranged blind date set up by her mother. Even Zuck stepped out to urge Yang Chen to stay calm. As a woman herself, she could understand Lin Shui far better than the other generals. Although she was unclear on the specific entanglements between Yang Chen and Lin Shui, she could roughly imagine them. He vanished right after getting their marriage certificate, leaving his infant sister, Lin Bei, for someone else to raise. Meanwhile, Lin Shui spent 5 years without any news of whether he was dead or alive, refusing to find another man while single-mindedly raising Lin Bei. One can only imagine the cold stares and public pressure a woman had to endure under such circumstances. You're right, I should trust her. Yang Chen calmed down after hearing Zuck's words. He hurried forward to help the warrior up, apologizing with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, brother, I was impulsive just now, and I apologize. It's fine, God of War, I can understand your feelings. The warrior managed to squeeze out a slight smile, though the pain in his chest still left his face pale. Seeing the supreme God of War earnestly apologizing to him, the warrior still felt somewhat flattered. You saw her strolling through the amusement park with another man, but what happened next? Were you exposed, causing all of this? Continue your story. Regaining his composure, Yang Chen realized he couldn't bear to listen past the halfway point, and quickly pressed for details. Yes, perhaps we grew careless, but the young miss unexpectedly discovered us at the time. That must have been what alerted the other party to our existence, and afterwards, we were hunted down. The warrior gave a bitter smile. Even now, they still had no idea how Lin Bei had managed to spot them. Who was the other party? Yang Chen frowned slightly. If the man really was an arranged blind date introduced by Lin Shue's mother, his family background certainly wouldn't be low, as that old hag would never look twice at anyone of lesser status. I don't know, but after being hunted down, I was rescued by someone who mentioned that the other party's surname is Gu. The warrior recalled the scene of being saved and spoke slowly. Gu, chapter 1298. Gu. Yang Chen's voice was deep and solemn. Hearing this surname, he first wore a thoughtful look before his expression suddenly turned ugly. Could he be some aristocratic young master? Qinglong could not help asking upon seeing this. Are you an idiot? Have you forgotten that the Xia family's in-laws are the Gu family? Beihu pointed to the location of Luodu on the map, where a single character for Gu was clearly visible. This meant that the entire city of Luodu belonged entirely to them. In fact, the Gu family's reputation had been growing increasingly prominent in recent years. Yang Chen took a deep breath, a flash of complex emotion crossing his eyes, and said slowly, indeed, the Gu family, that pivotal clan in Luodu, and across the entire Xia nation, intermarried with the Xia family, making it an alliance of the strong with extraordinary influence. Speaking of this, Yang Chen felt even more furious inside. When the Xia family destroyed his Yang family, the Gu family definitely contributed effort as well. Yet Lin Shui was getting hot and heavy with such an enemy that he was bound to destroy in this lifetime. Did she not know that the other party was Yang Chen's sworn mortal enemy? At this moment, Yang Chen's mood turned exceptionally complex, with anger, confusion, and pain intertwining as if to engulf him. He deeply understood the power and cunning of the Gu and Xia families, as well as his irreconcilable hatred toward them. Lin Shui, the woman he deeply loved and trusted, actually had such close contact with someone from the Gu family. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Lin Shui, why would you do this? Yang Chen shouted in his heart, but reason told him he could not easily jump to conclusions just yet. He needed more information, and needed to personally understand the truth of the matter. The four great general stars also began looking at each other in dismay. The Xia family alone was a colossal entity holding pivotal positions in the business, political, and even military worlds, with influence far beyond ordinary imagination. And now came yet another Gu family. Even if those high-ranking nobles lived in pampered luxury, they would likely not be matches in a direct confrontation. However, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. It was no easy task for them to deal with these prominent families that had operated in the Xia nation for many years. After all, they could hardly send troops into the Xia nation to wipe out the other side. That would be bound to trigger a massive war. Therefore, the general stars fell somewhat silent, unable to make up their minds for a moment. So you were already discovered by the Xia family? And the rest of the brothers were captured by them? Yang Chen looked at the sensible brute with a mixture of shock and anger. Although he was furious that Lin Shui seemed to have a good relationship with his mortal enemy, he was even more irritated by the fact that the sensible brute had exposed himself. The Gu family's ancestral home was in Luodu, not the capital. Therefore, for someone with the surname Gu to have such strength in the capital, he must definitely be a person from the Xia family. Among the men he dispatched, only the sensible brute survived, while the rest of the brothers had unknown fates. Death was one thing, but if they were captured, wouldn't that expose all of them? It seems so. God of War, you must save them. The sensible brute recalled his brothers, whose fates remained unknown, his complexion darkening, yet looking at the God of War before him rekindled hope in his heart. This was the God of War who had created countless miracles, rising from a small unit to become second to none across the entire martial domain. He believed the other party would definitely be able to rescue those captured brothers. Yang Chen's expression instantly turned somewhat uglier. His advantage lay in being hidden in the shadows, with the Xia family unaware that he, the God of War, was the remnant of the family they had destroyed in the past. Otherwise, under the influence of the Xia family, the Xia nation might not even have granted him so many resources. But if the Xia family found out, his timeline for unifying the martial domain might be delayed considerably. Rest assured, I will not let my brothers fall into the hands of the enemy, and I will rescue them. If they are dead, then a life for a life. I will make everyone from the Xia and Gu families pay with their lives. Yang Chen finally calmed down. He had numerous subordinates here, and if he blamed them for being careless at this moment, it would definitely chill their hearts. He would never let his men's hearts grow cold. With these words spoken, not only did the sensible brute show a look of gratitude, but even the four great general stars were solemn gazes as feelings of reverence rose in their hearts. We swear to die in service to the God of War. However, brothers, we may need to act as quickly as possible. We might already have been exposed. Yang Chen's gaze grew deep and dark as he looked at the four great general stars, and said in a low voice, everything he had done was precisely to deal with the Xia family and exact revenge. Therefore, as long as anyone was related or connected to the Xia family, he would destroy them all. Given the current situation, I believe even if those brothers were captured, they would not betray us. I remain convinced we are still hidden in the shadows, and they may not yet know of our existence, let alone how many secrets we have grasped about them. This is our advantage, and also our opportunity. The voice of the Beta General Star was low and powerful. He still managed to see through the hidden worries lingering in the God of War's heart. As a military general, if he were merely a reckless brute who only knew how to talk big, he would never pledge his allegiance. Only an overlord like the God of War was worth dying for. That's right. Just when we captured this camp earlier, the Xiao Nation side even called us to commend us. If we were truly exposed, things wouldn't be this quiet. The Suanu General Star also added a sentence. God of War, it is simply too difficult for us to deal with the Gu and Xia families. Perhaps we can cooperate with someone else. The sensible brute suddenly spoke up weakly, drawing the attention of everyone inside the tent. Oh, how so? Ying Chen looked at the sensible brute in surprise. As I mentioned earlier, I escaped because someone saved me, and that person is clearly an opponent of theirs. Also, it seemed he even knows you, God of War. The sensible brute recalled the scene of his contact with Dao Tianyan, and said somewhat vaguely, knows me? What kind of person is he? Yang Chen was genuinely startled now. Ever since the Yang family was destroyed, he had gone into hiding and concealed his identity. Very few people actually knew who he was. Chapter 1299. Could it be someone from the war zone? Yang Chen asked, his brows twitching slightly as a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. In a place as complex and intertwined as the war zone, very few people knew him, and most of them shared deep roots or hostile relations with him. The person mentioned by the sensible warrior was clearly no ordinary individual. What is his name? Do you remember his features or the faction he belongs to? Yang Chen asked in a deep voice, his tone tinged with both urgency and caution. The warrior tried hard to recall before speaking slowly. He claimed to be your senior brother and didn't look very old, but his temperament was extraordinary, with an uncommon aura in every gesture. As for his faction, I didn't ask much, but from his conversation, he seemed extremely disdainful of the Gu and Xia families. Right, he also mentioned that his enemy is named Gu Junqing. It seems this person is connected to Miss Lin Shui. He also appeared quite appreciative of your operational style, God of War. Dao Tianyan, senior brother. Yang Chen repeated the name in a low voice, pondering it inwardly. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face, intertwined with a trace of imperceptible excitement. He had never imagined that at such a critical moment, a junior brother he had never met would suddenly appear. It seemed he had also become entangled in this dispute with the Gu and Xia families. Back when he lived incognito in the Lin household, he was both destitute and helpless. At that time, he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing young master, who only knew how to indulge in pleasure. His family had just been destroyed, and their enemies were unimaginably powerful. If not for the hatred that constantly lingered in his heart, he probably would have despaired and committed suicide. Fortunately, he later met his master. He still remembered it was an afternoon, when he was simply walking decadently along a small path. His master suddenly appeared draped in a black robe and said to him, "Did you know you have a flash of spiritual light shooting out from the crown of your head? At such a young age, you already possess a well-tempered physique, truly a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. If one day you manage to open your governing and conception vessels, wouldn't you soar straight up to the heavens like a dragon? As the saying goes, if I don't enter hell, who will? Will you take on the task of punishing evil and promoting good? I happen to have a martial arts manual here, and seeing our affinity, its original price is 13.8, but I'll let you have it for $10 a copy." At first, he thought he had run into a scammer. He casually tossed a few dozen bucks to him, never expecting that after practicing the techniques in that $10 manual, he would actually cultivate some results. When his master appeared again later, he sincerely took him as his master and began practicing under his guidance. His master's appearance was like a ray of light in the darkness, illuminating his path forward and giving him hope that his deep grudge could be avenged. Nostalgia for the past flashed through Yang Chen's eyes. It was as if he could pierce through the barriers of time and space to see that figure training hard and growing continuously under his master's tutelage. His master not only imparted peerless martial arts to him, but also taught him an indomitable will and profound hidden wisdom. Under his careful guidance, he gradually transformed from a profligate playboy into a warrior with immense strength and deep cunning. If that person named Dao Tianyan truly was his senior brother, his skills probably wouldn't be much inferior to his own, and might even surpass them. After all, his master's strength was unfathomably mysterious. Even by the time he left, he still couldn't gauge the true extent of his master's power. The disciple taught by such a person could never be weak. Ying Chen's heart was stirred by an invisible force, unable to calm down for a long time. He knew deeply that Dao Tianyan's appearance meant not only that he had gained a powerful ally, but also that his master had likely laid down an important piece behind the scenes. This signaled that his path of vengeance would no longer be lonely. His master was well aware of his blood-deep feud. The appearance of his senior brother was likely authorized by his unfathomable master. If they could even enlist his master to help deal with them, matters would become much simpler. Senior brother, master, Ying Chen muttered in a low voice, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. If he really is my senior brother, we must get in contact with him as soon as possible. Yang Chen's voice was firm and powerful as he looked at the four great generals, his eyes shining with unquestionable brilliance. Beihu, immediately dispatch an elite squad to secretly search for the whereabouts of senior brother Dao Tianyan. At the same time, strengthen our intelligence network to ensure we grasp the movements of the Gu and Xia families at the earliest moment. The God of War's senior brother? Wouldn't that make him invincible? Although everyone roughly understood the God of War's past, they didn't know the specifics, such as how he had become so powerful. Now, hearing snippets of the God of War's murmurs and instructions, their blood began to boil with excitement. They knew full well just how powerful the God of War was. He was in existence who could catch bullets out of midair. Yang Chen, his name shook hearts like thunder within the war zone, and even across much broader territories. His battle records were as numerous as brilliant stars, with every single engagement forging a legend. They still remembered the Dark Night Storm operation that determined the layout of the war zone. Yang Chen had single-handedly infiltrated the enemy's heartland alone. Facing heavy encirclement and elite troops, he relied solely on his own strength to not only successfully sabotage the enemy's command center, but also take the enemy general's head from amidst tens of thousands of troops as if walking through an empty realm, making a name for himself in a single battle, and terrifying his foes. Or during the decisive battle, at the Broken Dragon mountain range, facing a superfaction alliance, whose strength far exceeded his own, Yang Chen led his elite subordinates to win against the odds. Using strategy and force with clever layouts, he ultimately routed the enemy one by one. In that battle, he descended like a god of war whom no one could block, completely solidifying his supreme status in the war zone. His power was reflected not only in his martial might, but also in his unfathomable strategic intellect. Now, this god of war actually possessed an equally mysterious senior brother. Doesn't that mean there was also a master behind them? Even if they were only as powerful as the god of war, they could probably walk sideways across the entire world unhindered. They no longer needed to worry about anything at all. Thinking of this, the four great generals couldn't help exchanging glances, their eyes filled with shock and anticipation. They knew deeply that the emergence of the God of War's senior brother, Dao Tianyan, might dramatically alter the current situation. Perhaps this would be the turning point for them to counterattack the Gu and Xia families, and even stronger enemies. With such a powerful alliance, even the Xia family would have to cast sideways glances and brace themselves for a severe confrontation. Chapter 1300. After confirming the strategy of joining forces with the God of War's senior martial brother, everyone began formulating various tactical plans. Until the light of dawn broke, they still felt a lingering sense of unfinished business. You all go get some rest first. Suzaku, stay behind. I have a mission to assign to you, Yang Chen instructed. Hearing this, everyone nodded successively, then stood up one after another to bid quiet farewells. They returned to their respective resting quarters, preparing to face the upcoming war in peak condition. After everyone dispersed, only Yang Chen and Suzaku remained inside the room. Morning light filtered through the gaps, spilling across Suzaku's alluring and fiercely feminine face, adding an aura that combined both gentleness and resolve. Suzaku, you are the person I trust the most, so I have a most crucial mission to entrust to you. Yang Chen walked up to Suzaku, his gaze deep and brimming with trust. I will strictly obey the God of War's command, Suzaku said earnestly. He hoped she could go and provide close protection for Lin Shui and the others, especially investigating the details about the man by her side. If Lin Shui was truly being threatened by that man, or by Lin's mother, she should handle it as she saw fit. Yang Chen's words carried an unquestionable resoluteness, while also revealing a deep reliance on Suzaku's capabilities. He paused slightly, a flash of complex emotion crossing his eyes, and continued. Remember, your primary task is to ensure Lin Shui's safety, both physically and psychologically. Not a single action of that man, or Lin's mother can be allowed to escape your eyes. But remember to act with caution, and do not expose your identity, otherwise you will be in danger too. Suzaku fell slightly silent, then revealed an astonishingly breathtaking smile. As long as it is what you desire, I will do it. Sorry. Yang Chen let out a sigh. He vaguely sensed the nature of their relationship. Suzaku's appearance was undoubtedly top tier, and he was deeply moved as well. However, the other party had always been proud and aloof. If not for having saved her in the past, he could never have made such a proud woman like Suzaku pledge her allegiance. If he were to use this debt of gratitude to demand that she marry him, perhaps the two of them might already be sharing a life together by now. Yet given the current circumstances, he could only use this debt of gratitude to make her go protect Lin Shui. Because of the mission assigned this time, the fated bond between the two of them would likely be completely severed. For a proud woman like Suzaku, how could she ever insert herself into the relationship between him and Lin Shui? In the end, they were fated to have no romance. Yang Chen sighed regretfully in his heart. You don't need to say sorry, Suzaku interrupted Yang Chen's thoughts. I, Suzaku, have never been someone who blindly follows others out of mere gratitude. I chose to follow you because you are worthy of my allegiance, and your conviction and determination make me willing to go through fire and water for you. Protecting Lin Shui, your wife, is also a responsibility I should shoulder as a member of your command, requiring no apology whatsoever. She stepped forward lightly, locking her gaze with Yang Chen's. Complex emotions flickered within those eyes before slowly fading away. Brother Chen, I understand the importance of this mission. You also know that stealth and observation are my greatest strengths, so approaching Miss Lin Shui silently and ensuring her safety won't be an issue. However, finding out the truth about that man might not be so simple. Suzaku gently straightened her lapels, as if making final preparations for the upcoming mission, then spoke slowly, in a tone filled with official formality. Hearing this address of Brother Chen, Yang Chen's heart trembled slightly. To avoid risks, he had rarely heard Suzaku call him that anymore. And this time, there was clearly no longer any need to avoid risks. She also knew that he had chosen Lin Shui between the two of them. Regarding identity confidentiality, please rest assured, God of War. Having walked in the shadows for many years, I, Suzaku, deeply understand the importance of concealment. I will use aliases and even alter my appearance to ensure my movements are not detected by anyone. As for monitoring that man and Lin's mother, I will also adopt the most cautious approach and report back to you only after gathering sufficient information. Go and conceal your identity as best as you can. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.